Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and call our meeting to order. Start with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
And Councilmember O'Donnell will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
Please remove your hat if you're wearing one and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And our city clerk, Kathy Valdez, has some procedural items to cover.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the Buena District meeting pursuant to Buena District Sanitation Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and to facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed under the presentation portion of the agenda only. Thank you.
To speak on an item on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item you'd like to speak on and give it to the clerk secretary staff here at the dais. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside the chamber doors. For members of the public that are participating via Zoom, you may raise your hand to indicate you'd like to speak using the raise your hand feature or by pressing *9 on your phone. We will announce when to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make a comment on the specific item being discussed. Speakers will have 3 minutes each to address the City Council. And we'll go to our City Manager, John Conley, for approval of tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no changes to this evening's agenda.
Okay, we have 3 presentations this evening, so I'd like to invite my fellow council members to join me at the lectern for the first 2 presentations. Okay, our first presentation tonight is a letter of appreciation for the Apparatus Committee and Fleet Maintenance Team. Would those of you who served on that committee please come forward? We're going to show a brief video from our ribbon cutting event, showcasing our beautiful new engines.
A new chapter in our commitment to the community and ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents. These state-of-the-art fire engine and ambulances symbolize not only our dedication to excellence in emergency response, but also the incredible support from our community and elected officials.
This investment helps modernize the fleet with new life-saving equipment that will usher in a new era of public safety response in our district. Thank you for your continuous commitment to protecting our residents and the land around us, ensuring a safe and prosperous Vista for years to come.
It's a pleasure to present this commendation from the State Senate, thanking the men and women of the Vista Fire Department for all they do for our community. Thank you very much.
We are committed to make sure that we're a fire department of choice for you to work for. There's no question that public safety is our very top priority. On behalf of all the city council members, we want to thank you for being here and thank you for bringing this vision to life.
The thing I want to recognize today are all the guys in the back row there, the exceptional guys that work for our Vista Fire Department. All the equipment that's out here is useless without the people that man it and operate it and run it and protect our community. So I just want to say we really appreciate what you guys do.
There's a lot of collaboration that goes into getting these apparatus here. I mean, a lot of people are involved. None of this would be possible without the city manager, John Conley, and all the thank you for your support, all your staff, all the council members. Thanks for always having our back. Thanks for always supporting public safety. We really appreciate it. I want to thank my brothers and sisters, 4107. Thanks for all you guys do. You guys are the ones that are going to put these rigs to the test. And lastly, thank you to the public. None of this would be possible without you guys. So thank you for your support.
My name is Connor McFadden, and I'm the chaplain for Vista Fire, and I need to admit that I have no playbook for praying over fire engines. Just look around at each and every rig and think about how many lives are going to be touched, how many people are going to be saved.
I am truly humbled to stand before you as your fire chief. This is living testament that I'm supposed to be here, a part of this community, a part of this team, and it's the women and men of our fire department, of the council, of our community that make it very easy for me. This isn't work. I'm passionate about this. So are the folks that work for you. They're extremely passionate about it. I mean, there's so many other entities out here that make this easy for us, but I would be remiss not to thank those that have chose to join in.
We've got the best firefighting equipment for the best firefighters in the state. So come on down, all of you who participated on the apparatus committee. We want to recognize and appreciate you. So we want to read this letter of appreciation. The City of Vista conveys our deep appreciation and acknowledgement to a remarkable group of individuals whose efforts have been crucial in obtaining new fire apparatus for duty. We acknowledge the efforts of the Apparatus Committee for their outstanding work in developing specifications and designs. Special thanks to Deputy Chief Craig Usher, who's retired now, and Captains Derek Freed and Matt Kennedy for their dedication and expertise in this critical phase. For their exceptional work in equipment procurement, fabrication, installation, and education, we recognize Battalion Chief Sam Craig, Captains Ross Vagalatos, Jeff Bauer, and Matt Kennedy, and engineers Josh Spann, Mike Romeo, and Jeff Gazdaika. Their efforts have ensured that our equipment meets the very highest standards of functionality and reliability. The design of our new ambulances would not have been possible without creative input and hard work from our firefighter paramedics, Jake Shimate and Jeffrey Reyes. Their attention to detail and commitment to excellence have been instrumental in this project's success. We also extend our deepest appreciation to the fleet maintenance team for their unwavering support in installation, fabrication, and apparatus maintenance. Fleet Supervisor Robert Caporal and fleet maintenance workers Gabriel Arango, Oscar Gonzalez, Michael Lopez, Albes Pineda, Christopher Javier have all played vital roles in ensuring our equipment is always ready for service. Together, these individuals have not only advanced our fire department's capabilities, but have also exemplified the spirit of teamwork and dedication that defines our community. Their commitment and hard work ensure that Vista remains a safer place for all residents. On behalf of the City Council, I and the members of the Council offer our heartfelt gratitude to each of these exceptional individuals. Your remarkable contributions have been greatly valued, and we offer our deep appreciation for your steadfast dedication to the well-being of our community. Thank you very much. Yeah. Come right up here. All right, our second presentation is a letter of appreciation for North County Transit District. So I'd like to invite Katie Persons and Andy Untalan to come forward to receive this letter of appreciation. Right. The City of Vista would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the North County Transit District for its generous support and collaboration in addressing the needs of our neighbors experiencing homelessness. Your contributions have significantly impacted our community, and we are deeply appreciative of your commitment to this important cause. The resources and assistance provided by North County Transit District at our homelessness resource fairs have been invaluable in helping us offer critical services and support to those in need. Your partnership has enabled us to enhance our outreach efforts, provide essential transportation opportunities, and improved access to shelters and support services. This collaborative effort has made a tangible difference in the lives of many individuals and families facing homelessness in our community. We are particularly grateful for your willingness to work closely with us in developing innovative solutions to meet the unique challenges faced by our neighbors experiencing homelessness. Your dedication to improving the quality of life for all residents of Vista is evident, and your support has been instrumental in fostering a more compassionate and inclusive community. Once again, we want to thank you for your generosity, unwavering support. We look forward to continuing our partnership with North County Transit District as we strive to create a better future for all of the members of our community.
We'll do it this way.
Our final presentation this evening is one from Carlisle Dockery and Octavio Garcia from Circulate San Diego.
Perfect. All right. Good evening, everybody. I'm Carlisle Dockery. This is my colleague, Octavio Garcia. I'm the Director of Planning and Community Engagement at Circulate, and Octavio is our Senior Planner. We're so excited this evening to be able to come out and talk to you all about a couple of recent programs we've conducted in the city of Vista, specifically relating to pedestrian safety and walkability in the city. So Circulate is a nonprofit, for those who are unfamiliar, that focuses on improving mobility access, safe streets, livable communities across the San Diego region. We've got two key components, our planning work and our policy work. Both Octavio and I are involved in the planning work. So a lot of that involves in-person activities relating to mobility assessments, active aging, youth-based programming, walkability, bikeability, public transit, community engagement activities. So one of the key activities that we do, and we are able to do this in the city of Vista thanks to a grant from the California Office of Traffic Safety in the County of San Diego, is walking field trips. And so walking field trips, they can be tailored for specific groups. We often do them with school groups, community groups. In this situation that we'll describe later, we did them with public housing and affordable housing communities in the city of Vista. And these are exciting ways to engage people in concepts of urban planning and public space. These are in-person assessments where we walk a defined route, typically a high crash corridor, to collect in-person data on gaps and safety concerns in the pedestrian network or bicycle network, and use these opportunities to collaboratively determine some potential solutions and recommendations for how these could be ameliorated in the future, often through design and ideally through quick solutions that would be relatively low cost. So like I said, one of the ways that we determine how to conduct these walks and where we do them is based on crash statistics. The map you see here is a map of just crashes impacting pedestrians or bicyclists within city limits for City of Vista within the past 5 years. So as you can see here, there were 19 pedestrian fatalities, 129 total pedestrian injuries, and 65 bicycle injuries just within the past 5 years. If anyone wants additional data, I'm happy to share it, but some other sort of high-level takeaways are that the victims of these crashes are primarily youth, people under 25. Those are a lot of the numbers, and the bicycle crashes are rising throughout the years. Pedestrian numbers have sort of fluctuated. They did jump from 2022 to 2023, but bicyclist injuries and fatalities have been climbing steadily. So based on these crash statistics, we'll typically determine focus areas, intersections, and networks where we'd like to do these walks, and try and coordinate with community groups who are also interested in doing those. And then following the walks themselves, we often try and publicize the findings, things like presenting at city hall meetings like this, or even publicizing small reports, doing social media recaps, trying to get video recaps published places, potentially even op-eds, and sometimes submitting work orders for things that could be quick fixes, potentially through Public Works. So with that, I'll turn it over to Octavio to talk about 2 of the walks that we did recently.
Cool. Good evening, everyone. So I will be talking about 2 walk audits that we've done in the City of Vista over the past 2 years. Both of these have been with Community Housing Works. The first one is with North Santa Fe, and then the second one was with Paseo Artist Village. Both of these were coordinated with Nayeli Arango, who is their programs manager for both of these communities, so special thanks to her. In this first walk audit that we did on January 1st, 26, the primary focus that she said that residents experienced was both of these communities are in North Santa Fe on Avenue, and that there's a lot of speeding, kids walk to and from school, families feel unsafe because of these conditions. And another thing that was discussed by these people is that there's a lack of sidewalks in many of the streets around in the adjacent area. So on the map on the left is the observations that we had throughout the walk. So primarily the red bar is in areas that had no sidewalks. Some other stuff that was pointed out was things like cracked sidewalks, areas or bus stops with no benches, any places where there were former car crashes, just areas that make it uncomfortable for people who walk. We especially we look at it through a lens where children, any persons with disabilities, where they would feel uncomfortable. We made note of those throughout the walk. So on our second walk, we held this year on February 8th, 2024. And on this one, we're joined by Vista's engineering team. So primarily was Sam Hussein, who's the lead engineer for the city. And on this walk, again, people had concerns about the new roundabouts that were installed on North Santa Fe, but there were still concerns with speeding. Some of the crosswalks, one of the concerns that they had, that they installed the crosswalk, but people still felt unsafe crossing because there is no what we call a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, where you click the signal and it flashes lights alerting people that they want to cross. So that's one of the concerns that they had brought up. And then on the second image is on the street adjacent to North Santa Fe. It's called Mercantile Street. That street has no sidewalks, and these families noted that many of these children use this street to go walk to and from school. So that was one of their requests, having some sidewalk installation and then just having some signaling for when they cross the street. And these findings were published on a 2-page report. But as I mentioned, Sam joined us on this walk, and a lot of these concerns that residents shared, he took into consideration. And I know that the city has been more active about solving these specific issues, especially the one about the crosswalk that they shared, that they wanted signaling. I know he had pushed for that to be installed. And that's it. Thank you.
Yeah. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions you have about that program, or if any of you have requests for specific intersections in the future to be assessed or analyzed, we're hoping to do further studies in this area. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you both for being here and for this presentation. I think it's really exciting. I would love to go on a walk with you sometime. I can imagine that there are many places throughout the city where we want to improve walkability for our neighbors. And I'm sure folks have seen recent reports about how walking can reduce your dementia risk, and I think that's really exciting too. So we want to get people outdoors and walking. And this is, affecting pedestrians, but also cyclists. And as we were, preparing to hear this presentation, I thought it'd be a good opportunity to plug what the city is doing for our kind of all wheels event. So I wanted to tee up our city manager, John Conley, to just share a little update on our cyclovia.
Sure. So we are going to hold a cyclovia on September 29th in our downtown area, historic downtown. We're going to close some streets from 10 a.m. to, I believe, 2 p.m. on the 29th. So come on out and bring your bike.
All wheels. Thank you so much for being here.
Councilmember Contreras.
I want to thank you all so much for this walk audit, for the many walk audits that Circulate San Diego does. It's critical to be able to get on the ground and experience our built environment from that perspective of someone who's walking, someone who's biking or rolling. I see, it's kind of difficult to tell which roads these are, but these look like our major arterials. And I just see a whole stack right here, and I believe that's North Santa Fe. That's, along the heart of District 1. Really curious to see, we have some traffic calming, some mid-block crossings that are going in, but there's always so much more that we can do. I can't wait for our trees to be planted on North Santa Fe. We received that grant. It's going to be a little bit of time before, but this is one of the major corridors that folks are utilizing to get to public transit, to take their kids to school. And there just needs to be more. And then I see the intersection here of Vista Village and North Santa Fe. This is a critical area that's very, very dangerous. I frequently have to stop cars from going when it's my turn to walk, and I see others doing the same. And I would love to see what we could do as a city to really improve the safety of that intersection. It's one of the fastest ways to get from the transit center to downtown. And if we want to continue to grow more events in our downtown, that connection there is just vital for us to get, put a little bit more safety. And then another thing that stands out is it looks like that's East Vista Way. And, that's something, we used to have 2 lanes there, but it was restriped to 3 lanes on each side for a segment. And we don't see a lot of easy and safe ways for people to cross back and forth, and you have, folks trying to reach their groceries and whatnot. I also, it's shocking to hear that the victims are primarily our youth. This is, a huge hole in our public safety. We need to have a holistic approach to public safety. You shouldn't face death just because you're walking in the neighborhood that you live in. Taking a look at the no sidewalk on North Citrus, folks are going pretty fast through this area. I ride my bike through here, and I think we could probably do a little bit better there with some traffic calming. I have a question for our city manager. I know that we're going to be getting flashing beacons on Paseo Santa Fe. Is it on all the roundabout crossings?
The pedestrian crossings, yes, we'll get them on Paseo.
Okay, perfect. So, that's something. Previously, the city, had a stance against that, and that's something that we've been able to change. So I look forward to those being installed. Do we have a timeline, city manager, for the installation?
I believe we're about a month out.
Okay, so pretty soon there might be some additional safety there. And I want to hear the feedback from the community. Once we get to install these, please let us know how it's turning out. I want to hear directly from you all and see if it, ends up having a big difference. So thank you so much. I appreciate everything that you all do.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, for the information. It is clear where these instances are taking place. I was curious, do you have timestamps of when these accidents may have happened?
Yes, that data is all available, and we have that, and I can send you those
Would you
exact
please?
numbers.
Because I think it would actually help us curtail what type of safety measures would need to be placed and where. And just time of day also dictates, a lot of different things. So I really appreciate that. And then I did have a question, just because I noticed that we have striped bike lanes and crosswalks that have faded. How often do we restripe?
That's a great question. I'm going to have to ask someone from engineering to come up and answer that because I don't have that off the top of my head. Maybe Greg or Matt or someone's in the back there that can answer that. Okay. They're hiding.
They better. And then also, I noticed that on Sycamore, right underneath the 78, and it looks like the map gets cut off, but that is one of the more high traffic areas that we have in my district as far as intersections are concerned. So if there's more data on that I might be able to see, I'd really appreciate that as well.
Yes, absolutely. I can send you all not only the timestamps, but the exact cross streets of every crash, as well as the primary violation that was the cause of each crash.
Awesome.
So we'll send you all of that.
That's great. Thank you.
Chris, do you know when we restripe our bike lanes and roadways?
Yeah, they're on schedule about every 2 years. The whole city gets
So
restriped, so it should be coming out to you in about usually the end of fiscal year. Different parts of the city have plans, so that's probably coming up in about May-ish, so we can look at it again.
all right, so we restripe every 2 years. If there's a crosswalk or a bike lane that is clearly faded and not serving the purpose, if we could either have the community reach out or if we see it on the council or whatever it might be, just to try and expedite the restriping of those lanes. So that's all I have. I really appreciate your time this evening. Thank you for all the work that you do, and I'll look forward to those reports.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all so much.
I had one more thing to say. Sorry, I pressed my button a little bit late there. I do want to just highlight one thing in the slide, and that is Paseo Santa Fe, which it looks like it is shockingly absent of serious injuries and fatalities. It looks like one complaint. And I just want to highlight that is an area where we have roundabouts, right? And so we're seeing that, all the data that we've seen across the United States and across the world where, traffic circle reduces intersections, points of conflict from 32 points to 8. You actually can see that in our data here. So I think that's really important. And when we move forward, I think by the end of this year, we're going to be implementing our protected bike lanes. I think it's going to be really important for this council to continue to revisit these types of statistics to see what kind of impact that has, and hopefully it has one for the better. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much.
All right, and I just let the council know we have a large number of public speakers tonight across 4 or 5 different items. So let's do our best to try and get to these issues that have brought the public out tonight. So with that, we'll start with our first 9 speakers who are speaking under the oral communications portion of our meeting. Any member of the public may address the City Council on agency-related matters that are not on tonight's agenda during this section of the agenda. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 now on your touch-tone phone. The number of speakers that will be heard during this segment is limited to 10. Any remaining speakers will be heard under the second oral communications item. So again, we have 9 speakers. If you would, when you hear your name called, I'd appreciate it if you'd come stand at the ready to take your turn at the podium to address the council. First up, we have James, is it Valles or Valley? And followed by Joe Hood and Omer Ackle. Please, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. I have a quick
Just
handout.
speak directly into that microphone so we can hear you.
I have a quick handout, if I can hand these out to you guys.
Sure, please.
Yes, so my name is James Vyas. I'm with Burtek Family Vineyard. We're located in 1325 Pipeline Drive. I'm here to talk to you guys today about temporary signs. I know temporary signs are coded and we're not allowed to put them up, but I just want to stress the importance for small businesses on Sycamore. It's really tough to have people come out and find our location. As you could see in the last page of the handout, we're tucked away in a business center, and when we did have a couple of signs out, we did notice a big increase in business. Now that those signs are gone, it's literally dropped 30–40%. And so what I'm asking the city to do is to take a look at that code. It was probably written 5, maybe 10 years ago. And when it was written, that area wasn't really zoned for that, but it was mainly for construction or commercial. But now that with the influx of breweries and wineries, and we think that if you guys could take a look at that and maybe provide some input on what we can and can't do, we'll literally do anything you guys want us to do because we need that business. And if there's something we can do temporarily, we'd do that as well, whether it's a smaller sign. We're open to listen to any kind of options that you may have. Again, I can't stress enough that for our district, District 4, right there off of Sycamore, it's tough if you're a small business. Any input?
Unfortunately, during this portion of the meeting, it's your opportunity to address us, but because these items haven't been agendized under the open meeting law, state of California, we're not allowed to engage in a dialogue about them.
Okay.
But I'm sure that I certainly would be happy to follow up with you. I'm sure that your District 4 representative would be more than happy to follow up with you privately and share our thoughts. You've given us some good ideas, and you've given me one idea that I'll follow up with you on I think you might like.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hood, followed by Omer Ackle, followed by Christina Icabelli.
Good evening. Just a comment about the last presentation, which was excellent. Why don't we build a set of walking trails around the city so that everybody is within 10 minutes walk of a tree-covered trail with places to rest and meet and chat? We could really profoundly impact our safety, our health, and our climate in positive ways. What I came prepared to talk about though tonight is a comment or set of comments in part made by Bill McKibben about the presentation or the discussion on X last night between 45 and Elon Musk. Quote, Bill McKibben, quote, "This was the dumbest climate conversation of all time." Quote from the conversation, "But I think if you just keep increasing the cost per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize this. If you go past 1,000 parts per million on CO2, you start getting headaches and nausea." Folks, this is garbage word salad. McKibben, quote, "There is not a serious climate scientist in the world who has ever contemplated 1,000 parts per million with anything less than panic and horror. Today we have around 425 ppm and need to be around 350 to have a stable climate." Quote, McKibben, "These are the most dangerous men on earth." Bringing it to Vista and earlier discussions, why has this council not asked for a for a plan to put microgrids in all city-owned buildings and parking lots, and to tie these together with a virtual power plant, and to work with CEA to use stored energy to meet peak demand instead of turning on SDG&E's gas peaker plants? All at no capital cost, using a power purchase agreement and earning money for the city when stored energy is accessed. Why, month after month, are you not acting? Our climate is code red for humanity. Let's follow the science and act.
Omer Ackel, followed by Christina Iacobelli, followed by Skip Hammond.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ömer. I'm here to talk about the recently passed STR regulations in the city of Vista about its enforcement. We were so happy that we finally had an STR regulation to ease our pains living next to a loud STR. STR stands for short-term rental. So I congratulate the city that it took us 4 years to get it, but the enforcement is another part of the equation which I find it has mixed signals so far. I know it's been only 2.5 months, but I talked to many of you. The summertime is the worst time that we suffer. And I know that we have an advocate, Joshua, helped us a lot with our correspondence, but I want to point out a couple of things very fast. One issue is the unlicensed STR still going on. There are 2 I know that very people are affected that we communicate, and there's more obviously. And the city is not very transparent about what's being done with those unlicensed STRs still operating. And the other one is the regulations had the quiet hours expanded. Normally it was 10 p.m. to 8 or 7 a.m. Now it's 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. for this STR operations. But we learned that it applies to only the guests of the renters, not the renters themselves, which I don't understand why that differentiation has been added to that regulation. And the last one is specific to the STR I am next to, because I found that I got their license, and the license only has one of the owner's name. It doesn't have the wife's name. What's important about that is that house is purchased with a VA loan, and they have both names on their VA loan. And it's really important for our case. So, and that's, to me, I can read the regulation section that says all owners have to have the names on the license. And also given for this STR next to me, given a 24/7 agent, supposed to be I should be able to call and have complaint, but what I get is it's an LLC, by the way. Every other license STR so far is a person and a phone number. This one has LLC. When you call, you get a person, a call center likely, and I ask for a local person to stop the noise, and I don't get answers. So that's, to me, that's also a violation of regulations. So I'm really thankful, again, the city to take this step, but enforcement is as important as the regulation itself. Thank you.
Christina Iacobelli, followed by Skip Hammond and Susan Kennedy.
Good evening, all. My name is Christina Iacobelli, and I'm a resident of Vista for the past 50 years and currently serve as the Vice President of the American Italian Club of Vista. I am here on behalf of the Italian Club of Vista and as a member of the Vista community to express our gratitude to the City of Vista and Parks and Recreation Department for their diligent maintenance of the bocce ball court area. The bocce ball courts at Bringle Terrace Park were built and donated by the American Italian Club of Vista in the very early 90s with the intention of providing a recreational space for the community. Bocce ball is a fantastic sport suitable for all ages due to its low impact nature and the sheer enjoyment that it brings. We recently hosted a bocce ball tournament at the end of June, which we saw a great turnout and it was a huge success. Notably, before our event, another group prior to us was also hosting a tournament with both events renting the courts from the city in 4-hour blocks. It was wonderful to see the courts so well utilized and enjoyed by different groups, even though many simply walk on to the courts. Given the success and enthusiasm around these events, we would like to propose a City of Vista bocce ball tournament. This event would be an excellent opportunity to invite all Vista residents to experience and appreciate this delightful sport. Additionally, we could involve local businesses to sponsor the event and set up food and beverage booths, enhancing the experience for attendees. We also believe this could be a great way to promote the bocce ball courts, as some residents may not be aware of their ability for rental or full range of activities they support. Highlighting the courts and encouraging their use could be beneficial for both the community and the city. In addition, we would be delighted to donate a plaque to be installed near the courts, acknowledging our contribution and our pride in donation we made. Lastly, we propose installing a sign to guide park and moonlight amphitheater visitors to the bocce ball courts. This could improve visibility and accessibility, encouraging more people to enjoy the courts, especially to the senior center just hundreds of yards away. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Skip Hammond, followed by Susan Kennedy, followed by Barbara Carnahan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Skip Hammond. My colleagues and I live in San Diego County, and we're volunteers with United Sovereign Americans, not spokespersons. United Sovereign Americans is a nationwide organization with thousands of active volunteers in over 20 states. Today, we come to you as concerned citizens, sharing alarming information about our state's voter roll database. Research of the state's voter database was done through hundreds of hours of research conducted by highly qualified and credentialed data teams. An analysis of the 2022 election researched by highly qualified data teams using only official data provided by California election officials indicates serious issues with compliance of federal law. We are here to present to you and the public the results of the aforementioned analysis showing the votes cast, counted, and certified may not all be valid and accurate under the Constitution and under the law. We're not here to cast any blame or aspersions on any elected official. We do not suggest any candidate in any race have wrongly won or lost their races, nor do we advocate for the overturning or rerunning of any past election. Tonight, we will present you with a resolution demanding an end to the inaccuracy and uncertainty plaguing our elections, along with a summary of our findings and the laws that apply. Though you bear no direct responsibility for anything in the electoral process, we come to you, our closest elected representatives, for support and action. We're asking that you listen to the resolution and take the necessity for valid elections seriously by adding the resolution to your next meeting agenda. Thank you. Our next three speakers will read the resolution in 3 parts, and our final speaker will conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Susan Kennedy, followed by Barbara Carnahan, followed by Jackie Zolik.
My name is Susan Kennedy, and I'm here to read into the record the first portion of the USA Resolution. Resolution for a legally valid 2024 general election. Whereas it is a recognized civil right in the United States for every citizen to have free and fair elections. Whereas it is the duty of our election officials to guarantee our elections are accurate and free from distortion or manipulation. Whereas our constitutional system of representative government only works when the following 4 tenets of an election are upheld. 1, the voter rolls must be accurate. National Voter Registration Act, 1993. 2, votes counted must be from eligible voters, U.S. Constitution, 14th Amendment, Section 2. 3, the number of votes counted must equal the number of voters who voted. 4, there can be no more than 1 in 125,000 ballots in error by the voting system. Help America Vote Act 2002. Whereas the analysis of the California 2022 general election has uncovered evidence of massive inaccuracies that appear to violate both federal and state laws, including 5,886,198 ineligible or uncertain registration violations found within the California State Voter Roll database, 2,776,939 votes cast by ineligible or uncertain registrations, 123,785 more votes counted than voters who voted. No one knows who cast them. 2,776,849 apparent voting violations in excess of the legal standard of system accuracy for a valid federal election. Maximum allowed system errors for the 2022 general election was 90. Again, California had approximately 2.8 million apparent voting violations. Certification as defined by law is an attestation of accuracy and compliance. The certification of the 2022 election appears to have been fraudulent and illegal. Thank you.
Barbara Carnahan, followed by Jackie Zolik, followed by Ann Machensky.
Hello, my name is Barbara Carnahan, and I'm here to read into the record the next section of the USA resolution. Whereas these findings trample legal accuracy requirements of the voting system during a federal election. Whereas the intent of the voters must be known factually before certification can be lawfully conducted. Whereas the 2022 general election appears to have been invalid, depriving us of the guaranteed protection of our national rights under a government duly and provably chosen by us, the American people, resulting in incalculable damage to our families, our way of life, and the fabric of these United States. Therefore, we call upon our representatives to provide relief to the people and the assurance of domestic tranquility by joining us in demanding a valid 2024 general election that upholds these existing laws and equitable principles of law. Number 1, proof of citizenship, identity, and eligibility required to register and vote, not anonymous attestation. Number 2, voter rolls certified accurate and available for public review and challenged 30 days before the start of early voting. Voters added after that date must bring proof of citizenship, identity, and address to a person in person to a qualified official at each polling place. Number 3, hand-marked secure ballot similar to currency. Where imaging technology is used for tabulation, the security features must be verifiable in the ballot image. Number 4, systems, machines, security measures, infrastructure, and conduct are required to be compliant with federal law for fraud prevention regarding risk assessment, certification, testing, and implementation. Number 5, adjudication must be signed off by party, candidate, and trained citizen witness after being given full and effective observation rights. Candidates and trained citizens must be allowed immediate access to ballots, ballot images, and cast vote records.
Jackie Zolik, followed by Ann Machensky, followed by Barbara Gordon on Zoom.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Zolik, and I'm here to read into the record the last section of the USA resolution. Number 6, ballots, regardless of entry source, election operations, and systems must maintain end-to-end chain of custody from voter to vote count to final canvass, including auditability and witness transfer with paper records. Number 7, a National Institute of Standards and Technology compliant, randomized, statistically valid end-to-end audit with a 95% chance confidence level of all elections pursuant to the 14th Amendment, Section 2 must be performed. These audits are to be conducted by qualified, insured, and bonded security, forensics, or financial auditors, not personnel from within the election system. Reconciliation will include the vote count, real physical ballots, adjudication, cast vote records, ballot count, qualified voter count, custody transfer, and all other paper and electronic election systems, including logs. Number 8, if the total of unique variances above is more than 10% of the margin of victory, a new election must be held in the state for those candidates affected, unless the issues can be provably corrected by a manual hand recount and a full review of records. Number 9, waiver of requirements is not allowed. Only end-to-end system compliance from registration through certification can guarantee the intent of the people is accurately recorded. Be it resolved that the Vista City Council members stand in support with the concerns and remedies presented here. We implore the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, California legislature, federal legislators, law enforcement, federal and state prosecutors, judges, and both California Secretary of State and county registrars of voters to cooperate and fulfill these firm requests of the people. Thank you.
Anna Machinsky, followed by Barbara Gordon on Zoom.
My name is Ann Machinsky, and I'm here to conclude our presentation. What you heard tonight is a powerfully written resolution outlining massive inaccuracies in our 2022 election, from registration through certification. The resolution delineates meaningful remedies that will proactively protect the validity of the 2024 general election for all Americans. Your written copy cites many U.S. Supreme Court precedents and federal and constitutional mandates that support the need for such actions. Large numbers of Californians have questions about the trustworthiness of our elections. Official data shows these concerns are valid, and the law says resolving them is essential in securing our liberty. The cost for not fixing the enumerated problems is immeasurable, so we urge you to put this resolution on the agenda for the next City Council meeting, where you can vote to join us in support of fair, honest, and valid elections. The United Sovereign Americans website shows our initiatives nationwide and features some extremely informative election videos. We encourage you to visit uniteforfreedom.com and learn more about our organization and our goal to restore valid elections throughout our country. That's unite4.com. One more time. That's unite4.freedom.com. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Now we'll go to Barbara Gordon on Zoom.
Good evening, City Council members. I wanted to share the newly released 2023 National Survey on Drug Use and Health, which is the leading federal estimate of trends in drug, tobacco, and alcohol use. The data shows that over the past 20 years, the number of past month users of marijuana increased by almost 200%, compared to the number of monthly users that use tobacco products decreased by almost 30%. If these trends continue, there will soon be more past month users of marijuana than tobacco. These trends demonstrate that we have entered the phase of Big Tobacco 2.0, with the legalization of marijuana and the ensuing up-and-coming profit-driven marijuana industry. As a nation, we have worked to overcome the harms of big tobacco. We have turned a blind eye to the next public health crisis, the rise of marijuana use. A former White House drug policy advisor, Dr. Kevin Sabet, stated, "This latest data makes clear what we have said all along. The normalization and industrialization of today's high-potency THC drug products is a self-made public health crisis for this country." As a community and especially policymakers, we should be doing everything in our power to discourage marijuana and other drug use, support treatment, and counter misinformation on the harmlessness of marijuana. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, that'll bring us to our consent calendar. The recommendations on our consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk or secretary by using the raise their hand feature on Zoom or by pressing *9. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 10 consent items this evening. None of them have been pulled by the public. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Councilmember Green.
I'll second.
We have a motion is second. Seeing no discussion, please cast your votes. No, I was waiting for council member.
Thank you, Mayor.
Of course. That item is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to the first of two public hearings this evening. The first is public hearing 1 regarding the appeal of P23-0216 regarding 1264 Oak Drive skate ramp. The public hearing is now open. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or by submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Community Development Director, Joe Vaca, will introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor Franklin. Michael Ressler, City Planner, will be presenting this item tonight to the City Council and the public.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. The project before you tonight is an appeal of a minor use permit for a large skateboard ramp for Evandro Menez. The application number is P23-0216. The subject site is located at 1264 Oak Drive. The site is approximately 0.42 acres. It's one legal parcel, and it's currently developed with a single-family home. Surrounding land uses include single-family residence to the north, south, east, and west. The general plan land use designation for the site is medium-low density residential, with the zoning being single-family residential R1. February 14, 2023, the City Council approved a policy number 300-16, which requires a minor use permit for skateboard ramps that exceed 6 feet in height. It also establishes review criteria. The project before you tonight is a request for a minor use permit for a skateboard ramp that does exceed the 6-foot height limit. The skateboard ramp is 2,000 square feet, located in the rear yard of the subject site. Height ranges from 14 to 18 feet. Current setbacks are 0 feet from the south property line, 17 feet from the west property line, 30 feet from the north property line. The ramp is constructed of wood and surfaced with a skate-light material, and it was initially constructed in 2013. The submitted site plan depicts the single-family home centrally located on the property with the skateboard ramp located at the rear of the site. The backyard is surrounded by an existing 6-foot-high privacy fence. Here's some photographs of the fence and landscaping surrounding the ramp itself. Here's an elevation of the ramp, which depicts the height of the ramp as well as the materials used to construct the ramp. A photograph of the ramp itself. Some additional photographs of the ramp. In regards to consistency with the City Council policy, staff has reviewed the criteria and confirmed compliance with each criteria within that policy. Number one being landscaping. The existing landscaping around the perimeter of the rear yard features mature trees along the north and western property line. The site maintains a 6-foot-tall perimeter fence, as well as shade sails and other reed screens that provide screening for the skateboard ramp. In regards to soundproofing, a skate light, a ramp surface material that's used on modern ramps, was used for its smooth texture and minimal noise generating qualities. The ramp features sound deadening foam-filled coping, encasing of the undersides of the ramp with plywood, and rail supports that include sound deadening installation. In regards to materials, wood and composite materials were used to construct the deck of the subject ramp. No metal decking materials were incorporated in the ramp design. In regards to special events, there's no special events scheduled for this ramp. The setbacks, as I indicated before, there's a 0 setback along the southern property line, 17 feet from the west side property line, and 30 feet from the north property line. The applicant is proposing to move the ramp directly north to accommodate the code-required 10-foot side yard setback from the southerly boundary. In regards to parking, the subject site maintains one driveway to accommodate 6 vehicles on that driveway, as well as 2 parking spaces along the public right-of-way. The skateboard ramp will not be used for business or home occupation purposes. The hours of operation for the ramp are 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Saturday, and no ramp activities occur on Sunday or holidays. In regards to lighting, the ramp is not equipped with lighting. This project went to the Planning Commission on June 4, 2024. The project was approved with the vote of 5-0. An appeal of the Planning Commission decision was filed on June 12, 2024 by Mayor Franklin. With that, staff is providing 2 options in terms of recommendation. One is either to adopt a resolution denying the appeal and approving the minor use permit for the skateboard ramp at the existing residence at 1264 Oak Drive, or adopt a resolution approving the appeal and denying the minor use permit for the skateboard ramp at the existing residence located at 1264 Oak Drive. Staff notes that if the second option is chosen, that the City Council would have to provide staff with at least 1 finding to support that resolution. With that, that concludes our report. We're here to answer any questions you might have tonight. Thanks.
We have a number of public speakers on this item. Any member of the council, any questions before we take the public speakers? No? Yeah, yes. Let's allow both the Jimenez's to speak. I think you're in here. You want to come forward and present?
Good evening, members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Evandro Menezes, and this is my wife, Courtney Menezes. And here we are along with our 4 children, and we are home at 1264 Oak Drive. I just would like to let my wife speak because my accent is pretty strong. I want it to be very clear.
All right, so as you can imagine, we were elated when the Planning Commission unanimously approved our minor use permit. We are confident that the commissioners made an honest, well-considered, and honorable decision in granting it. Our ramp has existed for more than 11 years, but first and foremost, this is our family home. The ramp is for personal use by our family and friends, and we do not conduct any business with it. I am very protective of our home and careful about who visits. Our house is not a skate park. It is an asset of our home, similar to owning a pool. The ramp is also not like the ones at the skate park. It is a totally different apparatus and modality. There's also very little accessibility to these types of ramps, and it is not something we can easily access elsewhere. My husband immigrated here from Brazil in late 2001 on an athlete visa, arriving with $140 in his pocket and speaking no English. He soon found himself homeless and penniless and literally living in a borrowed car. Through nothing but determination and hard work, he found his way. Today, he is a proud naturalized citizen, a Vista homeowner, and runs his own business. Before leaving Brazil, Evandro told his friends and family that his dream was to move to the United States and have his own big backyard skateboard ramp like he saw in the magazines. People literally laughed at him and called him a fool because he was extremely poor and black and living in a third world country. But against every odd, he made his dream happen. I would like to emphasize that our ramp was not built in haste. We thoroughly researched the property, emailed with and spoke with the City of Vista before buying the property, all to make sure that building this ramp was possible. After learning there were no legal barriers, we consulted with neighbors. None of our adjacent neighbors expressed any objection at the time, and so we moved forward. The ramp was moved from its previous location at the Encinitas YMCA, but basically disassembled, moved, and then put back together with a lot of new material. We poured our life savings into this ramp. We built it ourselves without any sponsors to help. We have a second mortgage we took out to help cover the initial ramp construction that we are still paying off. Also, in the past few years, we remodeled part of our backyard around the ramp, investing nearly $20,000. And without the ramp, most of those modifications are useless. And this was done before we were aware of any complaints to the city. And to think that we could lose all of that is super incredibly heartbreaking. We would never have bought the home or built the ramp in Vista had we seen this coming. Mayor Franklin, you had emphasized to us yesterday that one's home is their greatest asset. Well, this is the investment we made into ours. I will say that the outpouring of support from most of our neighbors during this process has been heartwarming. A lot of neighbors have reached out to us personally to cheer us on. There are several who spoke in support at the previous hearing who are on vacation and sadly can't be here tonight to share their support in person with the council, but I know a lot of them wrote in. We are grateful for all of it. I would like to emphasize that not one person has ever once reached out to me directly to share any concerns with the ramp or its use. They have my name and phone number. I've left letters in mailboxes, and I have not received a single visit, phone call, text message, or email expressing any concerns. I can count on one hand the number of times over the years that a neighbor has asked us not to skate for any given reason, and we've always complied. It has never been our intention to cause problems with anyone. We take all concerns very seriously because, believe me, we have everything to lose and nothing to gain by being anything but gracious and open to working together. I know my husband has had a few conversations to address minor concerns. We learned way too late that one neighbor had a much different understanding of an agreement than my husband did. I know with his accent and English being his second language and obvious cultural differences, things can be misconstrued, but it is never our intention to upset anybody. I will emphasize that we work very hard to ensure that our ramp and its use is not a nuisance. I personally work from home and I'm on Zoom calls much of the day. The ramp is directly outside my office window and it's never been an issue. My kids homeschool and are also on a lot of Zooms. It's never interfered with their classes. That said, we continue to make investments and limit use out of the consideration of our neighbors. Based on feedback, we've added screening, landscaping, and noise insulation at our own expense. We avoid skating on Sundays and holidays. We don't have lights on the ramp and thus do not skate after dark. We do our best to minimize the number of people using it at one time, which greatly impacts noise. 2 kids in a pool is very different than 10 kids in a pool. It's a very similar concept. We also promptly and in good faith addressed every concern raised by the city in regards to our ramp and property. My husband has invested everything into this ramp. He's worked 35 years to get where he is, and this ramp is part of his identity and credibility as a skateboarder. Ask any Black skateboarder, and they will undoubtedly tell you it is extremely hard to become noticed in this industry as a person of color. This ramp gave my husband the edge he needed to become what he is and to be seen. If it were taken away, it would hurt his career and everything he worked for. It would take opportunity away from my children who love to skate and are starting to progress. We do understand that these structures are unusual and respectful of the city's desire to add in guidelines, but out of respect.
City Clerk, would you reset for 3 minutes since they each get 3 minutes?
Our approved permit remain valid. I just need one extra moment. There's one other thing I wanted to address, an area of concern to one neighbor in particular. Our ramp was previously inspected by the city, and it was approved with a more than 5-foot setback. It does have an overhang, and so all the ground support is more than 5 feet. It's the overhang that goes closer to the fence. The minor use permit requires that setback to be 10 feet, which is why that is in our application to move it. However, the big concern here is that means we would need to move the ramp several feet closer to the property of someone who opposes it. And we do not want to make anything worse for these folks. And so what we've proposed is grandfathering the ramp into its current position. What that means is that it would remain unchanged from how it was when they purchased their home. We discussed this idea with several people present here, and all appeared to be okay with it as long as the neighbors on the side with the smaller setback agree. I'm happy to say they have agreed, and we have a letter from them stating so. So with the council's approval, we would also like to request grandfathering the ramp as it is, so as to not further infringe on their property. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to hear from other speakers, starting with Connie Brown, and then Ian Levine, then Elizabeth Shabazi. If you could go ahead and come forward and be ready to speak when it's your turn. Again, Connie Brown, are you with us? Is Connie here? Okay. Oh, there she is.
Good evening. I am the first house with direct line access to the end of the vert ramp. I can tell you I've been to their house personally. I have asked to address when the functions were 200 people events with multiple corporate sponsors, and my parking on the private drive was impacted. I was not welcomed. I went with the intentions of asking to park in my driveway and get access, and I was told to put cones up and deal with it. So this is not a culture war. I don't want the kids not to skate, and that's why there's 2 ramps on the property. There's one that is at the 6-foot level that kids access, and of course, is adequate. Bringing in this ramp from the YMCA and then built on an existing property, and then since I've been there, enlarged twice. It does have electricity. I have photos of lights. I don't think it fits the Vista general plan of what that residential area is supposed to be. I see 12 feet above the 6-foot fence from my backyard. The sound comes in my house, not just in my backyard. I don't want this to look like it's anybody against anybody else. When I bought the house 3.5 years ago and did not know the ramp was there, would I have bought the house? Absolutely not. It's going to affect my property value, and I understand looking at everybody in the community and how they want to use this ramp, but I think there should be some percentage listened to the neighbors that directly get impacted by the use, noise, and the events. That's all I have to say. I've been here many times. I noticed the Airbnb that several people came to you recently, and there's a ordinance there you passed because they have a rowdy party now and then, but you're asking us to do 6 days a week from, I don't remember what it is, 10 to dark at night, that they can hold whatever they choose, because the Planning Commission said that they couldn't really limit after you granted this permit. There's really no way to police it. But thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Ian Levine, is it followed by Elizabeth Shabazi?
Hello, my name is Ian Levine. I live in Vista, California. My wife and I bought our home and moved our family to Vista from Minneapolis, Minnesota, September 2023. It was our dream, and we saved and worked over 8 years. To provide you an example of our motivation, one of my reviews in 2018, my manager asked, "Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" And without pause, I answered, "Vista, California." So why Vista? I love its community, its downtown, its restaurants. Hopefully bocce ball will be coming soon. I also love Vista for its connection to skateboarding. I come here today to request approving the minor use permit and to deny its appeal. As someone who skated the ramp with some frequency over the last year, I would like to voice my perspective with comments on specific previous hearings. So I know there's been some comment, and this goes back to February 14th of last year, where there's concerns about the noise being absurd, the use being absurd, that there is yelling and hollering. So at many of these sessions I've attended, it is not uncommon for the median age to be about 50. That may be my fault, but as someone who's older, but the typical number of skaters is about 4. These sessions typically last around 2 hours, and speaking for myself, there's also some Advil involved. Because of the angle of the sun, skating typically starts later in the afternoon, and no skating extends beyond dusk or 7 p.m. The environment is welcoming, and the noise levels well within typical neighborhood levels. Music is played but often the volume is low enough to carry on conversations. There is cheering, so yes, sometimes there is some yelling, but very, very controlled. The Menendez family is generous and the type of neighbors that make a community unique and vibrant. Their home is special, and they have demonstrated a willingness to find reasonable solutions to the neighbors' concerns. I hope the council will find my perspective compelling and to vote to approve the minor use permit. Thank you.
Elizabeth Shabazi, followed by Greg Witt, followed by Christina Goulart.
Good evening. Maybe you remember that I spoke the last time we were here. I live right next door to the family, and our family moved to Vista 2 years ago. I was kind of forced into retirement. I had never been to Vista before, and I fell in love with the house. And the first thing I saw was the skateboard ramp, and so I had to wonder, is this okay with me? And we decided that we hope for the best. And we love Vista. I have a big garden. I am home every single day, all day long, day and night. I am outside right next door to the skate ramp. And it is not disturbing at all. And I'm somebody that likes a lot of quiet. I'm very quiet myself, and it's not an issue. We live right next door, and actually there are 2 houses on the property now. There's another family that built a house. So that all 4 of us are in agreement that it's not disturbing at all. And actually, I'm really happy that some of these young people have somewhere healthy to go and play and develop their skills and be outside, as opposed to indoors at home or on the streets doing, who knows what. And to me, I see it, I'm proud of our neighbors. So I don't understand. You all agreed that it was a unanimous vote. So I'm just rambling here, but I think you hear what I'm saying. So I do not support the appeal. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Greg Witt, followed by Cristiano Goulart, followed by Tony Hutchinson.
Hi, my name is Greg Witt, and 10 years ago I moved here from Minnesota because Vista is the capital of this very specialized aspect of skateboarding. So I echo what Ian said, and I'm here to support the private ramp permit. I'm a local business owner, a former professional skateboarder, and I'm was co-chair of the ASTM Skate Park Standards Committee for private and public skate parks globally. And I coordinated the technical plans with the architect that were submitted for this ramp. So I know quite a lot about the technical aspects of this. The ramp currently exceeds all ASTM safety standards, far exceeds them, and is in process of compliance on some of the items on the setbacks mentioned in the permit. The Encinitas ramp, which was mentioned several times, I want to articulate that the Encinitas YMCA version of this was 10 times larger. So we're talking about a very small sliver of something that is private. I believe that the parking down the street, and there's a lot of playing old tapes that are to be respected, but we're here in the here and now, and everybody's very respectful of the neighborhood. I can't talk about things that might have happened in the past, for sure on that. I don't believe that the permit requirements have changed since both vert ramps were unanimously approved by the Planning Commission. But I did want to reinforce the following. We do respect the neighbors, this entire permit process, and have been abiding by all the new rules. And we'd like to skate until 8 or so, or until it gets dark, so it's hot. So we're definitely all about respecting all these rules. There's no commercial business operation. We keep the group of riders small. And, you know, even when some of the resident Olympians, a lot of the Vista, Oceanside, Southern California Olympians, were even wanting to practice here and people from other countries, and it was still reduced down to 5 or 6 people. Very respectful to this permit process. We're just simply asking to peacefully ride as we have been for over a decade, to comply with the new permit requirements that we all co-developed and that were previously approved. These ramps are highly specialized, as we've said, and they're not something that a public skate park is gonna provide. That's the reason, that's the why for all this. Vista is the heart of the discipline. We'd like to keep it that way. Respectfully, thank you.
Cristiano Goulart, followed by Tony Hutchison, followed by Tom Payne.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Cristiano Goulart, and I'm friends of Evandro for 19 years. Him and Courtney was at my wedding. I saw all 4 kids being born, so I know the family really well. I met Tony at Mancha's house, how we call him, his nickname, Evandro. About a couple years ago, he was a nice guy. I just don't understand what happened because the ramp was never the issue. I just want you guys, the member, be aware this is it's personal, has nothing to do with the ramp. We have the ramp for about 11 years. We never had a complaint about a neighbor, about any noise, any parking, or any trash. We take care of his house the same as the street. Actually, we're very happy that speed bumpers were installed and that street. Good job, City Vista. So we slow down the traffic, so it makes it safer to the community. I just want to give you my support that I support the ramp stay as is. Thank you.
Tony Hutchison, followed by Tom Payne, and then Alicia Hutchinson.
For the record, Evandro's accent does not cloud any communication with me. We were on good terms the first 2 years we lived together. His first thing he said to me was, if our skating ever bothers you, let me know and we'll shut it down. Well, it got to a point where they were skating with the hours that they're being given right now, all day, every day, till sundown. And I approached him and I said, hey, remember when you told me that? And I said, it's bothering me now. And he said, okay. And he pacified me for about a week. And then it fired back up again. And I tolerated it. And then a couple months later, I went to him again, respectfully. And I said, look, it is bothering me again. The ramp went up in height. The second ramp showed up. The stadium seating showed up. This is not for personal use, all of this. And I said, can we make an agreement where we can have a few nights a week of no skateboarding? Because no matter what material you use, no matter what reed screening you put up, it does not make it any quieter. Skateboarding is a loud activity, period. Everybody knows that. So when I asked him if he could agree to give us a couple nights a week, he said no. I have a business to run, and the city said I was okay to do that. That's why we're here, because like him, we've all sacrificed to get our properties in this, what I thought was a quiet country neighborhood, and it's not because of this ramp. If it was like Elliott Sloan's ramp, the other one that got approved, he would have sized to fit his ramp to his property. This is from the YMCA. He shoved it into his property. It does not fit there. Offset, the offset violation is proof of that. Elliott's ramp has insurance. His does not. Elliott is a cooperative neighbor. He responds to his neighbors. He doesn't have nightly skate parties. He doesn't have people over at the same time every week for lessons. There's a procurement of service on a regular basis here. Evidence has been submitted to you guys over the last couple of years. Our quality of life is gone. Our freedom to enjoy our property is gone. Our peace and sanctuary is gone. Our sanity is gone. We're asking you for grace and mercy to return our freedom and our peace to our home and our property. Thank you for your consideration of upholding the appeal.
Tom Payne, followed by Alicia Hutchinson.
Good evening. Tom Payne. I'm a neighbor that almost abuts the property. Not quite, maybe the width of a driveway away. I have a different experience with Evandro than whoever this skateboard guy is that spoke earlier. I went to him directly and told him that I have a problem with the noise, with the parking, and he looked at me. That's the last I've heard from him. He's never made an attempt to talk to me about that. Not once. I'm a neighbor. Yeah, I moved from Wisconsin for quiet and nice weather. And I don't have quiet. And unlike the wonderful insulation that I hear about, I wouldn't have known there did any insulation at all. It's the same amount of noise that there always has been. And the way it's designed, it's kind of got a nice bowl that just shoots the sound waves right at my house. We submitted a picture with me holding a decibel meter, and Tony was filming it. And lo and behold, it was like out in my house, it was 75 decibels. Outside near his fence, oh, it was way higher than that. And I find it, I was shocked when the Planning Commission said, oh yeah, this sounds like a great idea. This isn't really about skateboarding. It's about property rights for the people in Vista that own homes in single resident family homes. I mean, I don't know how somebody can move in with a massive ramp. This thing has got to be 18, 20 feet tall. It is loud, and it is frequently used, and I got to guess it's expensive. Take out a second mortgage to put in this ramp. How's it getting paid for? It's not a business, he says. He said that before, too. But we found proof that that wasn't really the case. Anyway, the city seems to give the blessing to this guy who says he's got park equipment or like a slide and a this is not playground equipment. This is serious stuff. And I hope that the city of Vista seriously considers the rights of the homeowners that are saying.
Alicia Hutchinson, and then we have a speaker on Zoom.
Good evening, council members. Thank you again for your time and reviewing this appeal for us to either accept or deny the permit. I just want to appeal to you as residents of Vista that as you consider whether to approve or deny, that you would put yourselves in our shoes and consider whether you would like this to be next door to your residence. We came to the city about 2.5 years ago for help when we couldn't get our neighbor to compromise with us on days and evenings that we could enjoy our property without any noise. It seems that this permit that was given, that was approved, favors the noise-producing nuisance over the request for peace. It almost seems very punitive to ourselves and the other neighbors who have an issue with the height, the noise, etc. You've heard all of our complaints. We came to the city for help because we couldn't get some relief, and yet the terms of the permit, you're wanting him to move the ramp closer to our home. I just heard him address his concern about it, but that feels punitive, that we've complained because of the noise, and yet whoever approved it saw fit that it should move 10 feet closer to our home when we're already losing our minds, as my husband has said. The hours I find hard to believe that you find is acceptable for us, that he can skate until 7 o'clock. We work until 4:30, 5 o'clock. We get home, we miss the last few hours of the sun because he can skate out there till 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, we're ready for dinner, shower, and bed for the next day. How is that equitable to us? And that's, we're working people. Our other neighbors that are in the same boat, they're retired. So it's their whole day. So I just want to ask yourselves to please put yourself in our position. You know, there's a saying that says it's not the years in your life that count, it's the life in your years. So we've lost a lot of years of enjoyment in our backyard. And when we bought our home, we thought we were gonna die there. And we're very unhappy. We can't enjoy the paradise that we thought we had.
Now we have a speaker on Zoom. Zoom caller, can you hear us? Is our Zoom caller there? No? Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
There you are. Sorry about that.
Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Awesome. Just wanted to say hi. My name is Thomas Augusto. I'm a professional skateboarder raised in North County. Sorry I couldn't be there in the room today. I got caught up with work. I was there last time. But anyway, just wanted to say that I just competed in the Olympics, the Olympic Games in Paris 2024. Got back 4 days ago. I really started learning how to skate when I was 10 years old on Evandro's ramp and have continued to go there every single week for the last 10 years. The Olympics would have never really been in the cards for me if Evandro's ramp didn't exist and he didn't show kindness towards me and my family of letting me come skate and learn the ways of skateboarding through him and his family. Also wanted to say that Evandro is one of the most respectful human beings that I have ever met in my 20 years of living. The kindness and respect that he shows towards everyone is unfathomable to a lot of people. And the way that I have seen him treat his neighbors in the 10 years that I have been going there has taught me a lot in how you should treat people in your surroundings. Curse words aren't being screamed at his ramp, and no activities that would interrupt someone's way of living, especially families with kids, are done or allowed at his ramp. And this is because Evandro also has a family of his own. Would also like to add that this ramp isn't any louder than the pool I have in my backyard, and we use this pool constantly and don't get complaints from the neighbors. So I hope to continue skating this ramp to improve not only my skating, but my human nature from the surroundings of this place to become the best person that I can be. Thank you guys for listening.
Okay, thank you to all those who spoke. So I offered this appeal on behalf of the neighbors who wanted to file it, and I cited 5 factors which are lawfully sufficient to approve the appeal. Those are that the site for the proposed use does not have sufficient size that is sufficient to reasonably accommodate the planned activity. Existing infrastructure is insufficient to serve the needs of the use. The design, location, size, and operating characteristics of the proposed use are incompatible with existing and planned land uses in the vicinity, specifically that would be the residential land use, that the proposed use at this location does not provide the neighborhood or city with a service or facility that will contribute greatly to its welfare. And 5, the proposed use and its operation is unduly detrimental to the general welfare of persons residing in the vicinity and property or improvements in the vicinity. And I think some of these are debatable, but I think number 5, clearly we have people who have come to say that the quiet enjoyment of their home, which they've worked, their life's work to afford and have lived the American dream here in Vista. My opinion is I shared this with the Menendez when I met with them yesterday. I told them I apologize. I would love to be on your side because you're wonderful people, but I just can't in this case because I can't imagine that we would allow something that is of this size and mass and produces this quantity of noise and which has generated this quantity of complaints from neighbors, which is a completely unusual installation for a residential neighborhood. We did not have a regulation to govern skate ramps until recently. I just know that if this was my home and I was having these frustrations, that this would really, truly bother me, and I would hope that the government would do something to help me. So for those reasons, I would offer an approval, offer a motion to approve the appeal based on the grounds that I've outlined in my letter. Is that clear enough for, yeah. Okay, we'll go now to Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for presenting this public hearing, and thank you for all the members of the public who spoke. I have a couple of questions. When this was approved, the use permit, was it just the standard expectation that we have on the books, or were there any modifications that were made by the Planning Commission?
In terms of modifications to the ramp itself? Is that what you're asking? I'm
Right,
sorry.
or time of use, right? Is this standard, the hours of operation 11 a.m. to 7 p.m.?
Yeah, it meets the requirements identified within the policy established by the council. Yes.
Okay. And I agree that this is a new regulatory component that we have. And as we saw with the development of our short-term rental ordinance, there's some workshopping and development that has had to occur there in order to ensure proper land use and peaceful enjoyment within our neighborhoods. That said, I do support people having hobbies. I think it's really important to give kids opportunities to express their athleticism, and I do believe that skateboarders are athletes, and awesome athletes at that. And so I would love to find a way to find a solution for approval if that's possible, depending on how my council feels, because I think that there's definitely some benefit to having this type of structure available for someone's personal use. But when it starts to become a type of facility that is going beyond personal use, that's where I would have concerns. So one of the questions I had was related to the condition that no business or home occupation purpose. Could you explain what home occupation purpose is?
Yeah, so the city has a home occupation permit process that allows an individual that owns a home to operate a office within that home dedicated to one room in the home. The business would be operated over the phone, email. There would be no activity coming in and out of the home associated with the business. Mm-hmm. And that's basically the home occupation, I guess, requirements.
So that's related to business activity. But does it specify that the business is for-profit or non-profit business activity, or is it just referencing any business activity?
It just references any business activity. A home occupation permit's intended to have someone provided with the ability to have a business at their home that operates in such a way as it's still a typical, traditional, single-family home. So you don't have customers coming to and from the property. You can't store excessive materials on the property. You can't have excessive parking on the property. It's supposed to operate just like a normal house. So one good example that we see frequently is tax preparers. They have an extra room in their house. They use everything on the computer. Everything's done via email, and it has no impact on the neighborhood.
Okay. And I would just want to make sure that if this were approved, and this would be my, one of my recommendations, that we're really clear that it's not for business purposes, that it is for personal use only. And that would include, charitable activities, nonprofit activities, right? Because that's organizational use. That's not personal use. And there's a lot of, a business that can occur when you're running a mentorship program, right? That are wonderful, beneficial things, but might not fit into this use permit. The second concern I had was about the date and time. Holidays, which holidays were those? I know there's different lists of holidays, right?
Yeah, so the condition reads that use of the approved skateboard ramp shall be prohibited on Sundays and holidays recognized by the City of Vista.
By the City of Vista. Okay, that's clear for me. And then I'm not sure about the time, right? 7 p.m. But I think that kind of goes back to, how does our policy fit into something that's universal, right? We're taking this as a case-by-case basis at this time because it was appealed. And so I just would be curious what people think about the time. And then the stadium seating, is our ordinance absent on the topic of stadium seating? What does it speak to regarding that? Were there any requirements for the seating?
It doesn't address that.
Okay, I'm not super favorable to stadium seating. I've heard kind of from some of the comments that this is for personal use, and we typically have like a smaller group of folks that are engaging on the ramp. And the stadium seating, I was looking at the photos, and that can fit 20, 30 people, plus more seating that I couldn't see visibly. And I feel like the seating itself, since our ordinance doesn't speak to that, that might be one of the items that I believe is outside of the use. So maybe modifying the seating to be reflective of personal use. But when you start to develop stadium seating, you're bringing in more of an audience and a larger event. So those would be my thoughts. I appreciate the discussion and would love to hear how my other council members take this item.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. I do have a few questions, but I am open to discussing the time because I do not agree with the time frames that we have set up on this. I think 7 p.m. is way too late, especially in the summertime. Even on a Saturday to go until 6 p.m. I mean, anything past 5:30 on a Monday through Friday, I think is going to be too late in the evening. My wife gets home every day at about 4:45, and I think the last thing she would want, especially in the summertime when we can enjoy 2 hours outside, is to be listening to the noise that is generated off of a skateboard ramp. And it's nothing against skateboarders or against you. It is genuinely just it's a quality of life issue for me when it's going to impact somebody's everyday life. So the hours are something that I would like to hone in a little bit. But I do have some specific questions. I don't know if one of you want to come up and address the questions I have regarding the ramp. So one, thank you for being here tonight. I know that this has been an ongoing thing for a long time. I've had the opportunity to speak with all the parties involved, but I do have some concerns over the use as far as it not being a business. Because tonight you said that you invested heavily in procuring this ramp, even to take out almost what could be considered a second mortgage. And if there's no financial gain, I want to understand why the investment in putting something in there.
Because skateboarding saved his life, and he loves it that much. He was burned when he was 4 and had a severe disfigurement and has had multiple surgeries, and went to school, and everyone made fun of him, and no one ever talked to him. And he got a skateboard and went to a skate park, and no one looked at his face. They saw a skateboarder. And he does everything he can to give back to what gave him everything he has. And he's a giver.
And I'll question our city attorney before I ask this question, because I don't even know if we're allowed to. But then if not by generating income from the skate ramp, how do you generate enough income to pay off a second mortgage on a skate ramp?
I work full-time. I have my own consulting business.
Hold on, may I ask that, city attorney, before I don't know if it's, I just want to make sure that we're not being discriminatory.
I mean, you can ask it. They're free to answer or not answer.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, so I work full-time. I have a full-time job. I work at home. I also have a business consulting, like a wellness-related business. I'm a hypnobirthing instructor. I just do various things on Zoom. My husband is a consultant, and he's flown down to Brazil regularly, helping companies get their products into Brazil. He's down there a few times a year. He also does coaching at local skate parks, sometimes the Vista Skate Park, sometimes the California Training Facility, Encinitas. He's all over the place. He even goes up to Orange County, Palm Springs. You know, at one point in time over COVID, just for full clarity and transparency, during COVID, he had a lot of people asking him for lessons. And because he wasn't able to work at that time, in order to make ends meet, he said, sure. So I modified our business license to state we were doing lessons, and I submitted an amendment to our home occupancy permit. And we were operating under, when we turned in the permit with our business license renewal and the amendment, we were told, if it's denied, you will hear from us. All I got was an email saying your business license has been approved, and I got the piece of paper in the mail, and that was it. But we learned later that the amendment to the home occupancy permit is not there. And I have a copy of the one I submitted with the date on it, but it was just a misunderstanding. And as soon as we learned that there was a problem, we stopped all business operations. It was always intended to be a temporary thing just to get us through that rough time, which it did, and I'm grateful. But it's not something I want to do on a long-term basis anyway.
Wonderful.
It's my house.
I'm glad you were able to survive that, because I know it was a very difficult time for a lot of people. So you've shared a lot of information in an email that you had sent us, and I took the time to read it, and I appreciate the information that you shared. In winter of '23, you said 40 days, which was 37% of opportunity to occupy the skate ramp. You had mentioned that during that time frame, the average session was 1 hour and 16 minutes. In the summer, 63 days, 60% of active usage time within that window, roughly 18 days, I believe, and said 2 people per and an hour and a half per session. The information that was not shared is how many sessions a day. So is it ongoing sessions nonstop?
It could be, I will say, you know, sometimes my kids will go skate for 30 minutes. That was counted. They'll have friends come over again later for another maybe hour. That was counted. Anytime, you know, then in the afternoons, many days a week, he'll have the old guys come over. That was counted. So some days 0, some days 1, some days 3. I have all the data in a spreadsheet I could send you.
And also, we don't skate every day. I'm going to be 50 years old this year. I wish I could skate every day. The maximum I can last probably is hour and a half. So, and I will try to space out. I've skated every other 2 days, or when I feel healthy.
Are there lights installed on your property?
No, well, on the property.
Well, I'm sorry, let me
But on the
rephrase
ramp,
that. Are there lights that
no.
would directly
There are
oversee
no-
the skate
all-
ramp
all
that are
we have
installed on
are
the property?
floodlights on the outside of the house that point towards the smaller ramp, which is not subject to the permit. So that can illuminate for my kids to roll around, but we usually don't skate after dark. I have little kids. We go in. I like everyone gone by 7. In the winter, it's done at 5 because it gets dark. Yeah, we used to have lights mounted on the ramp, and that was really for every once in a while they would do like a photo session at dusk, you know, just like for fun, for art. He has a lot of photographer friends that like to do that kind of thing. And it was really rare. It was hardly ever we even used them. And they were off for a long time. And so at one point we got a violation notice from the city saying you can't have lights mounted without a permit. You need to apply for one. And we just took them down because we didn't even use them.
I think that's all for right now. Thank you. And then I do have a couple questions for our city staff. So if an event were to be held and there were sponsors, would that be considered income towards the event? Or how would that be
Yes.
regulated? Yeah. So in a situation like that, what is the violation? I mean, is it a fine? Is it eventual removal? What does it look like? What are the penalties from anything that would incur?
I would defer to the city attorney on code enforcement.
So the Planning Commission's resolution had in E5 says a skateboard ramp can't be used for any business or home occupation. So they would be looking at potentially violating their conditions of the permit, which could result in a fine, suspension, or revocation, ultimately revocation of the permit.
So I guess my other question is, without having a business occupancy permit or business occupancy at their home, would they be allowed to get a special use permit to host an event on their property that would be in compliance with the city?
Yes.
I don't think so. I know in the past that there was an event on another ramp owner's property with, I believe, a temporary use permit. Is
So,
that correct for the X Games?
so Joe, I can answer that. Condition 4 right above the home business says, use of skateboard ramp structure shall not be permitted for special events held on the subject residential property unless on a case-by-case basis as approved by the Planning Commission.
So they would have to go to the commission to get a permit approved?
Correct.
Got it, okay. That's good information. I'm not going to make any amendments at the moment. I'm going to listen to the rest of the council and just see where we fall. But right now, like I'm not trying to get rid of the ramp, but I also want to be I want to try and mend these issues that are happening between two neighbors. And as much as I dislike doing that on this council, that's the reality of where we've gotten to. And so I want to look at the time structures. Like I said, I don't think that past 5:30 Monday through Friday. Most people are at work getting home around 5:30, so I think that that's a reasonable time. And then on weekends, 11 to 5 is where I would be with it. I would be open to even taking out the need for going to the Planning Commission to get a special use permit, if that's something we can do and allow maybe 1 or 2 a year, but I'm not overly concerned about that. I guess the other question I have, and this is more, what would satisfy, and I don't know if you want to come up here real quick and I'll just answer, yes, yeah. I guess my question would be, and thank you for being here tonight and submitting all the information you submitted. What is a satisfactory outcome for this?
That ramp is a magnet. As long as it's there, it attracts skateboarders. Skateboarders that don't live in the neighborhood, they don't live in the residential zone. They don't really have any investment in the zone. They come and go. They have a good time. They take their lessons. They do their training, and then they leave. So as long as the ramp is intact in the backyard, it will continue to rob me of my quality of life. My wife said that we bought this house hoping to die in it, have it be our final destination. We fell in love with the property when we saw it. We saw the ramp, which was not as big as it is now. There was not stadium seating and another ramp. We were on good terms, Evandro and I, for a couple of years until he decided to start having people over from breakfast, after breakfast till sundown every day of the week. When I approached him and asked him to be, as a neighbor, we had a neighbor conflict, and I asked him, I would rather solve this between us as neighbors. And when I had to ask him multiple times, and he gave me a story that said the city said I could run a business. I got events to hold. I got photo shoots to do, helicopters hovering over. To me, I just felt like he had no interest in being a good neighbor. And as long as that ramp is in place, it is attracting and inviting skateboard traffic, and with the permit in place, 48 hours a week, 6 days a week, available to have said skateboarders coming over 20, 30 feet from my house during daylight hours. I can't live there. We thought we were going to retire here we are going to retire in a few years. And we chose Vista and the country quiet living aspect over Oceanside, where we came from. But it's louder on Oak Drive than it is on Coast Highway. You been to Belmont Park roller coaster? You guys hear Camp Pendleton's military exercises? The ones that make your window shutter.
Just to answer the question, though. You're asking for it to be removed.
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate it. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was long-winded.
No, you're all right. I appreciate it. Okay, those are all my questions for right now, and I'm sure I'll have some others.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody who showed up to speak. Thank you, Evandro. Thank you, Tony. I have visited this property. I've actually sat in the backyard with Tony Hutchinson and had myself a cold sangria, and this was a couple years ago. And in hearing from you guys, it sounds like there was a misunderstanding on if you had a permitted business or not, and you were trying to make money to kind of support your family through COVID, and you thought you were operating a legal business, which is probably what you were basing off of. At the time I went and met with Mr. Hutchinson, there were no guidelines for your ramp. There were no oversights from the Planning Commission. There were no codes. There were no ordinances. There were no parking restrictions. So really there was no enforcement mechanism from the city. I think that you'll agree that you did have some pretty large events and there were some parking issues, and I'm sure some of your neighbors definitely had to deal with, being very inconvenienced by having events that they weren't aware of, that weren't permitted, that definitely caused issues. And at the time, when I met with Mr. Hutchinson, there were no hours of operation at all, and there were additional lights. There were people standing up on top of the ramp, banging their skateboards, which, for the record, I grew up on East Los Angeles Street, and I understand what you have here, okay? In Vista, we had a guy named Romero who lived on Lemon Avenue. And as a little boy, my brother Billy and I would go over to Romero's house and use his ramp because his mom let him build a ramp in his backyard. And that was where everybody went to skate, went to use it. My brother actually became a professional skateboarder. Billy Green, Sector 9, woohoo. So having a ramp in your community is definitely a community benefit. Even hearing from the Olympian that was like, hey, I was just in Paris in the Olympics, and the fact that Vista is part of the skate culture and Olympic culture at this point, I think is spectacular. So number one, thanks for harboring the culture of skating in Vista. As a council, we've opened a couple new skate parks over the last 8 years. We have a lot of partnerships with local skate organizations, and we're doing all we can to keep harboring that culture. The USA Olympic Training Facility is actually here in the city of Vista, which is a business. My main concern with a property like yours is running a business and affecting your neighbor's quality of life as a whole. Having constant cars, constant people show up, messing with people's way of parking and things like that, that is a huge issue. And when we first met, there was no oversight at all. As a council, we came up with some guidelines that we gave to the Planning Commission, and we referred it to the Planning Commission to come up with oversights for you. The Planning Commission's information and conditions that came up was that in order to get this approved, another thing we did as a council is we gave the two large skateboard ramps, which were yours and the other one off Maryland Drive, a window in order to come into compliance with our permitting process without acquiring a lot of fees. And your ramp, as well as the other ramp, took that opportunity to get plans drawn and come into compliance. I'm sure the plans probably cost you a good penny to actually have an architect draw plans on that. So what we did, because we didn't have anything, was we basically did grandfather your ramp in at its 2,000 square feet, which means it can never be larger. In the event it's ever going to be larger, it has to get a permit from the Planning Commission. Additionally, you're not allowed to have any special events there. So you can't have special events. In my opinion, and I agree with Deputy Mayor Melendez, having that stadium seating with like 50 people ready to like watch a skate event says we're going to have a skate event over there. And I was initially going to say, hey, if there's a way to allow, a couple events a year that are, regulated or whatever, that'd be cool. But per the Planning Commission, you're not allowed to have events, okay? So I'm fine with no events. A question I have for you guys, and if you want to come up and let me know about this, is from an insurance standpoint and as homeowners, I look at this as like a pool for your kids, okay? I have 4 kids, I have 2 grandkids, and I love skateboarding. So I look at this as, hey, this is your hobby, and you might want your kids to go to the Olympics to be skateboarders someday, which would be awesome. From an insurance standpoint, have you, I would assume, somebody said you didn't have insurance. Have you already looked at that? I mean, you're not jeopardizing your everything by having this ramp in your backyard, correct?
No, absolutely not. When we first moved in and got homeowners insurance, we told them about it, and it's covered under our policy as like an accessory structure or whatever they call.
Okay, and they don't, the size of the ramp and things like that?
No, I had let them know at the time. I'm not sure if things changed once it becomes a permitted structure, so that's something that we plan to talk to them about.
Okay. What was my other thing? So no excessive lighting was another condition of this. So I know one of the neighbors said that you had lights on your, ramp. Per this, it basically says any future lighting associated with the skateboard ramp shall be directed downward and shielded as necessary to avoid light spill onto surrounding properties. Maximum light levels on adjacent properties shall be no greater than 1 foot quarter candle. I'm sure we all know what 1 foot quarter candle is, right? But what I want to say is for the surrounding neighbors, we're trying to make something where we're not affecting your quality of life, where we're trying to, kind of hone this in where everybody can have an effective quality of life. I kind of agree 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. 6 days a week is a lot. I feel like if we did Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 5, that would be more acceptable. Friday, Saturday, 10 to 7, maybe even 10 to 5:30 I'd be fine with. But Friday, Saturday, you could go 10 to 7 with no skating on Sunday. Since it is a permitted structure and it's not like a pool or anything like that, we are allowed to put special overlays, although we kind of look at it like a play structure. I would be okay if my council would support it to changing the hours Monday through Thursday. That's when your work week is. You come home from work, you get home at 5, maybe for the last 30 minutes you hear people dropping in. And the truth is only during daylight savings time are you going to be skating after 5:30 anyways. So I would think that's going to be summertime hours or whatever. So I would want to definitely change the hours Monday through Thursday. I just think from a quality of life standpoint, that's going to, help a little bit next door. I understand he won't be, they won't be completely satisfied unless it's removed, but I'm not going to put that forward right now. What I'd like to do is you have 9 conditions that were put on you here by our Planning Commission in June. These are enforceable conditions from the Planning Commission. One of these says, noise generated by the approved skateboard shall comply with the city's noise ordinance of Vista Municipal Code, Chapter 8.32, including the applicable property line noise standards. My question for you, Joe and Mike, is what is the maximum decibel level allowed on a residential play structure for our neighbors?
So the noise ordinance reads between 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., the maximum allowance is 50 decibels, maximum 1 hour average. So that's an hour average.
So an hour steady over 50 decibels.
Within the hour, the maximum average noise level could be 50. So
okay, so it could
exceed
exceed 75 here or there.
Could be.
But if,
yes, but in an hour average, it cannot exceed 50.
Okay. So I would like to pose this to my surrounding residents who say they have sound coming into their, property for hours at a time. We have employees of the city who can regulate that. We have decibel levels. If we have to read, if there's excessive noise and they really say, hey, every day from Wednesday, 3 to 5, they're generating 100 decibels for the hours, let us check it out. That's why we have these regulations in place. So what I'd like to do is initially, when I met with Tony, there was no communication and there was no oversight. There were no guidelines, okay? Nothing for parking, nothing for hours. My goal with this and bringing this forward to the council initially, which I did because it was in my district, was to say, hey, let's address this problem between these 2 neighbors. Let's do it on the dais. Let's get some type of guidelines out here so we have some type of enforcement mechanism for quality of life in the area. I really appreciate my planning commission coming up with these 9 guidelines. I think they're great. Talks about any new things got to be maintained with health and safety standards and all that good stuff. So I really appreciate the stuff that they came up with. I'd like to give you an opportunity to comply with it. And I would like to make sure that you know the 9 planning information and conditions that were added to your temporary use permit. And I want to make sure that all the surrounding neighbors know the 9 information and conditions that were added to their planning use permit. These are the enforcement mechanisms within the city. Before we can make somebody tear down, private property, we have to have good reasoning. The other question I had was for these guys right here. You could sit down. I don't think I have any more questions for you. Once again, I appreciate you guys coming and standing before us and giving us the information. Question for you is the mayor listed 5 items. In order to support this appeal, the 5 items that he listed. Did you write all 5 of those down? You did? Okay, good. I tried, but he said them very
There
fast.
is letter that were attached to the
Yeah,
agenda
so
report.
sufficient size existing. I know that that doesn't really matter because we grandfathered it in based off of we didn't have the code before we made the size restrictions, correct? I'm asking you a question.
I know. You're asking me if the finding the mayor has written is satisfactory or not?
No, I'm asking you if I want to go through the 5 things, okay? So in order for me to agree to appeal it, which by the way, I don't think I'm going to appeal it. I definitely don't feel that I want to appeal it. I want to make sure it is in compliance 100%. If he has 5 items that makes this thing not in compliance, I'd like it to be in compliance with the exception of moving the setback from the neighbor. I don't need the ramp moved closer to Mr. Hutchinson's house. And I do want to make sure you know that's not a punitive thing by the Planning Commission. It's simply our code. We have a setback, and you know it's a 0 setback at your neighbors. It's further away from your house than your neighbors, and your neighbor's okay. So I'm not going to require that it move, but I just want to know with these 5 issues,
So-
what if these are valid that we may need to change?
Could I just offer one thought, which is that we have the right to override the 5 things that I pointed out.
Okay.
So if there's not support.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
It really doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't need to adjudicate all 5 things.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't messing anything up. If anything needs to be fixed.
We had to provide if we were going to approve the appeal.
Got you.
We have legally sufficient purpose to do so.
Okay.
That was the legally sufficient purpose. But if there's not support for the appeal.
I got you.
I think it's irrelevant.
Okay, no problem. Well, then what I would like to do is I would like to adopt Resolution 2024 denying the appeal and approving the minor use permit for skateboard ramp exceeding 6 feet in height based off this right here with 2 modifications. Number 1 is I want the hours Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. To 5:30. Number 2, Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. And I'm only saying 10 a.m. because per the Planning Commission, it is 10 a.m. on item number 6, not 11. So I'm fine with 10 a.m. To 5:30 p.m. And then I just want to specify that under no circumstances are any special events to be done at the property without the approval of the Planning Commission. Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say the requirement of the Planning Commission approval for the special events.
Already
is
says that?
included.
Fantastic. Then let's just do the one thing with the hour changes, and then I'm fine with it. And I want to make sure everybody knows that these 9 items are enforceable. We do have code enforcement. Code enforcement observes. They're not going to come knock on your door and tell you violated. You're going to get a letter in the event you are. And same thing with all these people. So just so you know, they're not the police. They observe. Yes, sir.
Do you want to include the setback change?
No, I'm not. Well, no, I
So
want
in
to
other
amend
words,
the
to
setback
allow-
change because I'm not
yes.
requiring it to be done.
So that's an amended condition as well.
That'll be a
Yeah.
amended condition.
So I apologize. The 2 things I wanted to change were the hours and the stadium seating. And I guess it is 3 things because of the 0-foot setback. So
Councilmember, could we ask just after we approve it that they get a approval from the neighbor with the 0-foot setback? I think that neighbor is okay with it, but could we
Yes.
just ask them to have a letter of approval from them?
it's 5 feet? Okay. It's at 5 feet, not 0 feet right now?
No,
Let's be clear.
incorrect. They have,
You want to approach? Sorry.
Joe, just the overhang of the ramp is almost about a foot. It's not completely 0, but the posts are 5 feet.
Okay, the post isn't 5 feet.
They
The
are
overhang
6.
is what's
They are
within a
6.
foot.
Yeah, there are 6, even more than 5.
Okay. So, and you can get me a letter saying that it's okay to leave it right there, doesn't need to be moved at all.
Yeah, I have a letter from my neighbors.
That's all I need. So yes, I like that oversight. Thank you. That's all. Okay.
thank you, yes. I want to just read back the points to make
Go
sure
right ahead,
that we're
please.
consistent. So the hours of operation Monday through Thursday would be 10 a.m. to 5:30.
Yes.
Fridays and Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Yep. None on Sunday.
Not allowed to have special events unless approved by the Planning Commission on a case-by-case basis. Remove the stadium seating
Yes.
and keep the 0-foot setback.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we proceed, is there a second to my motion? I don't see one. Okay.
So yeah, this is a substitute motion. I apologize.
No, it's okay. Well, there's not a second to my motion, so you don't even need to substitute.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you.
Your motion, if it receives a second, will be the one on the floor. I was just going to ask, as you solicit a second, would you potentially consider giving the neighbors one more day of non-use? Just throwing that out there for consideration. They have Sunday, but maybe if they had one more day during the week perhaps where they could enjoy, I'm just throwing that out there. That makes sense? Just see if anybody wants to second with that request. We'll go next to Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you, everybody who came and spoke, whether you're in favor or not in favor. Do we have the neighbor here? I believe we do. That is, we're saying we're going to grandfather in. Can you come to the mic real quick, if possible? Yeah, I wanted to see if we could just get it on the video, public record.
And you're the neighbor that has the 0-foot setback?
Yes.
Okay.
And so what would you like to know?
Yeah, if you feel comfortable, if you could just state your address and that you are in favor of the grandfathering at 0 feet.
So that would mean that they don't need to move the ramp further away from your property line?
So I'm going to state what I wrote in the letter. I think you all got the letter.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm Elizabeth Shabazi, and I live at 1248 Oak Drive, and I request that you grandfather in him not having to move the ramp. I'm okay with that.
Awesome.
It's totally fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Satisfies me.
Okay, awesome. And this is a question for Councilmember Green. Now, the modification of Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 10 to 7, keeping with the no use on Sunday. Is that just a special condition that you want for this ramp, or is this something that you are thinking we need to have updated in our code? And if so, we should probably bring that back to amend?
I feel like they should all be reviewed on a case-by-case basis, because if somebody builds a ramp that's not anywhere near anybody else's property within the city, they might be able to have set different hours. So I don't want to set hours for all ramps, but I feel like this ramp where it's located, that's more reasonable.
Okay, so just for this one?
Just for this particular one, yeah.
Awesome. I'll go ahead and second. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other requests to speak on this item, so we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And this is a motion to amend the special use permit that was adopted by the Planning Commission. We're all clear on what the...
And close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing, yes.
And thank you, Mayor, for bringing it forward to address again.
Councilmember Green, can you lock your vote? Thank you, sir. That item is approved unanimously. That's going to bring us to public hearing number 2. Our public hearing number 2 is regarding unauthorized camping and an ordinance proposed by the council. The public hearing is now open. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our city attorney, Walter Chung, will introduce this item. If you're making your way out of the chambers, please try and maintain decorum. Exit out into the chambers. Keep the doors closed, please, so we can continue our meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor, Council. So this is public hearing number 2 on the subject of unauthorized camping ordinance. This item is before you because on April 23rd, the City Council directed staff to draft an ordinance prohibiting camping within certain, certain distances.
Just a moment. Let's, if you're making your way out of the chamber, please exit the chamber and keep those doors closed for us. We can't hear the business of the council. We ask staff and deputies to please clear the outer area, ask people to take their conversations out of the building. There's plenty of room. It's a nice night out. Fred, can they hear us out there? Folks, if you would please take your conversations just outside the doors. Thank you. Okay, I think we can hear each other now. Mr. Chung, please proceed.
So we're here on this item because in the April 23rd, 2024 council hearing, the council directed the staff to draft an ordinance prohibiting camping within 2 blocks of a homeless shelter, 2 blocks of a school, and 250 yards of a play structure or recreation field if a bed is offered and refused. This direction was given while Martin v. Boise was the law in California, and before the Grants Pass decision was handed down by the Supreme Court at the end of June. So staff has drafted the ordinance as requested by City Council, and it's in your packet. The ordinance would add a section to the Vista Municipal Code, section 9.20.025. It would make camping unlawful at the locations I just specified. Abatement would occur after 24 hours of posted notice. Personal property that has any value of financial value or sentimental value or it has any usefulness would be collected and stored if it could not be taken by the people vacating the area, and would be stored at the Public Works Yard for 90 days and be able to be retrieved by these persons within the 90 days. City Council directed staff to bring this item back after the Supreme Court handed down its decision in Grants Pass in order to make sure that the ordinance complied with all then applicable laws. In other words, we didn't want to have this item to come back to council twice in the event that the Supreme Court decision contained some legalities in it that we hadn't addressed before the decision was handed down. So in June 20, as I stated, on June 28th, the Supreme Court issued its decision in Grants Pass, and it gave cities much greater latitude than many cities had expected, to be quite honest. The central issue in the case was whether Grants Pass's ordinance, which penalized homeless individuals for sleeping in public, constituted cruel and unusual punishment under the 8th Amendment. The Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, reversed the Martin v. Boise Ninth Circuit decision and said it does not violate the 8th Amendment of the United States Constitution. In effect, what the Supreme Court did is it erased the Martin v. Boise decision completely from the books. The Supreme Court did not require cities to undertake any affirmative action, for example, offering service or shelters, before enforcing a no camping restriction. So, again, another event happened before we came back today. On July 25th, Governor Newsom issued Executive Order number N-124, which directed state agencies to remove homeless encampments within the state's jurisdiction and encouraged all local agencies to do the same. So paragraph 3 of the executive order states, quote, local governments are encouraged to adopt policies consistent with this order and to use all available resources and infrastructure, including resources provided by the state's historic investments in housing and intervention programs when appropriate and available. And so with that, I would note that the city of Vista has had a total ban on camping on public property since 1968. The City Council in December of 1968 enacted in its Vista Municipal Code a total ban on camping on public property. So following the Grants Pass decision with the Supreme Court finding that citing homeless people did not violate the 8th Amendment and imposing no affirmative responsibilities on the city before issuing a citation, it does make the city's total ban that was enacted in 1968 valid again. The city could cite under that. So the ordinance as directed to be drafted is now somewhat inconsistent with the total ban, because the ordinance as directed to be drafted by the City Council in April is a limited ban. And so if the city has a total ban on the books, the limited ban would be inconsistent with the total ban. So the city has also offered a resolution that would direct the city manager and the city attorney, city prosecutor to enforce the total ban, but at the same time offering services that we have been offering for the last 4 years when available to. So again, outreach, shelter, services. And so, they're basically at the end of this, there's 2 options for the council: either adopt the ordinance as directed or potentially adopt the resolution that's in the packet also. So Imelda Huerta and Jonathan Lung will also present a little bit on how we do enforcement currently.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the City Council. Imelda Huerta, Assistant City Manager, here with Jonathan Lung, our Homeless Services Program Manager. So a bit about our current abatement process on public property. Right now, our community improvement team, or it could be public works staff or other staff, will post an encampment. They'll give 72-hour notice for it to be abated. There are some situations where there is immediate removal, and those situations are typically if it's posing a health or safety risk or blocking access. Some examples are there was a public cul-de-sac here in the city of Vista, and there were some individuals that had belongings in the middle of the street or blocking the sidewalk. There were individuals laying in the street, so that would be a health and safety risk and also blocking access. So those kinds of situations, we would contact our COPS deputies and outreach workers and make sure that we remove in a safe and immediate manner. Additionally, each time the team posts, the outreach workers are notified, COPS deputies, public works staff, code enforcement staff, and other staff. I'll defer to Jonathan Lunk to talk more about our outreach efforts.
Thank you, Imelda. So as Ms. Huerta mentioned, anytime there is a notice of property removal posted on the public right-of-ways, social workers are contacted and they will attempt to outreach if there are clients there on site. As the city attorney also mentioned previously, the city's current process for encampment abatement also dictates that personal property stored during posted encampment cleanups are held at the public works yard for property owners to claim. Items that appear to have monetary or sentimental value or may be considered irreplaceable are always stored, which may include photos, religious items, money, or any type of identification. Items that are unsanitary, verminous, perishable, drug paraphernalia, narcotics, alcohol, or weapons are discarded. But it is important to note that anytime there is any notice of cleanup posted, there are social workers that are contacted and they will attempt outreach.
With that, we are happy to answer any questions.
Okay, and I'd like to hear from Sergeant Boyce, no, I'm sorry, excuse me, Captain Boyce. So if he could come out, we'll have some questions for him. I don't know if Sergeant Longfellow is here, but before we do that, let's hear from two public speakers. We have Holly Herring, followed by Speaker Martinez on Zoom.
Hello, I'm Holly Herring. I feel like I took the long way around today. That took unusually long. I'm here with the same opinion that I have when we brought this up in April. I'm not for an encampment ban. I realize we've had it for a very long time. I'm not in support of what the governor actually released as well. But I am practicing gratitude. This is something that is helping me stay sane lately. Practicing gratitude. Vista has done a lot for homelessness in the last few years, a lot more than it did in the 2 decades prior. A lot of progress has been made. You have a really good eviction prevention program, rental assistance that's operating. Deputy Mayor Melendez got that $5 million for a shelter, a low barrier shelter, which was needed. And we had another thing. Oh, inclusionary housing. We needed the inclusionary housing ordinance back. So I'm really grateful that we are making strides towards resolving homelessness and preventing homelessness. But clearing encampments is like putting the cart before the horse. Our current circumstances with homelessness are that we have a crisis. We have far more people than we have resources. I feel it's unfair to be clearing encampments without having a robust system. And while we're getting there, and I'm grateful that we're making great progress, I don't think it's right just because we can doesn't mean we should necessarily sweep encampments and start enforcement without having a robust housing offering, supportive housing, permanent options. So that's ultimately why I'm still against the bans.
Now we'll go to a speaker on Zoom, name of Martinez. Zoom caller, can you hear us? Of Mr. or Mr. Martinez on Zoom, are you there? Martinez on Zoom. Okay.
I'm sorry, it was a mistake.
Okay, please go ahead.
I'm so sorry, it was a mistake. I wasn't mean to.
Oh, no
participate.
problem.
I'm so sorry.
That's fine. Okay, we'll close the opportunity for public comment on this item. So today I was at Starbucks on Hacienda, and I met Justin, a 30-year-old man who was living in the trash enclosure just minutes before EDCO came to empty the trash bin. EDCO will not empty the trash bin if there are human beings present underneath the bin. They cannot pick it up on their truck and then set it back down safely, so they just won't empty it. It's a major interruption to business. I asked Justin personally, I shook his hand and I introduced myself and gave him my business card. And I asked Justin if he would like to go to the shelter, if he would come have a sandwich, meet the people at the shelter, and consider staying. I told him if he didn't want to stay, that we would bring him back. He then proceeded to tell me that he was a world-famous rap star who owned multiple homes, and also told our outreach personnel that he was Jesus Christ. Our discussion afterwards was that this is a classic example of narcotic-induced psychosis. I met two other people, Tim and Aubrey. They're at Starbucks who wanted to get some help. They were very hungry, and the presence of our cops deputies encouraged them to say yes to the help that our outreach team was offering. We have a lot of people. This is not about not caring for people that live on our streets. It's exactly the opposite. It's about caring for them. It's about treating them like they are the children of our community, and that we do care for and love them. Because if we did love them, then we wouldn't leave them to die from a drug-induced psychosis and narcotic or fentanyl, heroin, methamphetamine addiction. It's time for us to do something. Since 1968, the people of Vista have had a very comprehensive ban on encampments, which in its definition includes sleeping, preparing to sleep. And so we've talked about sleeping in the parks. We've talked about people who are passed out in a drug coma in Wildwood Park. It's time for it to stop. Our parks are for our children, our families. The current law already is strong enough. After the Grants Pass decision from the Supreme Court, we don't need a new law. What we need, and what I'm asking this council to do tonight, is to reaffirm the law that's been the law of this city since 1968. It's a common sense law. It's there for a reason. It's worked for us all of these decades, and I'm asking us to give a strong message to the city manager, to our city attorney, to our city prosecutor's office, to our cops deputies, to our outreach workers, to all of the members of the community that living outside unlawfully, addicted to drugs, suffering and dying from mental illness is not going to be tolerated. Time and time again, when I talk to Pete, who's the chief on-site at our Winnie Creek Navigation Center, he's the deputy executive director, he said, you know, Mayor, we just really need more pressure for these people to say yes to the help that we're offering. When I talked to Donnie D., who's the executive director of the San Diego Rescue Mission, when we had our mayor's symposium on homelessness about a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, this was one of the topics that came up, is that right now, and what happened today at Starbucks is that Justin went off on his way. He ultimately didn't want to accept our help. We have an outreach team of 12 cops deputies who focus on working with homeless persons. We have a team of nearly 12 individuals that includes outreach workers, benefits enrollment counselors, case managers, housing navigators, assistants to housing navigators, who are out talking to the 170 unsheltered people living on the streets of Vista every single day. They've had more than 20 separate conversations with some of the people living on our streets. The problem is, we know through now more than 4 years of experience that 96% of the time, and this is what I saw today, services are declined because the people who are unsheltered are not mentally well enough because of substance abuse disorder or severe mental illness to accept the help that we're offering. We need to use law enforcement. We need to continue to offer. I am personally committed, and I believe that this council is committed to offering shelter to every person who wants it. If you want to get off the streets, if you want drug rehab, if you want the opportunity to get clean and sober, if you want to fix your life, we should be there to offer that hand up. But continuing to enable people's behavior, acting as if somehow it's virtuous to allow people to live and die on our streets, when frequently this council receives notification from the sheriff's department that a body's been found, someone has died on our streets of overdose. When parents call us and beg us, sometimes scream at us, sometimes cry with us, and ask us to help their kids. So I'm asking something very simple of this council, which is redouble our message to our staff, redouble our message to the sheriff, to the sheriff's department, the deputies, to the district attorney, and ask every level of government to simply enforce our laws again. We have not prosecuted a misdemeanor case associated with unlawful camping since the pandemic began. We took a posture that was supported by the CDC and Governor Newsom at the time. It was a mistake. But now even the governor has reversed course, saying while he picked up trash in a homeless encampment, quote, "I want to see results," Newsom told reporters on Thursday of last week. "I don't want to read about them. I don't want to see the data. I want to see it." He's frustrated with good reason. Now, I've communicated several times recently with the governor's office, and I've asked them to provide us more funding for state hospitals. The state hospital system for the mentally ill needs to be fully funded again. We need more funding at the state level for special treatment. That's conservatorship. We used to have 1,285 people in conservatorship in San Diego County. Now we have only 380 in a county of 3.3 million people. We have, for some reason, stopped using compulsory process and involuntary treatment because we became concerned that it wasn't the compassionate way to treat people who were suffering mental illness and drug addiction. That was a mistake. When someone is too sick to realize that they're sick or that they would benefit from treatment, the humane, the moral, the just thing to do is to help that person out of that circumstance. We need to reclaim our posture as a community of law and order. We need to lead the way in this county in enforcing our laws. So I'm asking the council to adopt the resolution that's been drafted that asks staff to enforce our current camping ban, that also asks that whenever possible, that shelter be offered and resources be made available. And I would also further add, we always want to have our outreach team available to council, to offer services every time that we perform a cleanup. But it's time for us to be aggressive as a city and clean our city up for the children, the families, the students, the teachers. I went to Sacramento on behalf of the kids at Bellamenti Academy. The teachers asked me to go. They said they were cleaning feces off the front steps of the school every single day. That's wrong. That should not happen in our community. So please join me in taking decisive action and sending a strong message to our staff and the entire community about how we stand when it comes to upholding the law in Vista. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to our staff and members of the public who spoke tonight. I appreciate all the research that was done by the City Attorney's Office as we were preparing for the Supreme Court ruling. And it sounds like the initial policy change that we were considering adopting might be less relevant at this time. And so I believe it is reasonable to enforce our current laws as they stand. However, to be effective in addressing homelessness, we can't just move people around from place to place. We see what happens in other cities where they adopt strict enforcement and people on the street are moved from one block to the next, being told, you can't camp here, you can't camp there, you can't camp anywhere. But what is effective in addressing homelessness is a lot of the initiatives that the city of Vista has been moving forward with, and our council should be proud of the progress. Our city should be confident that we're addressing the problem. It's things like permanent supportive housing, rental assistance, and eviction prevention for families. And it is mental health services for the everyday, not just in those crisis moments. So more of those resources are needed. And thank you, Mayor, for advocating for funding for facilities. I believe if we are to enforce our current law, it's still insufficient. We have the state of California who is implementing through the county's care court, which is compulsory treatment for people who have ongoing behavioral health challenges and damages and disabilities from a life on the street. And I have been a vocal critic of care court because the initial programs were implemented with very little housing and sheltering resources available. People need to live somewhere. And right now, people are living on the street. But the more we can come together and provide resources for our neighbors so that they can fully recover, rehabilitate, and become functional, healthy, well-adjusted members of our community once again, just like we're doing at our newly opened Navigation Center, our homeless shelter here in Vista. If we continue to provide the basic material needs for people to survive, which is shelter, we are going to respond to this humanitarian issue and have a safer, cleaner city. So I am supportive of the resolution that's before me tonight because I see an inclusion that references all of the resources that our council and our city staff have been able to bring in for our community. We have appropriated almost $16 million in services in the last 4 or so years for homelessness. And a lot of that money is state grant funding, right? It's not necessarily from our own coffers. It's because the city of Vista takes opportunities to develop programs such that we are awarded funds and we're able to do more for our community. And that's why I think the combination of working with our enforcement side for when there's safety and health related reasons to clear an encampment, and working with our services side, which will provide the real solution, which will be housing of all types, right? That type of housing and facility that's available for people who would be eligible for care court, right? That high acuity hospital-like setting for people. We need more of those facilities. We need more high acuity settings, and I would join the mayor in advocating for funding for those types of settings. We also need more affordable housing in our community in general, because folks can easily become displaced and have nowhere to go. And we want to continue to invest in public housing and permanent supportive housing, which are the most effective solution for resolving homelessness. I would like, as much as possible, to prevent placing people experiencing homelessness in jail. And in speaking with our county sheriff, Kelly Martinez, that is not a viable option for the resources that we have regionally. There are higher criminal issues that will result in placement in our local jails. But for folks that are sleeping outside and committing the crime of camping, let us first try to intervene and provide housing. So, as the resolution says, in conjunction with enforcing the city's ban on camping on public property, the city council directs the city manager and the city prosecutor to continue to offer services, resources, and/or shelter to unsheltered persons when the resources are available, as it has been since March 2020, when the City of Vista established our strategic plan to address homelessness. And in this item, it's very clear that the buck stops with us. Our council needs to continue to advocate for more resources, which we are absolutely doing, so that those resources can be available to offer. And then we also must work with our city manager, because the boots on the ground that are providing those interventions and providing the enforcement, those are going to be our city staff and our contracted deputies. So I wanted to check in with the city manager as we're preparing to approve this item. What does it mean for you to provide services in conjunction with enforcing the city's ordinance that has been on our books since 1968?
So as the staff presented earlier, we would offer services prior to any enforcement activity.
Okay. And do you believe that these services, where it states in conjunction with enforcement, are those being offered before enforcement? Are they being offered at the same time as enforcement? What would that look like for our staff?
So I'm going to allow Jonathan to explain how they do that. Yeah, absolutely. So the first instance of service, of course, would be street outreach. As deputies or community improvement team members are engaging with unsheltered residents, they would be accompanied by social outreach workers and then go through the entire continuum of care of services that the city has available, such as the BCNC home share program that's coming up and any other programs that are in place.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that gives me a lot of confidence to know that this resolution will be giving the direction I hope it's giving to our staff. I would be very concerned if we provided enforcement without also administering the extensive services that we have acquired for our community, right? So this resolution ensures that our community is getting those resources in conjunction with enforcement. And that enforcement will occur, as that is the law. So I would support this item. Did you make a motion, Mayor? Yes. I would second that to support this resolution, and I appreciate hearing from my council.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. I'm just out of curiosity, because I actually agree with the mayor and the deputy mayor, but are there any instances in which a total ban has worked anywhere in the United States to actually curb or lower the amount of individuals living without shelter?
I don't know any off the top of my head. I know there was one city in the state of Texas, I believe may have been Austin, about to follow up, but there was a pretty effective program there that we can look into.
We can definitely report back on that to the city council.
Under the current resolution we have in front of us, as far as the ability to make sure people are not sleeping near schools, parks, play structures, or anything of the such, this would still allow us to, while offering services, still remove them from those areas?
I would defer to the city attorney on that question.
It wouldn't be inclusive of all those areas, because this ban is a total ban on all public property.
Okay. Does this in any way allow, and maybe the deputies can answer, but city attorney, you probably can answer this. I know right now there's a very specific section of my district where it is butted up against county, Caltrans, City of Vista. And there are individuals that when they're removed from one piece of property or parcel, they just go to the next, and then they go to the next. And then as each time they move, it's just a different set of, is there anything that would allow us to make sure that that doesn't take place, or there's a safeguard or safe rail around that?
I could say that we do have coordinated outreach with Caltrans every Tuesday and Friday, so we always make sure that we're approaching areas that share a border at the same time, so we're coordinating efforts.
Thank you.
To add to what Jonathan was saying, we also have certain areas in the city where we have signs, where we have cleanup Tuesdays and Fridays or Wednesdays and Saturdays in certain areas.
No, I understand. Listen, I do not want to criminalize homelessness. I understand that there are people that really do get down hard on their luck, and sometimes coping is done through mechanisms that actually just inhibit a greater downfall. The mayor brought up a point that I actually do truly agree with. Leaving people that are addicted on the streets without being able to get them the services they need isn't a benefit to them. And I don't think it's inhumane to try and make sure that we can get people services that they need, especially for addiction or mental health issues, as long as we have those services available to them. But leaving them out on the street is not benefiting them. And I don't know if anybody in this room has ever gotten a phone call in the middle of the night having to drive to the hospital to identify somebody, but I have. And it is not a pleasant feeling. It is not something I would ever wish any family or relative or friend to go through. So I'm glad to see that we have something in place to try and limit that. And I'm going to say that there are. I don't know is the state even providing funding for any of this, or are they just saying that we should, hey, get into gear and start working on it?
So there is encampment resolution funding available. Right now, the City of Vista's application for ERF Round 3 is being reviewed, and we should hear back sometime in September.
Are they providing any additional funding for either addiction services or mental health services?
Not specifically, it's primarily for outreach services, housing navigation, those sorts of things. There is Prop 1 funding that has been available now. The city isn't applying it directly, but some of its partners are.
Okay. Yep, all right, that's all I got for right now. I appreciate your work on this, and I appreciate the resolution coming forward.
Councilmember Contreras.
All right, I have a few questions. First of all, what constitutes camping? I don't know who wants to answer that one.
I'll defer to the
all
city
of you
attorney.
can answer it if you want.
The definition of camping is actually in section 9.2020B, and I don't have that. No, that's a different one. It's if you give me a minute, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, I think it's important for us to talk about that and illuminate that for the public, have it on our public record in a spoken way.
Councilman, if you go on, and I'll bring it up.
Sure. Okay, so we are looking at only public camping, right? This, if there's camping on private property, this does not address that. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we do have the definition of camp.
I actually have it right here.
All right, let's hear it.
So the definition of camp is in Vista Municipal Code section 9.20.020A, and it states, for the purpose of this article, the term quote-unquote camp means the use of public property for living accommodation purposes, such as sleeping activities or preparations to sleep, including the laying down of bedding for the purpose of sleeping, or storing personal belongings, including but not limited to clothing, sleeping bags, bedrolls, blankets, sheets, luggage, backpacks, kitchen utensils, cookware, and similar material, or making any fire or using any tents or other structure for sleeping or carrying on cooking activities or living in a parked vehicle. These activities constitute camping when it reasonably appears, in light of all the circumstances, that the participants in conducting these activities are in fact using the area as a living accommodation, regardless of the intent of the participants or the nature of any other activities in which they may also be engaging. This section does not prohibit persons from using blankets to picnic, period.
Okay, I would say that we need to update that section of the municipal code. I feel that it is completely insufficient. I feel that there is no temporal part of it outside of a picnic. And for example, you know, if individuals were in a park and they're being approached, could they simply just say, we are picnicking?
They could, and it would be the person or the deputy or the code enforcement officer would use all information available to that person, and if they reasonably believe, or an objectively reasonable person believes that they are just picnicking, then it would not constitute camping.
Okay, and if an individual were in a park and rolling out a mat to lay down, even if it's only for a 10-minute nap, that possibly could be no camping under this definition. Is that correct?
It could, under the circumstances. Again, we would use, what the law would require us to use is the objective reasonable test.
And can you explain a little bit more about what that is?
So the law is trying to take the subjective determination out. So we're trying to use an average person viewing the circumstances, an average person viewing all the circumstances in light of that, what would they decide is happening in front of them? So it's basically trying to make it standardized. So that it's an average person looking at all looking at it in totality. What are they seeing? What are they perceiving?
Okay. Are there cities out there that have a definition of what constitutes camping or a camp that also have a temporal description of, cannot exceed 3 hours or anything like that when it comes to sleeping? I'm afraid that we're getting really close to criminalizing folks that are just sleeping.
I have not seen one, but I haven't surveyed, a lot of cities. But the ones I've seen in California generally conform to what the Vista Municipal Code has.
But it wouldn't be unreasonable to add some kind of temporal clarification.
It would not be unreasonable, no. If you're trying to provide clarification to the definition, I would find it not unreasonable.
Well, I would only move forward with an approval if we had more specific clarification. I'm also concerned that the current Supreme Court that we have is undermining people's civil liberties as we have seen some terrible decisions. But I also understand that on the public side, there's a public safety component. However, we're going to kid ourselves if we think that this is actually going to resolve what people may not want to see, which is the chronic caricature, right? The chronic homelessness. And I'm also afraid that the progress that we have made in outreach and the successes that we've seen could be in jeopardy because of something like this without really providing clarity. Is there a fine associated, a citation associated with this?
It is it's a general penalty clause of our Vista Municipal Code, so it's potentially, it can be charged as either an infraction or a misdemeanor. The misdemeanor can carry up to a $1,000 fine and or 6 months in jail.
Okay. What about the infraction?
The infraction is just a citation.
And how much is that?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I don't recall having a monetary amount involved with the infraction.
Okay.
I believe it's $125 for the first one.
Okay, that's, per the code, so 125 would be
And then it would go up.
to 250,
250, 500.
And does that go up every time that there's an infraction? Is it for a specific site? Does the infraction start over if it's on a different location? Can someone explain that to me?
So I believe the first one is 125, and if it happens again within a certain time frame, it goes to 250 and then 500. I believe that's correct. And then after that, it's at the higher amount if it continues to occur.
But to be clear,
Mr. Long, have
admin
we
side.
had any type of interaction with unsheltered individuals that you're aware of where we've issued these types of citations? Not to my knowledge in the last 4 years, since the
Right.
adoption of the plan.
It's typically on private property. On public property, I'd have to defer to Captain Boyce, but I'm not aware of any citations that we have issued for public.
And is that because we weren't enforcing our camping ban?
So since March of 2020, we haven't really been enforcing the camping ban. And that was just a kind of two reasons. One, the CDC guidelines told us not to break up encampments to stop, so as not to spread the COVID. And two, the courts were closed. And then when the courts reopened, the Constitution requires them to have guarantee speedy trials for felonies. So they were not accepting misdemeanors or infraction type complaints.
Okay. Other question. Do you find citations, infractions, misdemeanors, do those affect a person's ability to obtain housing?
I don't think we could say it doesn't at all. I think it certainly would, just at different levels, of course, and with different effects depending on the individual.
Okay. So in the case of, trying, that we're saying we're trying to help an individual, however, it does seem like there's still harm attached to this method of trying. So that's just a comment that I have. And for folks that are experiencing homelessness and that have infraction or infractions or a misdemeanor or misdemeanors, what services do we provide to help those folks?
Homeless court is generally the best avenue for those individuals who are justice involved. We'll refer them to homeless court program. We also have occasional homeless court pop-up events that we've hosted in the city of Vista as well, for which we provide a letter of appreciation for NZTD earlier in the meeting. And it's through, generally with outreach programs and case managers that will refer them to that program.
Okay,
but with the
so
pop-up events, they could access that program on site.
right, if people have transportation, they can access that. I think that if we're going to move forward and we truly do want to help people, if we enact the law that we've always had, seems like always for me because it's 1968 and I'm 36, but that we've had since 1968, I really think that we could be committing some harm if we are not addressing some of these issues. I think a referral is not enough. I think that we need to do more than just refer someone to those services. The pop-up event was great. Some people may not want to wait a whole year for an event to come forward because they may want to get into housing and they can't simply because they already had no place to live. So, if my council were in agreement that we should really put a temporal clarification on the sleeping, because I'm afraid that someone might just be sleeping and they may be harassed, because it is harassment to ask someone who is just sleeping for, an hour or so, hey, you're going to be subject to a citation, an infraction, or misdemeanor. I think that constitutes harassment. So I really would love to see in a future agenda that we add some clarification to the section, I can't remember what it is, but the section that the city attorney read of our definition of camping. And I also want to ensure that we are going to provide services to help folks that end up being harmed and unable to obtain permanent housing, which is what we want for folks, because they have an infraction, infractions, misdemeanor, misdemeanors. So if we can agree that we are going to add that latter part to our strategic plan to address homelessness, And we can agree that we will bring back a discussion to clarify and add just that little bit more of clarity, I think, is needed in the definition of what it is to camp. Then I would be in favor of just re-implementing this ordinance. Without that, I cannot do that. There are just too many questions and too many ways for folks who are already hurting to continue to be hurt. And we have seen historic low rates of crime here in Vista. So you can't tell me that this is producing a ton of crime in our community. So I would love to see that from my council. I would hope that you would all chime in on that, and I will feel much better about pressing my yes button.
The council may be also interested to know, if I may, the City of Vista has entered into a memorandum of understanding with the District Attorney's Office for the Clean Plates program, which allows the city to defer certain minor parking violations and citations and the fees associated with them if they are making progress with their justice involved case with the District Attorney's Office.
Councilmember Green.
All right, I just want to make sure I'm clear. You're asking us to basically approve this as is, enforcing the laws as stated, with the understanding that you're going to bring back a discussion item that we can all talk about, possibly amending the definition of what camping is in our municipal code. I'm excited for you to bring the discussion item up. I can hardly wait. So I'm totally good to discuss that. I think that if we had a couple hours, sleep for a couple hours, everybody, we won't fine you. So totally good with that. I like it. Call for the vote. Happy Tuesday.
So I also wanted to point out that the governor is making clear that encampment resolution funding and other types of funding that are being offered to the city may be at jeopardy. He's made multiple public statements in the last week to this effect, that if we don't clean up our encampments, our funding could be at stake. If misdemeanor enforcement was discussed a little bit here, I want to be clear that what I'm calling for is for our deputies and code enforcement officers, or should I say code enforcement officers and deputies, to be issuing citations for these violations. Because we don't have enough code enforcement deputies, or code enforcement officers rather, to catch up with the number of violations we have. If we're serious about eliminating encampments, then we need to use all of the law enforcement tools that we have. And with this issue about does a misdemeanor on your record make it more difficult to obtain housing, I think there's no question that it does make it more difficult. I would certainly stipulate to that. I think everybody would. But what's missed in that question is that we really don't want to, fine anybody. It's ridiculous. The idea of putting $100 or $1,000, any amount of fine on a person who clearly has no home. That's a ludicrous way to encourage them to do something good for themselves or the community. What we want is we want to be able to sit them down across the table from our city prosecutor, and we want to make clear that we want them to voluntarily stipulate and enter into a treatment program, voluntarily work with our shelter, and work with our housing navigators so that we can help them obtain permanent housing. And as we have done for so many decades in the drug court model, if they work proactively and they make progress towards becoming housed and becoming productive again, then the criminal proceeding against them is dismissed entirely. No record whatsoever of that proceeding. No jail time, no fine. But without jail time as one of the possible options, so that we can ask people to enter into a diversionary treatment program, we are taking a major tool off the table. So to be very clear, the resolution that we're adopting is asking that we go back to the regular order of enforcing the law that we saw prior to the pandemic, where we did, through our city prosecutor's office, prosecute quite a number of misdemeanor charges. And this resolution is directing staff and the city prosecutor to return to that status of enforcement, to that law enforcement posture. It is my personal desire that we don't fine anybody, because I don't see fines as a relevant or useful method of correcting behavior from a person who has absolutely no money. I'm not trying to create a criminal record for people either. That's not the point. The point is to have an opportunity. We would love to use conservatorship, a civil, not a criminal, civil process. We would love to have access to the courts, to a civil process that would help us get people the help that they need. But as a last worst option, to have the criminal process and the criminal justice system as a motive when you're being charged with a crime like defecation in public urination, blocking the sidewalk, trespassing, theft, any one of a number of crimes that accompanies the lifestyle of living in an encampment. When we preserve the option to press somebody with a misdemeanor crime that carries with it 6 months in jail, and then we look at them and we say, we do not want to send you to jail. We want to get you some help. So we're asking you to voluntarily get that help and utilize the services that we're offering. If you do it successfully, the criminal charges go away entirely. That has to be an option, and that's what this resolution restores, is the regular order that we had before, which is why, even though it's not changing the letter of the law of our statute, our ordinance, it is so vital that we return to enforcing our laws again. We should talk maybe in another conversation about enforcing camping bans on private property and make sure that we know what our posture is there. With regard to this conversation about sleeping in the parks, it's been illegal to sleep in the park since 1968. And as I've said before, that's okay with me. As much as I might like to take a nice nap in the sunshine, I'm okay giving up that privilege of citizenship in the city if it means that we are able to not tolerate somebody passed out in a heroin coma, literally maybe 20 feet away from where kids are playing and their mothers are pushing them on the playground equipment. And this is not a hypothetical. This is real situations that I've encountered in our parks where we've got mothers pushing young children on the swings, and they're looking constantly out of the corner of their eye at somebody who's passed out in a drug coma in the corner of the park, somebody who's taking a bath in the restroom that was intended for their 4-year-old daughter to use. That's not okay. Not when we have provided mobile shower facilities. Not when we have provided the Buena Creek Navigation Center that has showers. Not when we've provided a number of facilities that if they would say yes to their use, they have the ability to get a good night's sleep and to get a shower. I will continue to join you in making these resources available such that any person that wants a place to take a nap can have a warm, safe place where they're not afraid of being attacked. Aubrey, who I talked to today, described being repeatedly raped in the encampments. Who stands up for her? In the encampment, she told me that she drinks a bottle of Jack Daniels and she forgets about being raped, but it was constantly with her and it was in her mind. She wanted everybody to know that she didn't volunteer to be raped, but that it was a way of life in the encampment. Nobody should live being raped daily, and that is the circumstance for nearly every woman that lives in the encampments. And any of our deputies that work in our encampments and any of the people that I've talked to that are female will tell you that that is the daily condition, because there is no law in these encampments. This is a reality. This is not an exaggeration. Ask any deputy. Ask any of the people that live in these encampments. Rape is a constant, and it should not be
I'd like to make a point of order. We have a lot of
speaking.
children here.
Yes, and we need to protect those children.
Okay,
Which
let's
is why
go
we
for
need
the
to take
vote.
action and not allow people to sleep in our parks. Please don't interrupt other speakers of the council. Please maintain decorum.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
That we have children here, and this has gone beyond.
Yes, it has gone beyond. Allowing people to sleep on the front door of their schools has gone beyond. Making their teachers clean feces off the front door of their schools has gone beyond. When will we stand up for the children in our community? You're afraid of offending them with a word. I'm afraid of offending them with actions that play out in front of them every single day. You think you're the only one that cares about the children? We all care about the children. Anybody else want to be heard on this item? We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. If there are any other members of the council that are in the building that would like to vote on this item, any other members of the council would like to vote on this item? Can we close the vote? Councilmember Contreras, would you like to vote on this item?
You can go ahead.
Okay, we will enter you as an abstention. In the record, this item is approved with 4 votes in favor and 1 vote abstaining. That'll take us to item D1, our first discussion item tonight. It regards options for adding pickleball courts. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Recreation and Community Services Director, Mike Pacheco, will introduce the item.
Good evening, City Council. Mike Pacheco, Recreation Community Services Director. Item we have before you tonight is to provide direction to staff regarding pickleball courts in the city. The background, the recent Sports and Fitness Industry Association's report on nationwide participation. You can see we've got basketball at the top, second place tennis at 23.8 million. Pickleball is now in this top 5 list as well. They're 13 million nationwide. This chart here just kind of shows kind of the surrounding cities, how we kind of stack up against other courts. For tennis courts, you can see we're pretty far behind other cities. Pickleball courts are actually kind of leading the rest of the cities with having dedicated courts and lighted courts. Carlsbad has 6 dedicated and lighted courts. They're pretty far, like really far west, like right off the 5. So they're kind of hard for people to get to. Melba Bishop in Oceanside has 11, which are also dedicated and lighted. But the biggest, most peak time is Monday through Friday in the mornings up till noon, and you have to pay $3 there. So there is also, it's a little bit challenging for folks to get up to those courts. They're pretty far up off the 76. San Marcos, they do have 4 courts dedicated, no lights, and then another 4 where you have to bring your own net. So it's not as ideal for what pickleball players like to kind of already have dedicated courts there. Escondido does not have any dedicated courts yet, but this other side here shows that there is some relief coming to some of the pickleball woes here. We've got 8 coming up in Carlsbad in a couple of years. Next summer, there's 8 coming for Escondido finally, and Oceanside will have 12 in El Corazon eventually as well. And San Marcos, I know there's 4 coming in the old Restaurant Row development. There's another new park, and I don't think they've determined how many new courts will go into to that other project. Just wanted to show you some of the reports that were in the packet. This is from Placer AI, which uses location intelligence and foot traffic data So this is analyzing anonymized location data from mobile devices, meaning we don't know anything about the people that are, we're tracking. We're not tracking them, so hopefully nobody thinks this is any kind of Big Brother moment here. But we use this in the city to help understand economic trends, try to attract new businesses. And the business world uses this all the time. It helps, understand the customer behavior and optimize, where stores can go. So if you look at this chart, it breaks it down by visits and visitors. So if you take the number of visitors, so for instance, for tennis players, there's 4.9. If you take it times the frequency visited, they have 2.61, you're gonna get almost 13,000 visits. So you'll see compared to pickleball players, they're frequently going to the pickleball court 6.5 times. So that brings their visits this is the past year from July 1st through June 30th to 20,000 visits. The average dwell time is a little bit more, about 20 minutes longer. And you can kind of see this next chart I have kind of gives it the last 4 years of trajectory. And tennis kind of had a little bit of a lull at the beginning of COVID. And then the last couple of years has come back up 34 and 55.5%. So you can again see 2021, courts 4.6 for pickleball, court usage for tennis 11.5, and now things have gone up and down. This is kind of the breakdown from the reports based on usage by residents, non-residents. So taking in the Vista residents, less than half are residents, about 45% on average. Thibodaux has a lot less Vista residents using the courts, only at 30%. And then just comparatively looking at the two dedicated pickleball courts nearby with Carlsbad and Melba Bishop, less than 3.5 at Poinsettia and 5.6 over at Melba Bishop. So we're not many Vistans going to other cities to play. Just to recap our recent Parks and Rec Commission meeting on July 22nd, they supported option 3, which was to convert court number 5 to courts and then construct a new standalone tennis court over by the basketball courts. During this meeting, we received numerous public comments regarding increased pickleball usage and tennis usage in the city, and there's also some discussion about some issues at Thibodaux Park. Again, the item for you tonight is to provide us direction to staff regarding pickleball courts in the city. And I'm available for any questions.
Councilmember Contreras. Oh, I'm sorry, we have speakers. We have a speaker by the name of Landy, followed by Gary Duffield. Is it Reed or Real or Ree, Landy? I can't make out the last 2 letters. Rich Landy, followed by Gary Duffield, followed by Jason Tingling. Oh, very good, I'm sorry. Mr. Duffield.
Good evening, thank you. It's nice to speak early on again. We're here tonight to encourage and support the council decision to immediately convert Ringel Terrace Park tennis court number 5 to 4 pickleball courts. And when I say we, I'd like everybody, if they could, to raise their hand if they're here for pickleball. I know they've waited a lot, but they're used to that because they have to wait for time to play. Okay, as background regarding pickleball, it began in 1965, that's 59 years ago, in a Washington State backyard. It's a game played with a paddle, a ball, a lined court with a net, and usually 4 players, sometimes 2. Usually the younger ones play 2. 4 pickleball courts fit in 1 tennis court. Vista made 4 courts at Thibodaux Park and 4 courts at Ringel Terrace in 2019, 5 years ago. Vista has regularly unused tennis courts, and 4 or more pickleball courts can easily be created. Pickleball has grown from a backyard family sport to become the fastest growing, largest recreational sport played by all ages in America. There's a National Association for Pickleball, and there's now a professional pickleball league, and you can watch a lot of pickleball on TV now. At Bringle Terrace, we have players aged from 13 to 91. It's become especially popular with men and women 50 and older, but those younger have also discovered the game, especially those who are working and play then when they get off work and in the evening. Our database for Bringle Terrace Park, morning only, exceeds over 200 different players. They don't all play in one day, but there's 200. And we have a Facebook page that has over 750. As I said, they play in the afternoon and evening until the lights go out. I'm there usually all morning. Okay, we've worked with city staff now for over 3 years, working on getting more courts. And it's now time for the city to provide more courts, the reason for our being here. Are there any questions based on what I've said? Okay. Jason has some information about data usage and the need, the justification for need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jason. And I apologize, but I'm required to tell you that our ordinance doesn't allow clapping during the business portion of the meeting. Mr. Tinling. But I do appreciate the levity, Mr. Duffield, that was needed.
Thank you, Mayor Franklin, Council. My name is Jason Tinling. I've been a resident of Vista for over 40 years. Started playing pickleball about 3 years ago. And I converted from playing tennis. And one of the first things I discovered is that there's a shortage of courts. And I'm a numbers guy. That's what I do. I work in quality control. And so I took it upon myself to do some research. And so over a 3-month period, about 3 years ago, I started taking samples of what the court usage looked like. So over those 3 months, I took 22 days where I was at the courts, and I gathered 84 data points. From that, did some analysis. 53 of those data points, every single pickleball court at Bringle Terrace was in use. And in that same time frame, there were 2 samples where all of the tennis courts at Bringle Terrace were in use. 49 of those 53 times, there were players waiting to play pickleball with no courts available. And in those times, we had anywhere from 2 to 22 people waiting. Again, this was 2.5 years ago. Those numbers have not gone down. We've seen 30, 35 people waiting to play. Nowhere in that time frame were there ever tennis players sitting around waiting for a court to open. So I'm here in support of the Commission's recommendation to convert Court 5. It's an immediate and easy solution to a need that exists currently and has existed for several years. We would encourage the council to decouple that conversion from the creation of a new tennis court. We think that the need is immediate enough that that should be addressed as a primary goal. If we go through with this conversion, here's what happens to that data that I gathered 3 years ago. There will be 2 times where tennis players will be waiting for courts. There will be 4 times, instead of 49 times, where pickleball players will be waiting for courts. I would also encourage the council to direct the commission to review the condition of tennis court number 1. As was brought up at the commission meeting, it's in disarray. A lot of the players don't like to use it because it's cracked, falling apart. That would help address some of the needs of the tennis community as well. We sit up here, we talk about numbers, we talk about the sport, we talk about its growth, and those are all great things, but what the pickleball has done for me, for other people that I've played with, is it's created a tremendous community at Bringle Terrace. We've had weddings, we have regular potluck parties, they have a regular Wednesday lunch, folks go out to OG's, spend money in the community, build the businesses. We have lots of people that come from outside of our community and spend money as well. It's a great draw for the city. Thank you.
Juan Alvarez. Sir, Mr. Alvarez is next. And sir, I don't have a sheet with your name. Oh, would you like to speak, sir?
Yes, my name is Rich Landy, and I wanted to really address what Jason was just speaking of last, the impact of the community. It's absolutely amazing. As Gary said, we have people from 13 years old to 91 years old. The interrelationships that are developed are so powerful. It's something that's a quality of life issue. This is not just a sport. So you have people who are engaged in a sport, improving their lifestyle. You have people that are in community, interacting in such a way. As he mentioned, we've had a marriage as a result of people interacting. It's a positive impact on the community because, yes, now we go out to local businesses and restaurants and we're engaging with the community. It's definitely a very positive thing. There's people here that are so close, and it's all because of pickleball. So I see it as improving the individual's life, not just an exercise. I just want to share that.
Thank you. You know, the mayor can marry people, so if anybody wants to get married on the course, just give me a call. Mr. Alvarez.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I welcome the information that the chairman has provided. With all due respect, I have to question those statistics. I played throughout the county in multiple locations like Innovation, Melba Bishop, Bobby Riggs, Thibodeau, Barnes, Cottonwood, La Mesita, and Chula Vista, all over the county. No disrespect to any of you council members. If you would only invest 3 hours one day out of the week, one day out of the year, you are going to see different numbers than what this gentleman has said. I met Josh there 6 months ago, along with 5 other city members that work and go there during the lunch hour. The statistics that this gentleman provided are not what you will see at Brango Terrace. I am a longtime resident of Vista. I've been here for 11 years. I have addressed this panel as a business owner for different purposes, namely short-term rentals. I have pointed out that me coming from Silicon Valley and then working at Titleist Golf has a major presence in Carlsbad. Pickleball will be a source of revenue for the city of Vista. Consider that when you are trying to enforce your short-term rentals, and consider the lack of hotels. Consider that as a source of revenue that pickleball is going to bring here. A lot of other people in previous meetings have offered their expertise, just like this gentleman's have. Take that as an investment, a free of charge investment. I know that the city of Vista has looked at a master plan to look at the parks and recreations, but we are here as a source of knowledge. Take that free of charge. Just come and join us is what I'm trying to say. Nothing else, everything else has been said. Jason has the statistics, and no offense to Mr. Pacheco, I'm just questioning where those statistics came from. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Contreras.
All right, pickleball's in the house. Thank you all for coming. You know, believe it or not, I don't just stay in my district. So I have seen very early in the morning that's already packed at Brango Terrace. I will tell you, I think that there's an immediate need for us to move forward with the conversion of tennis court number 5 and make that the 4 pickleball courts. That is option 1. I'm actually in favor of option 1 over the other options. I will tell you that we have a parks master plan, and it should be concluding soon. City manager, when? Yeah, Mr. Pacheco?
Spring.
Spring, okay. So we obviously don't want you all to have to wait till spring, right? But I don't know about spending, you know, over $800,000 for a new pickleball facility, which, you know, we can just get that done for $40,000 with restriping. I also think that if there is a lot of damage to any of the courts, one thing that I seen at Luz Duran Park is we were able to redo the basketball court. Accidentally was part of a 5v5 game this last weekend, and I'm still sore. But the basketball court is great. So if we have tennis courts or any pickleball courts that are in disrepair, I think we shouldn't wait till spring to fix that. And I just, I don't know if we have a huge need for tennis or not. So spending over $900,000 for that, I'm just not in favor. We're going to be talking about an item in the future, a park that doesn't have a restroom facility. I would much rather utilize that type of funding to make sure that we have a restroom there. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we move forward with option 1. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I'm going to make an alternate motion with none of the options listed in front of us. So, to all of my friendly pickleballers in this court, you have made my life sometimes a terror with the people that live above Thibodaux. So I appreciate your activeness in using those courts, but I'm going to suggest something a little different than what we have before us. That is to close the pickleball courts at Thibodaux, but then convert both 5 and 6 at Brangle Terrace into pickleball courts and not build a new tennis court. So that would be the motion I would make.
Councilmember Green.
I would like to thank Councilmember O'Donnell for coming up with that innovative approach. I also agree that the pickleball courts at Thibodaux have been a problem because we have residents from Carlsbad basically using those bad boys and causing a nuisance to our Vista residents. Therefore, I am in support of the substitute motion made by Councilmember O'Donnell. I have no desire to build a new tennis court by the basketball courts. I like the parking lot right over there. And our last study in regards to how these courts were used, a quarter of a person uses a tennis court every day. That's just one leg, quarter of a person. And that's the last time we studied how often these tennis courts were used. So Councilmember O'Donnell and myself, and I actually came by the pickleball courts months ago with our video team. And there was probably 40 people waiting on the bench, and you guys all jumped up and said, "Give us more pickleball courts." If I had paint, I would have striped it right there because I was in fear for my life. But I'll tell you what, those 2 courts back there, courts 5 and 6, they are very underutilized. I've never, ever seen anybody using them. I live on Foothill Drive right around the corner, walk my dogs around that park all the time. They're never used. So Councilmember O'Donnell, I think that's a fantastic idea. I also agree that we don't need to be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a new tennis court by the basketball courts. So I simply think restriping courts 5 and 6 and also any repairs that need to be done to court 1, if you'd accept that friendly amendment, I feel like that is a fantastic opportunity for our pickleball players and our city.
I would accept it. And just really quickly, to the people that didn't like the idea, based on the information that Mr. Pacheco has provided, about 30% of the people that utilize the courts at Thibodaux are from Vista. So when 70% of the population outside of Vista is utilizing those courts, that's the reason I think it's amicable to solve the problem for making sure that we have enough tennis courts. Well, also, you're actually getting an additional pickleball court out of it. So that's why I came up with it, but I appreciate the support, and yes, I would accept a friendly motion.
Thank you so much, sir. With that, I definitely second the motion and would call for a vote if my council's good.
I just want to jump in and say we were one of the early leaders in pickleball, and staff did not let us know, and I did not know and was not familiar with pickleball, how loud it is. And I have felt very bad for the people that own homes in the immediate proximity because several of them have really been more upset than the gentleman about the skateboard ramp. And if I had known that, I would have, we didn't vote on that, but I would, if it had come to a vote, I would have brought it to a vote and I would have voted it down. Because as I said earlier about the skate ramp, my number one priority in terms of protecting your home is your ability to quietly enjoy your home. Nothing comes before that. But I do highly support pickleball. And I would think that maybe we could go farther. I think what we should do, I'm going to throw this out there. We we have 6 remaining tennis courts, and that includes the 5 and 6 that we're talking about. Okay, so that would leave us 4 courts remaining. Okay, maybe what we should do is solicit feedback from the tennis players on the remaining 4 courts. And maybe let's give them a year. Over the next 12 months, let's tell them, let's put a sign up that we intend to reevaluate these 4 courts. I don't want to take them all away. But let's put a sign up for 12 months, inviting people to provide input over a 12-month period of time. And let's reevaluate this in 1 year. Maybe we want to make 2 more courts for pickleball. We don't have to. But if we were to give people 12 months of signage, then anybody that uses that court, because here's the thing, I loved this technology that showed how many people were on the courts with their MAC address on their phone. But then it occurred to me, and it was said tonight, I think all the people, because it was nearly as many people on the tennis court as was on the pickleball court. But what occurred to me is these are the pickleball people milling about while they're waiting to get onto the pickleball court, right? Because I'm looking at the number, I'm like, there's no way 700 people, it doesn't make any sense. So I'm with you on the numbers are a little, but the data is really super interesting. But I think we should solicit that feedback. How do you feel about that?
I mean, if we want to bring it back in a year, I'm open to that idea. I mean, there's obviously a need for pickleball courts. I'd like to find out what I've never had is a room full of tennis players in here fighting for more tennis courts, but I want to just make sure that we have and I know we have the park study coming out as well. I want to make sure that we have the information before us to make that decision. So I think a 12-month period with signage would be fine.
We had like 2 tennis players come once. Is anybody here for tennis? Just raise your hand. No, tennis didn't show up. So I'm just saying, no, please, tennis people, don't write me angry letters, but because I want to maintain tennis also, and we're restoring Thibodeau for tennis. But we've never done as comprehensive an effort as asking with signage over 12 months for feedback. This would really give us an opportunity to hear from people. If they want the tennis courts, give them 12 months to tell us, hey, don't eliminate 2 more tennis courts.
I'm open to that.
And then if we don't hear from it, but 6 people, then in a year, let's give the pickleballers 2 more courts. And then we keep 2 over there, and we have 2 at Thibodeau. We have 4, so there we go. Councilmember Green, did you want to be heard again?
No, sir, I'm ready for the vote.
Councilmember Contreras?
Yeah, just for clarification, so we're going with 8 courts, pickleball courts. And that's 40 and 40, so 80,000. Does that math stay the same? just for clarification, I'm totally for it.
I'm assuming the math is the same, yes.
Okay. And I would say, I don't think we need to wait 12 months. We have this, the Parks Master Plan that's going to come in spring. So let's just notice and say, hey, in spring, this could change, So I like the idea, but I don't think we need to wait 12 months. Okay. I'm good.
But you're okay with soliciting the feedback with an email address?
Yeah. Totally soliciting, but let's shorten the time period.
Fine. That's fine. Okay, we have a motion, a second. Seeing no other speakers, please cast your votes. Okay, that item is approved unanimously. You can do spirit fingers or jazz hands. What do they call it? There we go. Okay, but no clapping. They don't allow clapping. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to let you all clear out unless you're really excited about traffic calming. You might want to stick around for traffic calming or
Mayor?
Avenida de Benito Juarez. Anybody want that? We have excess cannabis revenue. It's very exciting. You might want to stay for that. It's good. You might be here till 10 o'clock, but
Mayor
it's very
Franklin?
exciting.
Mayor Franklin?
Yes.
Because it's already 9:08, and I think we have students here to speak on D4, would you be accepting of
That would be
moving that
fine.
up?
You want to move up D4?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I'm okay with that,
Ladies
too.
and gentlemen, we've got a lot of business to do, so I'm going to ask you to go ahead and vacate. Take your conversations outside the building, not just to the chamber, not just to the lobby. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we've got business to conduct. Please take your conversations outside the chamber. Please, outside the building. Please go outside. It's a very nice night. Go out there, high five, have fun. Go play pickleball. The lights might still be on. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please come back to order. Let's ask everybody to go ahead and step out of the building, close the chamber doors. Okay, we've had a request, and with unanimous consent, we're going to bring up item D4 next. Seeing no objection, we'll bring up item D4 regarding excess cannabis revenue scholarship program. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature or by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card at the dais. Speakers will be called upon immediately after the presentation. Our City Clerk, Kathy Valdez, will introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Beginning in the fall of 2021, the City Council has annually allocated excess cannabis revenue for special projects. One of those projects is the Youth Scholarship Program. Through this program, income-qualifying Vista residents under 25 years of age may apply for up to $1,000 to participate in extracurricular activities, including, but not limited to, sports, art, dance, job training, tutoring, and summer camps. This program is unique in that it not only can be used for registration fees, but can also be used for equipment, specialty clothing, and other supplies. Youth face a variety of risk factors, but may not have access to protective factors. Risk factors are those that conditions and variables that are associated with higher likelihood of delinquency and or juvenile justice system contact. Protective factors are those conditions which lessen this likelihood. Identified as a protective factor is positive and healthy friends to associate with, as well as engagement in healthy and safe activities with peers during leisure time, such as these activities that are funded by the scholarship program. The San Diego Sheriff's Department had 63 juvenile arrests in 2023, with 167 charges associated with those, ranging from curfew to weapons law violations. In 22-23, nearly 5% of students in Vista Unified School District were suspended at least one day, and over 23% were chronically absent, which is defined as 10 or more absences in a school year. Over 50% of staff participating in the school staff survey reported student depression and other mental health issues as moderate or severe problems. 15% reported gang-related activity as a moderate or severe problem for students, and a third reported student alcohol and drug use as a moderate or severe problem. Students likewise reported some of these same concerns, with a quarter of fifth graders feeling sad most or all the time, and about a third of 7th, 9th, and 11th graders reporting feeling chronically sad or hopeless. By the time students reached 11th grade, about a quarter reported having used alcohol or other drugs at some point. The scholarship program has helped over 2,200 youth participate in positive, protective activities that help counter these types of issues. As you can see, we started taking applications in May of 2023 and continued through July through June was our biggest chunk of time, with 2,200 scholarships totaling $773,412. We actually had to close the program in May to allow our staff time to catch up on processing applications and determine the remaining amount available. We reopened on July 1st and had an overwhelming response, with 258 applications coming in by July 16th, and had to shut the program down again. So we had 225 scholarships totaling $160,790 approved or deemed complete, an additional 33 applications that were received, but we need a little bit more information on. The majority of our participants have been between 5 and 15 years of age, with the biggest chunk between 6 and 12-year-olds. I don't know why at 9 years old there's a little dip in participation, but those are the groups we're seeing, but we do have as young as 1 and as high as 24. Participants were primarily from families with income levels at 30% of the average median income, at 43%, followed by 50% or less AMI, which was 23%, 19% had 60% AMI, 8% are at 80% AMI, and 7% are at the average median income. Staff is requesting $417,332 in excess cannabis revenue to be reallocated to the scholarship program to enable the program to reopen and to continue through the end of the calendar year. We are estimating that our quarterly needs are about $250,000. So we, again, have some scholarships that have already been submitted, or applications have been submitted, totaling just over $446,000 that we'd like to fund. We'd also like to reopen scholarships for a short amount of time. We have a lot of fall programs that had not yet opened in July, and so we want to have an opportunity to get some kids into some of those programs. So we're asking for just under $66,000 for that, which again would bring us to $250,000 for the quarter. Because it is a limited amount of money, we may want to consider limiting the amount available to $500 per student, but that is something you can provide some direction on. And then we're asking for $250,000 for our next quarter, which is October through December. We plan to have application window open from October through November, and then again catching up and making sure we're within our budget in the month of December. And then we also need some funding for staff time to continue the program through the rest of the year. We've identified funds that can be reallocated to the program. There was just under $200,000 allocated for prevention and intervention services. Again, the scholarship program certainly falls under that category. We had $100,000 set aside for the social equity assessment, but we were successful in receiving grant funding from the state to do that, and that process is complete, so that money is available. $20,000 had been set aside to enable youth to go to performing arts shows, but again, we feel that the scholarship program is a better use, so rather than a one-time event, they would be participating in an ongoing activity. After talking with the sheriff's crime prevention folks, we found that in Vista, the step-test assessments are primarily done with larger businesses, and so there's not a need to have funding available to implement the recommendations that were being made. We are recommending reducing the domestic violence services by $50,000, prevention education by just over $22,000, and the gun lock program by $5,000. This still leaves ample funding for the programs that are currently being planned. For domestic violence, we've been working with One Safe Place. They have identified a need for some sort of hotel voucher program to help victims over the weekend when they're not open. So we're working on that. For prevention education, we are setting up a sort of grant program that will be open to schools and community-based organizations in which they can apply for these funds to cover special presentations or programs that they want to bring into their organization that focus on substance abuse prevention, mental health, whatever they think is needed. And then the remaining funds for gun locks would allow us to buy an additional 4,000 locks, which is more than ample. On August 8th, we presented these recommendations to the Community Safety Commission, and they unanimously approved our recommendations. So what we're hearing about the program is that participation in these different activities and clubs has increased. Scholarships has reduced stress on families, and that families are reporting positive outcomes for youth. So overall, it's a win-win for our youth, families, and local organizations. That completes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We have 11 speakers, or 33 minutes worth of public comment on this item. Everybody's entitled to speak for 3 minutes, but you don't have to take all of them if you don't want to. But we'll start with Jovita Serafin, followed by Ruby Maldonado, followed by Naomi Wade. Jovita.
Hola, buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Jovita Serafín y vengo representando a los padres y niños del Club de Tiffany's en el Parque Luz Durán. Le damos las gracias por la ayuda que recibimos por parte de la ciudad, ya que para nosotros es muy importante mantener a nuestros niños ocupados, alejados del vandalismo en las calles, y nos gustaría que nos sigan extendiendo su ayuda económica para que ellos sigan practicando este deporte. Yo en lo personal les agradezco porque mi niña se beneficia de esta ayuda, al igual que sus compañeros. Y para mí es importante que nuestra comunidad esté libre de crimen, y con el apoyo de ustedes y trabajando juntos podremos lograrlo. Muchas gracias por su tiempo y atención.
Good evening, everyone, council members and staff. My name is Jovita Serafin, and I come representing the parents and the kids from the club, Tiffany's Club in Los Duran Park. We want to say thank you for the help that we receive on behalf of the city, since for us it's very important to keep our children busy and away from vandalism and from the streets. We would like for you guys to keep extending your help, your financial help, so that they can continue practicing this sport. I personally want to thank you because my daughter benefits from this help, as do her teammates. And for me, it is very important that our community is free from crime, and with you guys' help, and if we work together, we can accomplish it. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Ruby Maldonado.
Hello. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ruby Maldonado, and I have been part of Tiffany's Football Club for 14 years now. I'm currently a coach for the 2020 age bracket, which are the 3 and 4-year-olds. I am also an assistant coach for the 2013 girls. Today, I want to express my gratitude to the City of Vista, to all the members, for all the scholarships awarded to our young athletes. The scholarships have given our kids the opportunity to join our soccer program, which provides more than just athletic training. It also provides our kids with essential life skills such as responsibility, commitment, teamwork, and discipline. Being part of a soccer team gives our children a sense of community and belonging. For those who face various challenges, soccer offers a supportive environment where they can build self-esteem and confidence. I would also like to mention that because of the scholarships, our program for the girls has grown, and it has given our girls the opportunity to play and experience what it's like to compete. The scholarships awarded by the City of Vista are an invaluable investment in our youth. I strongly advocate for the continuation and expansion of this program, as it truly makes a difference in the lives of our children, who are our future leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Naomi Wade, followed by Karina Harquin. Is Naomi here? I'm going to ask Karina, please come forward and be ready to speak next. When I call your name, is Karina still here? Oh, very good. You're Karina. Okay, Naomi is not here. All right, very good. Please go ahead.
Hello and good evening, Mayor and Vista Council members. My name is Karina Harquin. I've been a Vista resident for 13 years. My kids are being raised here, attend schools, and partake in sports. I'm devastated at the news of funding for the sports scholarships being at risk. This hits home since both my kids have applied for the scholarships to continue playing with Tiffany's Football Club. I've never seen a sports program like Tiffany's. The club's love and commitment for soccer is contagious. My son started a year ago. My daughter wanted to try something else, but we compromised that she would try soccer first, so she can show us that she's willing to put an effort into something. So then we would check out something else. But what ended up happening is that she loved it so much that she totally forgot any other thing she wanted to do and wanted to continue and stay at Tiffany's. Like I said, the love for the sport and the feeling at Luz Duran is electric. It's something really special, seeing all the families out there on practice days and game days all bonding and growing together. There are some kids that I see out there every day practicing and on game days, and even when they don't have games, they're still out there. The current economy isn't the best for everyone as we struggle to cope with ever-rising prices and practically everything, but at least we had comfort in knowing that our kids are a priority to their community, and we're able to attend these scholarships. Too often we hear that we need more funding to help curb crime, but we all know a big part of that is investing in our kids, and in doing so, investing in the future. I urge you to please continue supporting our local youth, and thank you for doing so thus far. Thank you.
Thank you. Angel Harquin, followed by Maria Martinez, followed by Taylon Hall. If you're here, would you go ahead and come forward and be ready to speak? Just take a seat in the front row when it's your turn. Is Angel going to speak? Oh, very good.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Angel Jarquin, a Vista resident for 13 years. I'm here in favor for the expansion of scholarship for kids' sports. Both my kids benefit from this scholarship. It is with deep concern that I must address the recent event of potentially cutting the scholarship, appearing to disregard the positive impact these scholarships have on our community. My daughter stopped playing soccer for over 5 years due to financial hardship. This is a story all too common among families here in Vista. In Tiffany's Football Club, approximately 50% of competitive players and about approximately 80% of recreational players, both boys and girls, are recipients of this scholarship who otherwise would be unable to join. There are approximately 300 players in Tiffany's Football Club, ranging from elementary school up to high school, with at least 150 impacted by this potential change. This is just one club impacted. There are multitudes of other sports activities and families that may be impacted by this change. Youth involvement in sports will drastically decrease the potential to join gangs, drug usage, crimes, while improving discipline and self-esteem. The scholarship is both a short-term and long-term investment in the future by granting our youth the ability to play sports, helping change the trajectory of their life choices down the line. Our community is no stranger to adversity, often relying on limited resources to support our youth. The recent events raises profound questions if our children's voices will go unheard, their resources fleeting, their opportunities seemingly diminishing. Will our community be afforded the privilege of securing and maintaining resources aligned with our community needs? Children are our future. Do you commit to do everything in your power to ensure the expansion of the scholarships? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Maria Martinez, followed by Taylin Hall, followed by Blanca Cruz. Please go ahead and come forward if you heard your name called. Be ready to speak.
Hello, council members. Good evening. My name is Taylin Hall. I'm a high school student, rising senior. And what I want to discuss about the scholarship is why it's important for students to gain this privilege. Many students don't have a lot of interest in life, have a lot of things that they want to do, and a lot of students don't have the resources, have the help, have the community to reach what they do want to achieve in life. And more scholarships, more coverage, more programs can help the youth reach what they want to do and at least have more control of whatever they can have control in. Students, when they get more motivation, we can perform better in schools, perform better on applications, and even in essays. For accounts of people who actually went to college, my brother just went to his college out of state in Texas, and he participated in a scholarship centered around Oceanside students. It helped him a lot. It helped him work on housing, which was a struggle for a little bit, but it allowed him to at least get any finances out of the way for that and school resources. Another friend of mine went to college, a different college, I think Howard University, and she got the same scholarship for more money, and it was definitely able to help her move into college and apply. She hasn't gotten a lot of financial aid, so that one scholarship did help her get into Howard. In a school that does not benefit, I guess, a lot from funding in general in this district, I want to shine some light on General Murray High School. With a population of 230 students, to me, it is a low number. My high school, El Camino, has around 2.6 thousand students. General Murray has 12 full-time teachers and 59% graduation rate. That's vastly different from my high school. And there is a noticeable difference from how much funding we get and how much it's just a noticeable effect between the two. And I feel like if more coverage, more help, more aid were given to VISTA students in particular, it can help them shine, even perform much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Was Maria Nunez with us? No? Okay. Blanca Cruz, followed by Deborah Matthews. Please come forward and be ready to speak.
Hello, my name is Blanca Cruz. First and foremost, I want to thank the City of Vista for providing scholarships to my children and their fellow teammates. As a sole provider in my family, it is a tremendous amount of relief financially. And it is also an emotional relief seeing my two sons play soccer at Tiffany's in Luz Duran, instead of being in front of the TV or on their tablets or phones. We are at the park every day, Monday through Sunday. My sons have grown so much because the city provides help. I implore the City of Vista to continue providing financial assistance to our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Branch, followed by, did we have Deborah Matthews yet? No, we didn't. Ms. Matthews? Ms. Matthews, it's your turn. I apologize.
Okay, and it's Lene Branch.
Oh, not Deborah?
No, I'm Deborah, but the last one you said Laurie, it's Lene.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't read
that's
the
okay.
pencil. Lene Branch, I apologize.
Good evening, council members. I am Deborah Matthews. I'm the North San Diego County NAACP Youth Advisor, and I'm here just to support the youth and asking you to amend the scholarship funding to stretch into academics. We have several students that would like to advance into going to colleges and trade schools, and they need your support. I listen to a lot of the athletic programs that are here, and we definitely need those. I'm strong support of those, but I'm also in support of our kids getting further education. And so I'm here with the students, and I don't want to take up much time because I want the students, you really to hear from the students on what they have to say about the need for them to further their education, whereas they can start careers and they can even come back and give to this community. So I'm asking for your support to amend the scholarships to include academic scholarships. So thank you.
Thank you. Lene Branch?
Good evening, council members. My name is Lene Branch. I wanted to start off by explaining why I'm here myself. I come from a high-need high school, so more than half of our students are low income. And with this, I see firsthand what that can do to students. It can push them away from pursuing opportunities. It can get them in a sort of mindset that that lacks reassurance. And I also wanted to take some time to really explain why scholarships are so important in environments like these. I do believe scholarships have students access higher education. It pushes them to pursue higher education without the limits or limitations of financial insecurity. It encourages students to strive. I do highly believe that when you are pursuing a scholarship, you try harder in school, you pursue things that you might have not pursued, and even if you don't necessarily get the scholarship, you've just opened so many doors for yourself that you might have not opened without that scholarship in mind. I did also want to touch on the fact that it does foster equal opportunity with students. A student that is highly motivated, highly driven, and has a lot of potential wouldn't be held back versus their more economically well-off counterpart with the scholarship in mind. They wouldn't have to worry about those financial insecurities when pursuing higher education, therefore leading to equal opportunity within schools, especially ones of high need like I go to. And I also, one of the things that I think is important when deciding if you want to pursue a scholarship and see what the effects that it can have is the impact that scholarships can provide to some students. So for me personally, it would break the cycle of poverty. I mean, I would be relying on scholarships to get me through university. And so with that in mind, scholarships do push students to go to higher education, to pursue degrees, and to get a high-paying job, putting a foot down to the cycle of low income, poverty, whatever they were going through with their family, and really putting an end to that. So I do highly believe scholarships can do a lot for the community, especially within communities like the city of Vista. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Zoom to Peggy Walker, followed by Becky Rapp, and then Martinez. Peggy Walker? Zoom seems to be on a bit of a delay tonight. There you
Thank
are.
you. I just got the unmute sign.
Go ahead.
Supporting youth sports and academic scholarships, as just suggested, is an excellent idea that should continue. I hope you'll support both. On another note, we saw a presentation on crashes, walking, and traffic safety earlier, and in line with that, I ask you to direct some of the $200,000 plus in marijuana tax revenues identified for preventive education to public education regarding the risks of driving high. As a public health educator, I'm concerned by data showing more people use cannabis daily than alcohol, putting more drivers under marijuana's influence on the road and more people at risk. Most drivers in fatal accidents are testing positive for marijuana, according to the International Journal of Drug Policy. AAA reports marijuana use accounts for about 1,400 traffic fatalities each year, and another study shows accidents caused by youth after marijuana use resulted in more severe injuries than alcohol-related DUIs due to the way marijuana impacts the brain. You may know a grand jury report has called for a countywide accounting of cannabis's impact, including driving impaired. Youth are my focus. I know vaping is the primary choice of teens and young adults who use or experiment. Most do not understand the impact of marijuana consumption or vaping on driving. Directing revenue to educate on the risks of driving high will contribute to a responsible, holistic approach to safety, as suggested earlier by Council Member Contreras. Please consider it, and thank you.
Thank you, Becky Rapp.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Becky Rapp. I am a parent and a public health educator, and I'm focused on youth drug prevention, and I really appreciate this presentation, as youth scholarships are crucial to the success of many of our teens. I would like to suggest that the students and their parents who are awarded the scholarships be required to participate in an education program specifically directed at the negative effects of drug use, particularly marijuana. Marijuana is an addictive drug that directly impacts the brain development of teens and young adults. I wanted to share with you a recent paper that was published in the journal Addiction, titled Young Adult Purchases of Cannabis, Product Category Preferences, and Sales Trends. Researchers at the University of California, Irvine, led by Dr. Connie Peckman, try to answer the question, what products are young people most likely to buy? According to UCI researchers, California market data proves that flower and vape pens are the products most purchased. The study also found that youth are more likely than older adults to purchase higher potency vape pens and cartridges. This is deeply concerning, as high potency products are associated with significant adverse effects such as marijuana-induced psychosis. An educational program designed to educate students and parents is crucial. And as a city that has chosen to permit pot products, factual medical data must be shared with the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Martinez. Martinez on Zoom.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Maria Martinez. I'm just a representative of low-income families, especially those who live in the central area of Vista, um, by the Luz Duran Park. And I would like the panel to consider continue supporting those families, especially the low-income families who doesn't have the money and the resources to have their kids out of trouble. By providing those scholarships, especially for sports. Those families have a safe place to have their kids, supervised, doing something that is good for them physically and mentally. And in those sports, kids learn very special skills like not only to be responsible, not only to be in a group and cooperate, but also to be respectful, to be out of trouble. Previously, we were talking about homeless people, homeless families, drug abuse, and I think the sports and extracurricular activities, prevent those kids to be using drugs, being on the streets, causing trouble. And by having those scholarships helps a lot to those families that are not able to provide many times, not even the basic things for their kids. But if we continue with these scholarships, parents, even homeless parents, can provide their kids an opportunity to have at least 1 or 2 hours of normal life for their kids. And parents, especially in the central area of Vista, they have 2 jobs. They work really hard, but they're still not able to have the little extra to pay for the registration for any extracurricular activity. So please consider advocating some money for those extracurricular activities that will help our youth, our kids of Vista, to have a better future. They are our future of our city. They are our hope to have a better community. So why not to invest on them? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Megan Stewart on Zoom.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Megan Stewart. As someone with experience in public health and social work, I want to express my gratitude to the council for its ongoing commitment to addressing critical issues in our community, including and especially uplifting and supporting the youth and children. But children, particularly those facing social disparities, are especially susceptible to the harmful effects of substance use, particularly marijuana. Research continues to show that marijuana and tobacco use among minors can profoundly impair cognitive development, increase the likelihood of mental health disorders such as psychosis and schizophrenia, all while also hindering academic success. The enticing packaging and aggressive marketing tactics only worsen this issue, making harmful substances appear appealing to our youth. The children in Vista deserve a safe environment that does not normalize or condone underage substance use. Uniting against the marketing strategies that target our youth with flashy packaging and pervasive advertisements is essential. Such tactics used by big tobacco and big marijuana are not only unethical, but also jeopardize our children's future. Implementing prevention programs, enforcing stricter regulations on substance marketing, and strengthening comprehensive support systems would help ensure that every child in Vista has the opportunity to grow up in a nurturing, drug-free environment. Thank you for your time and dedication to our city's youth.
I believe we've reached the end of our speakers, so I will move to have comments from the council. We'll start with Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Let's see. I took a lot of notes right here. There's no staff to ask questions to, so I guess I will direct them to, hi, Kathy. How you doing? First of all, thank you so much for bringing this forward to us. I've personally actually met with 4 different families and walked them down to City Hall. Actually, it turned in a couple applications. They were having problems filling them out, and I've spoken with a lot of Vista residents that are taking advantage of this program. This program is being taken advantage of by Vista residents who are below the poverty line. I mean, their AMI is well below 60% in the county area. So these are being used for residents that really do need them. As a kid who grew up on East Los Angeles Street, I never played organized sports. There was one year my mom saved enough money for me to be on a minor league baseball team when I was 11 years old. And I hit a home run in my first game. I played catcher, and my mom had a mental breakdown and sent all three of us to live in different houses. And I never got to play organized sports again. When I got into middle school, I couldn't afford a trumpet, so I had to take the one that was beat up that the Lincoln Middle School band had for me. And I ended up playing trumpet all through high school and first chair in the state. It was good stuff. But programs like this are what helped me become who I am today. People giving a hand up to somebody like me who couldn't afford to be on the field. I wish I would have been able to play baseball all my years. I wish I would have been able to play high school football and all that stuff, but just didn't have the money. And being raised by a single mom after my dad left when I was 2 months old, there was no way for us to get out of that cycle. Luckily, I've lived in Vista my whole life, and this community has lifted me up and put me in a position where I've been able to make a living for my family and take care of my family. And I feel like as a council member, this is something that I'm super happy that we're bringing forward, because as a kid, this is something me and my family would have taken advantage of. So I love the idea of expanding this program and expanding the funding for this program for our sporting events. Unfortunately, my feeling on the academic aspect of the scholarships is a little bit different. Reason being is because we are not a school board, we are not a school district. My main concern with this scholarship money is to make sure that it's getting kids in sports who couldn't necessarily afford sports. I wouldn't be opposed to my council making a donation to a scholarship fund or something like that, but actually being in charge of allocating scholarship funds for academic purposes is a very big responsibility. You have to have a community reviewing the applications coming in. It is a big thing, and I feel like from a municipality standpoint, I'm unaware of any municipality giving out scholarships for schooling. You guys aware of any giving scholarships for schooling?
Not specifically, no. I mean, I know that it was mentioned an Oceanside program, but I don't know whether that's the city or a nonprofit organization that's doing that.
Exactly. So I'd like to find that out, and I feel like if we were to add academic to this, it makes the program different. These were scholarships that were allocated by our council for sporting scholarships. All of our applications are for sporting scholarships, correct?
Well, it's a variety of things. So we have everything from sports to art, music, tutoring we've done, swim lessons.
So we do have education of some count. We have
There's
tutoring.
a little bit, yeah. We had someone who also did a MA program with Vista Community Clinic. So yeah, we do have a little bit. Just not traditional college
Exactly,
classes.
and that's something that I love the idea of tutoring. I love all of these things. I just want to make sure that I am not here to, I mean, I have 4 children. I have a junior in high school who's applying for scholarships like crazy, got a 4.75 GPA, stoked. But this is not the avenue, in my opinion, for college scholarship applications. When it comes to tutoring for our kids who are in high school or middle school who don't have a parent at home who can help them with their homework and things like that, and we can get somebody in there to help with that, I love that idea. But I wouldn't want this to go towards college scholarships. I almost feel like it's more of a gift of public funds type of thing than a benefit to the community per se, because it's benefiting single individuals a lot more than a big organization. So for me, I love that it's academic. I also want to make sure that we specify, I heard some people say, hey, we're worried because you're cutting funds. I want to make sure you know it's coming forward. We're not cutting funds at all. The funds we allocated were used up so quick that we were shocked and we wanted to expand them for you. So the funds that came in got used up, and some scholarships are still in limbo. And you who are worried about your scholarships that are being applied for that are in limbo right now, that's what we want to solve. We want to make sure that our city clerk and our city has the money to fund those scholarships. And then next year, when this council, that will look a little different next year, when they make this decision, they'll be able to allocate a good amount of funding for these programs. So for me, I definitely approve the expansion of funding for the sporting programs, tutor, whatever we're using them for right now. I don't want to expand into college scholarships per se, but I love that it can be used for art, band, sporting, any extracurricular that can get kids off the couch and around other kids is a good thing, because this social connection and this speaking face to face is what we're losing these days. Your kids probably text each other when they're sitting right next to each other, and that wasn't the world that I was raised in, and I would like my kids to be able to make those same connections in your children as well. So for me, whatever it takes to get all these scholarships funded and to make sure that we make a policy where we allocate enough money for these scholarships annually, where we're not constantly having to expand. The other thing is, I feel like this money that we're allocating right now for these scholarships is more worthy of a spend than almost anything we can do with our surplus spending at the end of the year. So if this couple $100,000 or three, whatever it is that we're gonna be agreeing on once our council gets the consensus, if it takes away from our end of the year surplus spending, hallelujah. I'm glad that it's getting allocated towards some families that get to use it right now. So thank you so much. That's all I got. Appreciate you.
Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you. Yes, this is one of the most incredible programs that we have. And I think, I can't go back in time and help the folks that didn't, have the funds available, but we can make a difference moving forward. And that's what we're seeing. So I'm 100% in favor of allocating funding for continuing the type of scholarship program that we have. However, I will say that, and Councilmember Green, you weren't here when we had this discussion, when we were discussing social equity, but it did seem like the council at the time potentially, wanted to look at expanding into academic scholarships. I understand that traditionally that's not something that we've done. Traditionally, we haven't provided scholarships for youth for recreation either. So, looking at the funding in the account for prevention education programs, we still have $227,348 left. I think it would behoove us to take a look at potentially, what the city of Oceanside is doing. I don't think that tonight we're going to be able to put forward a framework that says, hey, this is what we're going to do for academic scholarships. But I think to shut the door on that would be just kind of sad, because we do have right now $227,000 sitting that we have not allocated in the category of prevention education programs. So academics, it really isn't a stretch. What I would ask is, I think we're going to need to discuss it more. I think that we can have our staff investigate, what some other cities are doing, because we can put a framework together where maybe we work in conjunction with an organization and we provide some of the cannabis sales tax to education, for further education, whether you're going to a trade school, you're going to a junior college, you're going to a four-year university. I know that there are folks right now that are at Cal State San Marcos or at Maricosta, and they don't have a ton of money to be able to continue, their education. So even being able to provide some kind of scholarship academic framework that allows, $2,000 to $5,000, that would be huge. That's books. I got a scholarship when I was in 7th grade, just right across the street here. It used to be Lincoln Middle School. And that scholarship really helped me through all 4 years of college. Books are expensive, especially when you're on the quarter system. You're having to buy books every 10 weeks. So it just accumulates really fast. So originally, I was actually going to have the discussion on academic scholarships come forward on the 27th, which is our next council meeting. So we'll go ahead, city manager, and move forward with discussing expansion into academic scholarships, utilizing the Prevention Education Program Fund. And in the meantime, I'll work with you and with staff to see what kind of framework we can put together. We might not be able to get everything in line by the next meeting, but I do want to bring that. I understand what you're saying, Councilmember Green, that it seems like it's a different type of scholarship program. I think it's debatable, but I'm totally okay with bringing that forward to my council at a later time, seeing as how we have that funding available, and it would be great to be able to provide additional funding. And I do want to give a shout out over here to Talon and Lene. You all are awesome. They spent hours of their time, talking to me about expanding into academic scholarships. So let's see. Oh, and I also want to say a lot of thank you to Kathy for adding some background information that I think is critical, taking a look at the statistics that we have in our school. Kids are struggling. In any way that we can help, we should do that. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
I appreciate this discussion. I think it's great that we have such a activated community that wants more scholarship opportunities for kids. And there's a lot that we can do for kids in Vista. I tend to agree that we can look at academic scholarships as a type of a program that's very compatible with scholarship funds for our city programs. It might be a little bit unprecedented, but maybe not entirely. We might have similar type programs. I'm kind of recalling an internship program that we've had with the Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Conley, is that a program that has utilized funds from the city?
Most of the money that came from the scholarship program was provided by the school district.
Okay, for the internship program with
Correct.
Chamber of Commerce?
Yeah.
But did we have any funds?
We did prescribe some funding to it. It was
Okay.
fairly limited compared to what the district gave them.
Okay, but that was like an internship program with the chamber rather than a financial scholarship towards an academic institution, right? But it's basically the city using city funds, whether they're cannabis funds or not, towards some sort of, educational or professional development.
Yes.
That is outside of the city's programming. Okay, so providing academic scholarships is outside of the city's immediate programs, but I think we could absolutely do both. And I like the idea, especially as someone who was the first in my family to graduate from college, and I only survived because of scholarships, right? I like the idea of our youth being able to come back after getting an education to bring their skills and talents to our community. And I know that that's what we want to do. We want to build a community where we have the best of the best, and we build it from within. And if we can give some of our students a little bit of extra support so that they can survive the cost of college and come home to us that much smarter, I think that would be amazing. But all the recommendations, I think, are very prudent and helpful for continuing the scholarship services that we want to offer in the immediate. And I look forward to having some discussions on a framework for what it might look like if we did offer academic scholarships. Thanks.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, I'm just going to say I am open to the discussion. I don't want to make an opinion on it tonight, but I'm certainly open to a discussion about trying to expand it into educational programs. I just also want to thank all the speakers tonight that came out and spoke on this. We are continuously asking people that are in underserved communities or just in different clubs like Boys and Girls Club or Tiffany's Club or whatever it is, go sign up for these scholarships. Go try and get into these programs because the funding is there and available. And to see our community and the outpouring and the outreach from individuals that can genuinely utilize these has been overwhelming. Any opportunity we can ever provide to somebody that may otherwise not be able to spend time with their peers or participate in organized activities or organized sports, we should be doing everything we can in our power to fund that to make sure that they have the same opportunities as everybody else. So I am glad to support this. All my questions there aren't really any questions. They've all been answered, but I look forward to the discussion about scholarships. I am going to be supporting this, and thank you all again for coming out tonight.
Mr. Chung, how does the constitutional prohibition on gift of public funds apply in these circumstances? Where is the line?
The gift of public funds is, basically there needs to be a public purpose behind the funds. So with the scholarships, I do believe that there is at the minimum, there is a public purpose in providing these funds. So even with academic scholarships, I can see a public purpose
have we looked to see if there's any case law with regard to either academic scholarships or the kinds of scholarships that we've been granting?
No, but I do know like the neighboring city, Oceanside, does provide Parks and Rec scholarships, and I just looked up, they do provide an academic scholarship. They have a Martin Luther King Jr. Academic scholarship that's funded by the city and then administered by their housing commission.
I just want to make sure that we're compliant with state law and the state constitution with regard to these programs. I do have some concern about appropriating an amount of money and then that money runs out and then we try and backfill because essentially I think, we could appropriate the entire treasury of the city, and if we opened it to any purpose, I think there would still be a line, so I think we need to be very careful because we are on a very slippery slope. I think we should fix a certain amount for these purposes on an annualized basis, and then we should very carefully increase that amount and not try and double it every time it runs dry because, with this, where it's really a direct, payment to citizens, you're going to have a high demand for it. So I'm concerned about the implications here, and I'm sorry to be the Grinch, but I really do have concerns about where this ends, especially with all the discussion about expanding into academic scholarships, which I'm not even sure is lawful. I mean, it certainly is not the purpose that the, thank you so much for being respectful of my comments. I really appreciate that. It's certainly not the purpose for which the city government was formed. So my concern is we're getting really distant from the purpose from which this government is formed to serve the needs at the municipal level for the people of Vista. I know I sound like a Grinch here, and I appreciate, Councilmember Contreras snickering and laughing at me because apparently she finds my comments quite humorous. But I have some concerns about this. I truly do, and I think it's, we could make $1 million, and I think people would line up for it. And trust me, some of my good friends who are involved in Little League are going to be very mad at me for this, but I do have concerns about where it ends and how far it goes. So, I don't know. I think we gotta, sometimes you gotta apply the brakes somewhere. So I don't know. If there's anybody else that wants to speak to restraint, and if we do this, where then, is there anywhere that we can put a roadblock? Is there anywhere we would say, we're not going to go beyond $10 million for this? Would we be able to put any limitations on ourselves? Did you have something to add?
Yeah, I just want to correct myself. Looking further into the Oceanside program, they don't use any public funds. They solicit private donations for it. So, but staff will be looking into what other cities are doing. So I just want to correct myself.
Can you research the public funds gift, the gift of public funds law, and if there's any case law regarding this?
Yes.
Just so we make sure if some other city, because refresh our memory, what happens if we violate the gift of public funds law? Who's liable for the gift of public funds?
Well,
we are.
Yes, the public.
Yeah, it comes out of our pockets, okay? If we vote an illegal gift of public funds, we pay for it out of our pockets. So we need to be real careful that we don't run afoul of that, because that could get real costly. So let's see, Deputy Mayor Melendez. Councilmember Contreras.
Yes. I don't think that this is a gift of public funds at all. I really do have to disagree with you on that point. And if the public were here and they wanted to demand all the cannabis dollars go to youth prevention, I think they have every right. I think they have every right to tell us, where's my $7 million in sales tax, right? So I did just want to see if Deborah Matthews would like to provide maybe just a few 30 seconds of her experience regarding the City of Oceanside's academic scholarship program. Thank you.
You know, I'm just concerned that we're getting out of the agendized discussion.
It's certainly part of the scholarship discussion, as we have every right to discuss at this time.
Let's defer to our city attorney about whether or not
expand or not.
about whether we're outside the bright lines of the Brown Act.
I think it's the agenda item's broad enough for this.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you for asking me. Based on my experience, we've had several students that applied for the Martin Luther King Scholarship in Oceanside, and I'm a resident of Vista. I'm a proud resident of Vista. I've raised my children, well, my grandkids here, and the children here today are now my grandkids. The community kids are my grandkids. And I'm in this program working with the NAACP to help youth better their lives. And with the Martin Luther King Scholarship, students apply for it. Their transcripts from their high schools are provided a part of their package, their application. And then the colleges that they're going to go to is listed. And they give an essay on why they feel that they need the scholarship, right? And so the city of Oceanside has a partnership, I think, with maybe some other organizations, but each year it's growing. And I asked the city of Oceanside, could they include Vista and maybe some of the other cities, because we are the North San Diego County Youth Council, and we would like all the youth to be able to participate. And they told me no, because it's for the city of Oceanside. So Vista students, if they don't attend school there, don't qualify. So this is one of the reasons we're bringing it up to Vista, because we want to be able to take care of our own kids. And if there's a way to find out how we can fund this, I would appreciate it so much. Then a whole bunch of red tape in ways that we can't fund them. It would be nice to see if we can just stretch into all avenues and find out how we can give some of this cannabis tax dollars toward our youth in their academic, for scholarships. Because the youth are also dealing with the drug war. The youth are also in the community with all the dispensaries. So the tax dollars that's going from the dispensaries seem like, to me, they ought to be able to get some of that funds. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Certainly, hopefully you'll be available on the 27th. We'll go ahead and discuss this again to expand. But like I said, I have no problem with the public coming and saying they want all the funding from cannabis to go to benefit our community in any which way, whether it's a scholarship for, playing sports, whether it's tutoring, whether it's looking at how to be prepared to be able to purchase books or take a few classes at Maricosta. I mean, we can do whatever we want. We can listen to our community. They come here and they tell us, hey, we need to do X, Y, and Z, And if there's no law prohibiting how we can help our youth, then let's just move forward with helping them. We have plenty of funding available, and maybe it's not like that forever. Maybe at some point our funding is not available, in which case we'll have to revisit it anyways. So has there even been a motion? Okay, so I'll go ahead and move that we take staff's recommendation on this, and I look forward to a discussion on the 27th.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I will second that motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. No, I haven't locked mine yet. That item is approved unanimously. That'll take us to item D2, traffic calming and the effects on emergency response times update from the Vista Fire Department and our fire department route map. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or by submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Fire Chief Gerard Washington will introduce this item. Welcome, Chief. Chief, push that red button in front. There you go.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, and City Manager. Gerard Washington, Fire Chief, City of Vista, and Vista Fire Protection District. We're here to inform you about the traffic calming effects on emergency response times. With that being said, I have Deputy Chief Brett Davidson to my side, and I may defer to him once in a while if I don't have the answer for you. So the timeline. City of Vista began installing speed humps in the spring of 2023. City of Vista modified the speed hump and traffic calming policies in June of 2023 and proceeded with the resident petition process. The review process consists of engineering analysis, Vista Fire Department review, and that's a two-pronged approach. It's our fire marshal as well as our operational side, our deputy of operations. Traffic Commission review and City Council approval. City of Vista has approved speed bumps on 22 road segments. 16 are installed as of this date. In the spring of 2024, we requested that the city staff hold any pending speed hump approvals until a review of critical fire department routes was prepared. Before this, that had not been done, and in good faith, I wanted to make sure I got the information to the city manager that was accurate, and it wasn't hyperbole. There are currently 48 pending speed hump requests on hold. The Fire Department estimates that each speed hump results in 5 to 10 seconds of delay for each emergency response vehicle. So we have multiple vehicles that respond to emergencies sometimes, anywhere from 2 to 6. City Manager's Office and Vista Fire Department prefer a data-informed approach to identifying critical routes. We've been working with FireStats LLC in developing a standards of coverage study. FireStats obtained route call data for Vista's 6 fire stations and for outside agency responses in Vista to develop a GIS-based mapping of critical routes. Here is the first map that we have that was produced by FireStats. I'm having difficulty seeing it here on the computer screen, so I don't know if you can see it there. I believe you may have a hard copy. Okay, perfect. And the red are the routes that we most commonly use over 200 times for incidents responding to. And you may see some yellows where we, the department, made the assumption with the information that we had and made the connections. The next map here was requested. These are fire routes with council districts. So we overlaid the districts over those routes. This was also requested. So here's another overlay of the routes and the hot areas, the busiest areas in the city and the district there. The heat map. These are fire routes pending speed hump request. And this is the last map that we have. But with that, you see how many requests are out there. As we stated a little earlier, 48. And I'm sure they're going to continue. So with that, willing to take any questions?
Do you want to outline what your recommendation is?
That you adopt the original map that we presented.
And talk us through what the implication that would be, that those areas would be prohibited from new speed bumps, right?
I was talking to a gentleman out in the hallway while he had something else going on here, and he's here to speak about wanting speed humps on his street. And hearing his story, and I had to reassure him, we hear you in the fire department. We understand there's huge safety concerns for our residents. When I got hired here, when I first visited one of the fire stations on South Melrose, I couldn't believe how fast vehicles were moving. And I asked the staff, I said, hey, do you guys have extrication equipment on your rigs? And they said, yep, we have on pretty much every rig. I said, well, that makes sense because I'm sure we go to a lot of accidents. So we do recognize the importance of having speed calming measures in place to protect the residents, but we also understand that there is a consequence for responding rigs when we put so many impediments in front of the rigs that are responding. And they're coming from different locations. They're coming from outside our city and district, and it does affect how we will render service. So the recommendation is accept this map, and let's have those conversations when we work with engineering and the community to figure out how can we also meet the needs of the public to make sure they're protected, because these are some of the very same people that we're responding to, but we want to be able to get there.
Understood. Okay, we have 6 members of the public that would like to be heard on this item. So unless there are any questions from the council this time, let's go ahead and hear from them, starting with James Elliott, then John Plotz, then Daniel Hopkins. Thank you very much for waiting to the 10 o'clock hour to be heard on this.
You guys get to have all the fun.
You mean your board meetings aren't this exciting?
They actually can be. Good evening, Mayor and council members. James Elliott. I'm currently the president of the Vista Fire Protection District. I'm speaking to you in support of what you were hearing from your chief and your fire experts, and their comments dealing with traffic calming and the effect on emergency response times. Council members may not know about the Vista Fire Protection District. Some of you do, some of you may not. Vista Fire Protection District was formed in 1944. We served fire service to what is now the city of Vista and the Vista Fire Protection District area. When the city was incorporated, the city took over the fire service, but we had a joint powers agreement that meant that the same fire department still served the entire area. In 2010, that JPA turned into a contract, and the contract lays out an expiration date, which is 2056, and standards of cover, standards that we need to meet. As we install traffic calming measures, it does impact our capability to meet those standards. Vista Fire Protection District pays to the city $4 million a year for the service. We also, and I want to make this clear, we are contributing $4.5 million to the construction of Station 3. That got missed at the event that you had, but I want to point that out. So there's $4.5 million coming from us for the new Station 3. Because of our dependence on the Vista Fire Department, it is very important to us that as the city is making decisions about traffic calming and slowing traffic, not only are you slowing the response within the city, you are also slowing the response to the 20 square miles and 20,000 people who are just east of the city that you serve under our contract. We would ask you to keep that in mind, and at the same time, we are ecstatic. We think our fire department, and I say ours because this is also our fire chief under the contract, our fire department is best in class, and they do an excellent job. And we have nothing but praise for them, including the chief on down. We've had And we are so excited to have our new chief. This has been great. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. John Plotz, followed by Daniel Hopkins, followed by Marcella Nocon.
Thanks for your patience. It's Pletz. I've lived in the Buena Creek area for over 40 years and raised my kids in Vista. Now my grandchildren live in Vista. I'm a Vista guy, and I don't want to belabor this. I'm here to speak to what my colleague, Mr. Elliott, said. We'd like you to approve this map. I want to commend the city on responsiveness to the citizens. I saw your petitions. People say, I want a stop sign, I want speed humps. I'll say this, just a couple quick points. Yeah, I think people speed on my street, and I think everybody here probably thinks, yeah, people drive too fast. And we're concerned. I'm a parent, a grandparent. Yeah, we want traffic safety. But when I see here that 48 street segments where residents have said, yeah, we want this too, there are trade-offs. And right now, right here, Eucalyptus Avenue, somebody has a cardiac arrest toward the east end of that, and maybe an engine response from Station 5 here because the ambulances are committed, which is fine because our Vista firefighters are also paramedics, as you know. That's going to add a minute of response time because there's 6 speed humps on Eucalyptus Avenue. So I think we need to just take a step back and look at this before we get too carried away. And I'm not a fire professional, but I think the professionals would agree. Traffic circles, curb pop-outs, chicane, roundabouts, they serve their purpose, but they don't improve fire and emergency response. So that's basically what I'm here to say. And not to put too fine a point on it, but response times are in our contract with the city. There are metrics to hit. So everybody who calls 911 is having a bad day and they need help. And anything that delays that, ultimately, I don't want to be melodramatic, but ultimately that's lives and property are at stake. So yeah, traffic calming is great, and school areas and so on, but the general public who says, yeah, I want more stop signs, I want more speed humps, may not be qualified to know the full picture. There are trade-offs with everything. And the trade-off with traffic calming is slower response times for our fire and emergency services. So thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Hopkins, followed by Marcella Nocon.
We're here. Thank you, guys. First, I just want to say there was another speaker that had some ties to the Olympics. I'm not going to toot my own horn too much, but I do as well. I lost a bet, and I've got this nice rat tail to show for it. So don't bet when it comes to the Olympics. Anyways, guys, I just want to throw this out there. I scrolled all the way up. Here we go. I want to start and say I truly appreciate this council. Your ability to find compromise most times is really admirable, and you guys do some really incredibly positive work that I see watching these, usually from at home. I have been here a few times to speak in person about sidewalks on Mar Vista when I felt there was maybe an opportunity when there was the change of zoning for the structure that is now leasing and going to be occupying and bringing in a lot more people, 76 times 2, 150 people maybe. Anyways, let me just say, also, the fire trucks and ambulances are the most respectful vehicles on Mar Vista Drive. They're always slow. They turn off their sirens. Nothing but respect for you guys. Literally the slowest vehicles on Mar Vista every time they come through when there's an emergency. I noticed that the fire department study shows that they've identified fire service routes Not all these are high-speed arterial roads. Mar Vista from Stone Ridge Terrace down to that roundabout isn't one of those. I do my own little traffic study every time I come home, whatever direction it is. I go whatever speed the person in front of me is going. Almost every time, it's over the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. Most times it's over 30. A lot of times it's over 35. So that's the reality of my traffic study that I've conducted on the road is people speed, whether they're hauling ass going up or coming down, and then the vehicles with loud exhaust, downshifting, loving to hear their vehicle reverberating through the slope. That's the most minor part of all of this. Let's see, where am I at? Geez, time flies here, guys. We petitioned everybody but one person on Mar Vista signed. These routes listed already include roads with speed humps, such as Eucalyptus, as was brought up. I've spoken before, yep, I brought that up. Now that Vista Del Mar is leasing its unit, it's more important than ever that we start calming traffic at the very least. Almost always, people are speeding. Cars have driven into my neighbor's yard. They've driven across the street numerous times in a given year. It's not a fun street to exit your driveway. And I know I brought up the sidewalks and they're expensive and it's not likely to happen. And you guys have brought up the eminent domain concept and all of that. I'm gonna lose time. I'm gonna try to finish this real quickly to be respectful, so please bear with me. There are neighborhoods.
Thank you very much. I apologize.
I appreciate it, okay. But maybe there's options for community involvement to do DG, something that adds safety. It's a great concept. Let's consider it.
Marcella Nocon, followed by Rich King.
Maria Musin. Sorry, Marcella is my daughter, and she had to go home because the baby started crying. She has a 16-month-old baby, and she had to go home. So she sent me what she was gonna say. Hello, my name is, obviously, Marcella Nocon, and I am a resident of Mar Vista Drive. I am here to request that the City Council approve the installation of speed humps in our street. While I understand there may be concerns regarding emergency response times, it is essential to prioritize the safety of our community, which includes pedestrians, cyclists, drivers, and residents. Speeding vehicles pose a significant risk, particularly given the number of children, cyclists, and pedestrians in the area. Implementing speed humps is a proven method to reduce traffic speeds and enhancing safety for everyone in our neighborhood. I respectfully urge you to consider this measure for the well-being of our residents. The main safety concern I have experienced due to the speed are accidents. Speeding vehicles around accident sites on Mar Vista Drive increase the risk of additional accidents. Delivery drivers. Cars often swerve around stop delivery vehicles at high speeds, endangering drivers and other road users. Bikers and pedestrians. Children, cyclists, and pedestrians are particularly vulnerable to speeding vehicles in our street. For the safety for all our residents, I strongly advocate for the installation of speed humps in our Mar Vista Drive. I thank you guys for listening to me. And I live with my daughter. We bought the house 2 years ago, and we had a few accidents. One was a truck that went into my front yard, and another accident in front, car that went upside down. So cars go very fast on that street that is very curvy. So I hope you consider putting humps on that small street. Thank you.
You, Rich King.
City council members, mayor, thank you guys for having me. I live on Mar Vista. We have a lot of Mar Vista representation. I've lived on Mar Vista for 25 years. I've been paying taxes for 25 years. And they could never rebuild that street. That street is an old goat trail with asphalt on it, and there's many blind curves. We get about 8 to 10 accidents in front of my house a year. It's incredibly dangerous. I have to check my mail. I have to look over my back. People come around, they don't see, and it is incredibly dangerous. I'm trapped in my house. I cannot leave. It's like living on an island. If I'm going to leave my house, I have to get in my car and leave because it's so dangerous. I know you guys have a new development on Buena Vista, a lot of $1 million homes. You're going to collect some big tax money on that. I think it's the city's responsibility to make Buena Vista safe for all of the residents. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. God bless you guys.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to Zoom. We'll start with Elizabeth, and then we'll go to Jeffrey Laird. Elizabeth, are you with us? Hi, Elizabeth. Are you with us on Zoom? Elizabeth, are you there on Zoom? Well, wait a moment, because we've had a delay all night. Elizabeth? Okay, we're going to try Jeffrey Laird, and then we'll come back to Elizabeth. Jeffrey, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Yeah, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. Council members and everyone that's there. I was actually there in person earlier, but I decided to go home and go on this route. I'm a local teacher, my wife and I too, so we have students coming in another day. So anyhow, I heard you say earlier, Mayor Franklin, that public safety is the #1 priority for our city, which I agree with, and think that everyone probably agrees with that. A gentleman a couple of people ago said that everybody that calls 911 is having a bad day. Also, totally agree with that. If my family member or myself needed assistance from the paramedics and fire or any sort of danger that was happening, family member, myself, neighbor, I would want to be responded to as soon as possible. Unfortunately, where we live on Alvarado Terrace, not too far from where you all sit now, every day is a bad day. You mentioned calling 911, that's a bad day, 100% agreed. But every day on our street is a bad day for our kids walking down to Vista Magnet and the bus stop, a bad day for me walking my dog with my wife, a bad day for the local kids riding their bikes down the street. It's a narrow street. My wife was driving down the street the other day. She was passed by a car on our street that was driving like a race car. So it's pretty gnarly and very unsafe. To kind of complicate things, the neighboring street, Hillside Terrace, they had speed humps installed. And that's further made, which is great. Happy, they're definitely needed. But that's increased the traffic on our street even more so. Super dangerous, really alarming. We had our application and the neighbors sign it. So we're hoping that it's passed. I ask the council members to think about this before you fully approve of this new map. I couldn't really see it on Zoom. It was pretty like fuzzy, but so I'm not even sure if we're on there. I assume that we are, but I ask that you think about that before you propose. As I mentioned, every day is unsafe on our street, and it's not okay. So I appreciate the time to speak. Thanks a lot.
Okay, we're going to try now Elizabeth on Zoom. Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Thank you for your time and opening this to the public. I really appreciate you hearing our input. I live I live off of Mar Vista between Stone Ridge Terrace and the roundabout. I live off of one of the private driveways. So I experience, as you've heard from the other members daily, the difficulties of pulling out onto Mar Vista, whichever direction you're going in, or if you're on Mar Vista trying to make a turn into your own private drive. And it is very dangerous. People speed. That being said, I have to say that I oppose the installation of the speed bumps because it is a trade-off, and what we would be giving up in our neighborhood is the noise pollution. Speed bumps are very loud. For those of you who've not lived near one before or had one directly in front of your house, it is every single car, bump, 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 all day, every day. And those are the cars that have good suspension, that don't have a rattly muffler, who don't have a loose undercarriage. We have delivery trucks, garbage trucks, carrying cargo, trailers. As we all know who live on this road, if they go off the edge of the curb, boom, 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 it's so loud, it shakes our houses. So we're inviting that into our neighborhood, again, all day, all night, you know, as it currently is, even with the speed on the road, we do get times of peace and quiet when the traffic dies down. So that is something that I would like the council to consider. Other alternatives, speed bumps are not the only solution. We don't have adequate postage of the speed limit. We could lower the speed limit. We could mark driveway and road entrances on the pavement. We could also add honesty curbs. Those are the curbs that are tall and very square. People don't want their tires and rims to rub up against the curbs. So that increases the cautiousness that people take as they are navigating through the road. So I hope the council would consider other measures besides just speed humps. And one other prong of my of what I wanted to say is directly related to the response time. Recently, I had.
Thank you very much.
What's that?
I apologize. That's the end of your time.
Oh, okay. Thank
Sorry.
you.
Thank you. I'm going to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation. I think it is important that we have identified emergency response routes. I understand that basically this is going to be information that's going to add to decision-making about traffic calming on those routes. It may not be the be-all, end-all, but it's going to be information in your decision. Is that my understanding that correctly?
That is correct.
Yeah. These data that you presented us with, this map, is based on the dominant routes that you use to respond. So I have been concerned about the proliferation of speed bumps and have often spoken about them. Again, as was said, when you put 6 of them in the way of the fire truck, you could be costing somebody their life who's having a cardiac incident. Heart disease, the number one killer of Americans, above all other causes. A lot of older folks in our community need the fire engine and ambulances to be able to get to their residences in a timely fashion. It's incredibly important. Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much to our fire department. This is actually something I requested, so I appreciate that it came forward. The reason that I requested this was because I was hearing from our fire department concerns about putting speed humps in some of the residential roads in my district. And I think it's really important that we have objective standards versus a subjective standard. So I did push the city to create some kind of a framework where folks in the city, I know that, and I totally hear the comment about not being able to understand this. This is actually something I discussed with city manager Conley. Sorry, I demoted you. And I can't tell either. And so the council got blown up maps, but I am disappointed that we didn't have maps for the public. But here's the deal is I want folks in any part of Vista to be able to look at the GIS map and say, okay, I understand that my segment doesn't qualify for this particular traffic calming, which is a speed hump. However, we do have also something that I pushed forward. We have 2 pilot speed tables right now. You may have seen them. There's one downtown by the Avo, and there's another one in my district off Town Site in Newport Terrace. And so, one of the features that I think we're really missing in our community, and we see this on the crash map that Circulate San Diego provided us earlier today, we don't have enough mid-block crossing. So what we're talking about right now is the prohibition of speed humps. However, there is potential, maybe on Mar Vista, we need to have some kind of a mid-block crossing, right? Especially because we are, the Motel 6 conversion happened. There's going to be a lot more folks in that area. Can we also, I don't think that there's a guardrail on there, is there? Is there currently a guardrail? Does anybody know?
On Mar Vista interchange?
Like further down, yeah.
Not near the motel, but as you get towards the freeway, there is.
But on the other side?
No, I don't think so.
Is that the side that we're having issues with the most, folks? Yeah. Right, towards the traffic circle. Potentially, maybe that's something that we...
So the intent of the map here tonight is to prohibit speed humps or any other vertical obstructions, which would include a speed table.
I just don't agree with prohibiting a speed table.
Okay.
Here's the thing too, is that the fire department was always against any kind of traffic calming measures. We have turned a new leaf. We now have this petition process, right? But what I'm not seeing represented on this is the actual time delay per response. Is there a data bank that we're gonna be able to see? That's not part of this packet.
I'm sorry, could you ask that question again?
Yeah,
What are you
so
seeking?
if let's just take Mar Vista, because we have a lot of folks here that are really concerned about Mar Vista. So, it doesn't have, it doesn't have a speed hump now, but let's just say it had a speed hump, right? Do we have the data showing that the trip ended up outside of our 5-minute window, or do we have that data for any of these routes?
When we looked at that, we pulled the data, our consultant pulled the data, looked at 1 year of data, and we looked at every roadway that we went on over 200 times. So those are all primary and secondary response feeders. So what we did do is we didn't restrict the residential areas that we don't go on as much. But what we wanted to do is not slow down response times to the rural areas, even beyond the primary and secondary feeders. So any impediment, like you said, whether it's a traffic circle, which is probably the least impactful, but a speed bump is the most terrible. Speed table is still terrible, but as we put any of those impediments in, we're slowing the response time down. And a lot of times, like Chief Washington said, it's not just an ambulance or it's not just an engine. If we've got a fire we're responding to, you're talking about 5 or 6 engines responding from multiple areas coming in. Usually your first in engine that knows the area, knows where the speed bumps are. It is devastating to hit a speed bump you're not aware of in a fire truck in Code 3. Damages equipment, damages personnel. So we've always, as a fire service, tried to reduce them as much as we can so that we can keep our response times and we don't damage equipment.
I appreciate your answer. I'm still not getting an answer on the response time. You're giving me an answer as to why, right? It's detrimental, but but that is not being shown to me in data. I'm not able to, there's not any data here that says,
I think what's difficult is like eucalyptus. We said, okay, we can go ahead and put school speed bumps there. There's a school. And then 6 of them showed up that are 100 yards away from each other. You keep on adding them, that changes response time. So I think it's on a case-by-case basis. When people come and say, hey, we want to put traffic measures in here, it depends on what type of traffic measure you're putting in, and it depends on how many. So the more you put on there, the more you delay things. So I think we have to evaluate it on a case-by-case basis to tell you how much it's going to slow.
I want to be respectful to you, but this is not on a case-by-case basis. This is a blanket prohibition.
Right.
Correct, right? And I'm still not seeing the data. Like, if we take eucalyptus, can you show me a route that was taken on there and we didn't meet our standards of coverage time frame? Like, is there something like that can be provided to the council?
Excuse me one second. I believe the consultant's on call right now.
Okay.
Paul, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Are you able to answer that question?
I can take a stab at it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Paul Rotenberg with Fire Stats. We are the ones who prepared this analysis. The question, as I understand it, from Councilmember Contreras, has to do with speeds with and without the traffic calming measures. We didn't look at road speeds. What we looked at was the frequency of use of the road, of each road segment. So the presumption, based on work that the fire department's own analyst has done, based on information that's all over the United States, because believe it or not, Vista is not the only community that's having this issue. I know it probably seems like that sometimes, but no, it's a ubiquitous problem. There is some data that tells us approximately how much of an impediment each traffic calming device presents. And so it's up, it's up to you to look at how many, as the fire chief said, how many would you put in? And we can say with a degree of certainty roughly how much of an impediment each one is going to create in terms of the response time. But we didn't do a study that said, hey, let's put in a bunch of traffic calming measures on this road segment and then estimate the probable travel time of fire apparatus across that road. So I think that's what you're asking, and that just wasn't the analysis. What we do have is fairly good data that tells us, as Chief Davidson said, 5 to 10 seconds per device, depending on the device. And the 10 seconds, I think he said 8, but it's a range. Call it 8 to 10 for a typical traffic hump, as I understand it. Sorry, I'll be quiet now.
No, and do you know how much it is for a speed table? Because our pilot program is very recent. So I don't know if we even have had sufficient time to study that, to say that that's going to be prohibited. But do you know when it comes to a speed table?
I don't have the speed table number, but I don't think I don't think you have to put them in Vista to figure out how much time they add to a fire department response, because that's been studied elsewhere. I just don't know the numbers for speed tables versus speed humps, and the design of the speed hump too, I think depends, and the design of the speed table. I remember a public works director once telling me there's 2 kinds of traffic calming measures: those that work and those that don't. And the speed bump was the one that worked the best, essentially.
Okay, well, I appreciate
8 to
that.
10 seconds for those. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're great. I appreciate that. I think we're missing a lot of data here. So yeah, that's a big concern of mine. I understand this is great. This is a great baseline for us to start a discussion. I think what needs to be layered on this are actual examples. And, you know, my council might not agree. Maybe I'm the only one here. I think it's important for us to move out of, you know, theoretical into concrete data. And you know, I'm okay with like adopting a map that shows our highly utilized routes. But I do have a problem with prohibiting anything. I mean, I think some of the speed humps that we have done, potentially what we need to do is revisit the speed hump policy, because we probably don't, I think in some areas we've put too many. But I think saying that we don't need any on some of these areas is just difficult for me. Especially when it comes to something like a speed table. And then, you know, I also, we haven't discussed intersection preemption system, which is coming on. That is something that will help our emergency response as they near intersections. And we're also not talking about other speed impediments that are probably a lot more than 5 to 10 seconds, which is traffic, absence of yield space, clearing intersections, signal timing, which we invested a lot of money into signal timing. That's all done, right? Perfect. So our intersection preemption system, that comes online when?
The Opticom system, when are you going to have that online, Chief?
Yeah, we're installing currently all of the intersections, I believe about 114 intersections. We have some in reserve for anticipated intersections. We have a list with Caltrans to install them within the next month there. The fire district also has requested 4 or 5 intersections in the county areas, so we're working on that. And then next month, we have the installation in our vehicles. So we're looking at being complete with that in the next 3 months.
Okay. And do we have I mean, that was a significant investment that the city made to maybe counteract some of the traffic calming. Do we have an idea of the time savings with that system?
Well, again, we don't. And reason being is you kind of alluded to some of the things that cause some of the slowdowns.
Mm-hmm.
It's traffic, weather, all these things that we have no control over. That is equipment that we will be using to help us get there possibly a little quicker, but if people don't clear the way out for our emergency vehicles or the speed humps, it's one of those that it be a net neutral. There will be no gain or savings as you're asking. We have no way of knowing that. But the recommendation from the fire service is anytime you put something in front of a responding vehicle, it affects the response time, which we do not want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to add that, you know, we do our standard of coverage and we look at our data every 5 years, and we've looked at it. We just went back and we looked at the last 20 years, the last 4 SOCs. In our last 5 years, we've increased our response time to the rural areas by 2 minutes. So there's a lot of reasons for that. I mean, when you look at the population then versus now, our population has significantly changed. The traffic on the road, when you look at, in the fire district's very concerned with the rural areas like up Gopher Canyon, Buena Creek. And in those areas, you have a significant amount of traffic that wasn't there 10 years ago that's there now. We have a significant amount of traffic that goes through Vista Way on our main response times now, those main response routes. So if we were to slow those down further, that's only going to impact that more. So
I hear what you're saying, but we are not going to be putting speed humps on major arterials.
And that's what we're respectfully requesting with that.
But that's against our policy anyways. Isn't that correct? It's against our policy we're not going to be putting a speed hump on North Santa Fe.
No, I mean, we looked at all of the city streets in this study for the purpose of identifying the critical routes, but the speed hump policy generally is only on the smaller residential streets.
Right. So, yeah, I get what you're saying. You know, unfortunately, we have a lot of sprawl development that, you know, people live kind of far away and they're got to go to work and then they go back home. I think, you know, the county really needs to kick down a lot more money for our fire protection district to have more stations. But anyways, yeah, so I don't know. I can't second this at this time because I feel like there's still a lot of gaps in the data. We're not going to be putting speed humps or speed tables on major arterials. But when it comes to some of these smaller road segments, not even being able to put a speed table for a mid-block crossing that's difficult for me to say, like, we're not going to do that, you know? So anyways, that's all I have to say for now.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wholeheartedly second the motion that the mayor made. I 1,000% disagree with most of your comments, Councilwoman Contreras. I wholeheartedly rely on my fire protection district and my fire department to make these decisions. You are the professionals. I heard the information that was given. Every speed hump is 5 to 10 seconds. Your consultant said 8 to 10 seconds. We put 10 of them on Sunset Drive. That sounds like 80 seconds, 50 seconds minimum. As a 46-year-old man who takes blood pressure medicine and may need to call 911, I would much rather you be there 50 seconds sooner to resuscitate me if I need you than to hit 10 speed humps. Unfortunately, those are already in. I love the suggestion of maybe taking some out. I don't know, maybe we could revisit that later, but that particular road's tough. Eucalyptus is tough. Our assistant city clerk, Callison, actually lives on Eucalyptus, and she came to work the day they were installed and they weren't painted yet and hit 4 of them on her way in and was very excited about it. That was a joke. But I think as a council, just know I didn't say put 10 speed humps on Sunset. We didn't say put 6 speed humps on Eucalyptus. That was a decision of our previous Public Works Department, I'm assuming. I don't know how they determined to put that many in. So I would like the council to kind of revisit the overwhelming amount of traffic calming devices in some areas. However, this map that you've given us is great. It sets a precedent, it sets a guideline. It says, look, as a fire department, we've determined we drive these routes all the time. Anything you put on here is gonna jeopardize the response time and public safety of the community that we're serving. Therefore, as your fire department, we are saying do not put obstructions in our path. I appreciate you bringing that to my attention, and I'm gonna respect your profession, your consultant, and I'm gonna do all I can to keep my response times as fast as possible. I don't want you just meeting my response times, okay? I want you exceeding my response times. So just because you have up to 5 minutes per contract to get there, if you can get there in 3 minutes, get there in 3 minutes, all right? And you said there's some things you can't control, like Councilwoman Contreras was saying, you know, traffic, weather, stuff like that. We can control speed humps. And if I can know per your data, I'm gonna save you 30 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds responding to a call on a road you travel all the time because you have the data, you travel that road. So whether it's a higher arterial road or not, I am 99% sure when you guys are coming off the freeway on the 78, you go down that area towards Mar Vista, toward that roundabout a lot of times. So I personally feel like putting speed humps on that would jeopardize your response times. I don't think that, you know, I need any more data to, you know, believe what you're saying. I've heard from my community and I've heard from my firefighters, the actual engineers that are driving these trucks, you know, when these pop up, I've, you know, been reached out by. And when I met with you guys and went over your map with Councilmember O'Donnell, I said, have you spoken with your engineers yet? Do you know that these are the roads? Are there any other roads? Because I don't want to approve this map and then an engineer come back to me and say, hey, you didn't talk to us about it. We need these roads included as well. So I was reassured that these are the roads that we need to put in this map. And this will send a clear message to our community that if you live on one of these roads, it is a high travel road for our fire department. Therefore, we are not putting speed humps on there. I have driven over both speed humps and speed tables. I've driven over the new speed table in downtown Vista. It takes me longer to go over that speed table than it does a standard speed hump, okay? So for me, when you do the data, and I hope your consultant will find how long it takes to go over a speed table, it is also gonna slow down. And I would say 10 to 12 seconds on a speed table. It's longer, it's flatter, it's going to be an issue. So for me, I appreciate this coming forward. This is going to squash a big problem, in my opinion, in our city of having random speed humps popping up that are affecting response times. So I know a lot of money was spent on this. I know a lot of time was spent on this. I know a lot of very, very, very smart people came up with this. And as far as I'm concerned, I really appreciate you, I respect you, and I 100% second this motion. And I hope that my city council will appreciate your work, your opinion, and pass this so that we can keep our response times up and our city as safe as we possibly can. And I also hope that they will look at maybe removing some excessive speed humps in the future. Thank you.
Chiefs, did the fire department not get consulted on those 6 speed humps?
Our fire marshal did get consulted, from my understanding. It was the operational side, the responding vehicles. The deputy chief of operations, I do not believe was consulted. Don't quote me on that, because I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus at that relative to communication. But we have built a better system in place to ensure that everyone's informed of what's going on. So I do
consulted in these decisions.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, you know, we have this great grinder attachment for the Bobcat. It'll take these things down in no time. I'm experienced now, so, you know, I don't think our new public works director will let me drive that again, but just saying, I'll volunteer. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Mayor never misses a chance to talk about his construction experience.
That's right.
Yeah, so my first question was what the average response times are, and Sunset's a perfect example. I take it every single day. What is it, 6 or 7 speed humps that we have on there? It's way too many. And I wish that there was a mechanism that we could have had to have a larger conversation about it. But speaking of mechanisms, I would also want to know, is there a mechanism set in place or some way that if there is an egregious area of where a speed table or a speed hump or a roundabout, whatever we want to put in, is available to do so, even though we're looking at this map that's negating all of these? And I'm not talking about Melrose or Shadow Ridge or any of these, but for like a side street that's often traveled, is there anything that we have set in place if we approve this map, if there was something that we wanted to come back? What I'd like to avoid, to be very clear, is going over 48 individual speed humps on this council. I think that'd be a tremendous misuse of time. But if there are some particular ones that fall under these maps, or this map here, is there a mechanism in place that we could approve it, even though you guys have said no?
So that's at the council's discretion. The staff recommendation is that we adopt a map that establishes a ban, a complete restriction on putting any vertical obstructions in the road. The council can absolutely adopt a policy, though, that requires us on requests on specific roads identified on the map to come back before the council to discuss those.
Okay. And then as far as Mar Vista, because I've heard a lot about Mar Vista for a long time and the speeds and all the other things that take place there. What makes it so difficult? I mean, I know it's a tremendous grade coming down the backside of Mar Vista heading north. Why is a speed hump there such a bad idea?
I'm going to answer that.
Okay.
We wanted to develop a map that identified the fire department's critical routes. So that's what this map reflects. It reflects the routes that they use the most of the city's streets. Any particular segment could be discussed ad nauseum about why we should or shouldn't put a speed hump there. It's not about the particular characteristics of the road or the grade or the limitation of the pavement. It's about the fact that that's the location that the fire department trucks travel the most, and we don't want to put things in their way. That's really the simple answer.
And I imagine Station 4 uses Mar Vista probably more than any other road, especially getting over to Santa Fe. So somebody made a comment about speed humps in front of their house. I can tell you I have one, and I live in a HOA gated community, and they are loud. They're annoying. I'm glad it's in front of my house because I have a little kid, but at the same time, I can see the frustration with the people over there and the noise they create. So I'm going to support this map. Just seeing the outcome of what happened on Sunset is enough for me. I would definitely like to revisit Sunset or any other places that we've had like an egregious
I
amount?
can also speak to Sunset. The staff spaces, the speed humps based on engineering criteria, I believe it's like 400 to 600 feet. And Sam can come down and speak to this. But there is an engineering design standard that they use to space them that is supposed to show.
I'm not trying to
vehicles
throw
are slowing.
Sam or engineering
No,
or
what I'm-
traffic.
what
Yes,
I'm
the
telling
lights
you
are
though
shutting
is-
themselves off, so let's,
What I'm telling you, though, is we can revisit that. We just followed the standard.
And I'm not going to take credit for that. I'm just going to say that we can revisit it at a later time. So, yeah, I'm going to support the map. Thank you, Sam. You don't need to come up, I don't think yet. And I appreciate the work that went into this as always. So appreciate the work all of our firefighters and first responders do as well. And I will turn the mic back over.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
As I'm the last member to speak on this item, I'll call for the vote after my comments. I will just say that accepting these maps at this time will do two things. It will save administrative activity from approving streets or denying streets on a case-by-case basis. I do recall agreeing to take denials from the fire department, and up until this point, the fire department did not have a standardized way of doing that. They would go case by case to conduct that approval or denial. So this will have more transparency for the public to see what streets would be less eligible for traffic calming. This also helps us set goals on priority routes regarding response times. I completely agree with the conversation about what we don't know. What we don't have is real data on response times. We know that these are heavily used routes, but we don't know how long it's taking for us to get to these hotspot areas. There are many ways to improve our response times, including training, increased apparatus and personnel, which we have done, and better regional management, signaling, and more. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I would like to evaluate all the ways that we can increase response time. And essentially, this process is just going to require us to do more work. In those areas that still need traffic calming, yet or are at risk of slowing us down in our emergency response, we will have to find other ways. And the packet includes several phases of traffic calming, including lane narrowing, chicanes, markings, traffic circles, and many other interventions. And I do support vertical interventions like speed tables and speed humps, but we are going to have to be prudent, and we're going to have to be creative about where those are applied, and we're going to have to make really effective argument for that, and create criteria that, in which case it will be reasonable. So I agree with Councilmember Green. I want us to be exceeding our response times, but let's do that in every way possible, not just where it might jeopardize our traffic calming programs. So with that, I'll call for the vote.
Councilmember Contreras.
I just have a few things to say. I totally I'm very, very happy that this is in front of us, because this is a discussion that we've needed to have. And which is why I pushed for just an objective way. I think it is critical to be able to map out. We've never had a map like this, ever. This is fantastic work. I want to see more of this, though, because I do want to see the real data on response times. I want to know if, we put bus-only lanes in certain areas that maybe the emergency response vehicles would be able to utilize too. Is that going to help us get through intersections faster? There's so many different things that we can look at, and we have to be doing that now. And I really appreciate Chief Washington's leadership in moving us in a different direction when it comes to our fire department and working with everybody. So this is a good baseline, but I'm going to need to see more, because I want to know how we can help you get to people faster. But I also know that there are certain areas that folks are not safe. They're getting cars in their front yards. It's only a matter of time where that car might hit someone and kill someone in that house. And if we would have had a speed hump there with a 5 to 10 second delay, maybe they would still be there. So I need to see more data, and I know you're up for the challenge. If we need to appropriate more money for that, we can have that conversation. But we absolutely need to improve our times, and I'll be supportive of this measure. And I do just want to say that not everybody was notified that they may not qualify for a speed hump. So how many folks were not notified about this meeting?
There were 17 segments out of the 48 that would be affected by the map that were individual requests that were not notified.
Yeah, and I just find that unacceptable as well. And I understand the reasoning, but that's a lot of folks that didn't have the opportunity to come here. And I understand that would have taken more time, but this is the way government works. Sometimes we have to be here until midnight. But we only have at most two meetings, right? Council meetings a month. So anyways, I am disappointed that those folks were not notified of this conversation. And how quickly, Mr. Conley, can we get this onto GIS?
Probably within a few days.
Okay, perfect. I can't wait to play around with the GIS layer. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no other discussion, we are going to vote. But before we do, just a note about calling for the question. That is a motion to call the question or calling the vote. It does require 2/3 of the body. So if you want to make that motion, just know that we can vote on that, but it's going to require 4 out of 5 members of the council. And what I'm saying, and this is not directly, you just
I
said
have a
it,
procedural question,
but I'm not,
maybe you can clarify.
but I'm not direct, because everybody is with this, I'm going to call the question. And I don't always like to listen to 45 minutes from one particular or two particular, but it's not collegial to insinuate that after you're done speaking, and again, this is not directed to you, but everybody has done it. It is not collegial to insinuate that after you're done speaking, that you don't want to hear anybody else. So don't use it again, because if you use it again, we're going to go to an immediate vote under the rules, call the question, which will require 4 out of the 5. Again, it's not directed to you personally. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for the clarification. I am aware that I was of the belief when I made the statement that we would go to vote and that 4 out of the 5 members would have to approve it, in which case I may have been voted down. I did not see that vote take place, and so was my motion not formulated properly?
Yeah, you call for the vote. You should make a motion to call the previous question.
In the future, I will make a motion to call the question, in which case then we will immediately go to a vote, right, stopping all discussion. And to call the question isn't necessarily to say that I don't want to hear anyone else speak, but procedurally, once every member of the body has had an opportunity to speak, there is an opportunity to call the question.
You can call the question at any time. You don't have to wait for everybody to speak. It's just, and I would love to have a conversation with this council about shortening our meetings for the sake of the general public. I would like to propose that we each speak for 5 minutes at a time, and that we could speak as many times as we want on a subject, but after 5 minutes of speaking, it would be the next council member's turn. And if, after rotation, if, council members that still want to be heard in 5-minute increments want to continue on, then I would say great. But I think if we were to go 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, I think that we would find that the meetings would flow more quickly, which for the benefit of those who have stayed until the lights shut themselves off automatically at 11, 12 p.m., I mean, we do a little bit of a disservice to the public when our meetings run as long as they do. So I'm okay. I would love to have a conversation about efficiency and concern for the public, particularly the people who had to leave and go home because they couldn't wait. But I just wanted to, because again, literally it was not targeted to you. Everybody is doing this, I want to call the question business or call for the vote. And I just, I find it to be uncollegial because you're saying you don't want to hear from anybody else. Again, not directed at you. Everybody has said it. And so I'm just want to be clear what that motion is, how it functionally works, that it requires 2/3,
Thank you, Mayor.
which is 4 out of 5.
I am aware of the the instrument, right, of calling the question. And I do not call the question with any intention to censure anyone or because I don't personally feel like hearing from anyone, right? I am completely aware of the implication of calling the question, was just interested in being able to vote on the item.
I totally understand, and I truly promise you it was not directed at you. Literally every member to my left here has you can make a motion to call for the previous question, but you would be out of line because we're already going to vote. Please cast your votes. Okay, that item is approved unanimously, and I think we still have some oral communication speakers.
We still have one more item.
We still have D3. I'm going to ask to dispense with, do we have speakers on this? Send the speakers down. I like concept number 2, but I like to hear from these speakers. Have we all seen the drawings? Is Jovita still here? I don't see her. Is Adrian Schweitzer here? Mr. Schweitzer, I apologize to you. Come forward, please, and be heard on this subject. Did we hire you to design this? Nobody would stay this late if they weren't being. That's okay. Are you our consultant or are you a member of the public? Come on up, sir. Come on up and tell us what you think about the park. No, because it's 11:15 p.m. and I'm going to cut Michael's presentation short if that's okay with you, sir. Have you seen the 3 concepts?
I do.
Do you like any of them?
And
let's all ask the council to be respectful of the public commenter.
Okay. Okay. So I'm sorry, I'm just really tired right now. Okay. So the park is heavily used, mostly because of the soccer programs that are there, and that's great, you know. And this draws a lot of cars in the area, and that park doesn't have enough parking spots for the use of the park, and so that results to excessive street parking, especially in. So I live in the gated community across the street from there, and so there's excessive parking also within the red curb area. And then it partially obstructs the exit gate. And so it makes it extremely dangerous for anyone that leaves the complex because the parked vehicle is obstructing the view for oncoming traffic. The street parking there is mostly being used by residents around the park. We have a lot of apartment complex there. Looking at concept 1 and 2, adding an extra 8 curbside parking will end up being used by residents in the community and not by the patrons of the park. Concept 3 is my vote to increase, well, no, I don't have a choice of voting, but my preference because it increases the amount of parking that would make an actual difference. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just looking at these 3 designs. They all look like they have the exact same amount of street parking. Am I wrong? Oh, we're not on Benito Juarez? Oh, I apologize. I'm looking at the wrong diagrams. Okay. I don't have the 3 concepts here in my iPad. Deputy Councilmember Contreras, you're recognized, please.
Okay. I just want to say that for Avenida Benito Juarez Park, the concept selected includes a splash pad. However, I really do, and I think that's a fantastic idea, but I really do believe that we need a restroom if we're going to have a splash pad. So that's something that I would love the council to support, is putting a restroom in that park. I think the splash pad is a fantastic idea. Looking at Luz Duran Park, you know, we've solicited a lot of information. However, The grant that we received from Assemblymember Tasha Berner was for a community center. And I do suspect that she will not be in favor of us tearing down the house and not pursuing a community center. What's really needed there, we need new restrooms. The restrooms that are there are they're not sufficient. I know when I go into the stall, the door is like almost hitting my face. It's not very comfortable to use. So we definitely need to tear down the existing restrooms and put some new ones. Also, that little parking lot there could be closed off. I think the community is supportive of that, and adding a gazebo area with some DG and some more tables. You would incur some additional street parking by closing that. So that's kind of like the overlay of the situation. So I don't know if anybody else has any questions, but I'll go ahead and just make a motion for Avenida Benito Juarez parking, Pocket Park, to move forward with the Parks and Rec recommendation, but to also add a restroom there, and for Luz Duran Park, for us to close the parking lot, put a gazebo area with additional benches, put a new restroom facility, but keep the existing house. Thank you.
And did that include for the other park, which concept? Option 2? Yeah, okay. I'll second that. Councilmember O'Donnell?
You stole my second.
Sorry.
That's all right. So what scenario is there in which we would lose the 1.6 million in state grants, which I understand is not part of your motion?
So we won't lose it unless, well, let's be clear. We used half of it for the sheriff's substation, which is already underway. So we have about 800,000 for Luz Duran. If we do not demo the house at Luz Duran, then we for sure are able to keep the money because we can convert it to a community center. The concern is if we demo the house and build a covered gazebo, that may not qualify as a community center under the assembly member's gift.
And so within the motion, are you saying that you want to create a gazebo or you want to create a community center?
No, we're going to keep the house, but putting a gazebo over the parking. So do you see that little parking lot?
Yeah.
We can actually close that off in DG, and then we could put more benches and
So to be clear, the
tables.
800,000 that we have will pay for a new bathroom and likely parking lot renovation, but we'll have to come back to discuss the house and what
Correct.
funding we'll use to
We'll need more funding.
renovate the property.
But keeping the house means that we for sure are going to keep the funding that we already have.
Perfect. All right. I have no other questions. That was it. Happy to support it.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, who really wants to make, do we have any more oral communications? Mr. Santa Cruz, any more oral communications? Okay, does anybody really have burning desire to make comments? Okay, we're adjourned. Oh, yes. Chris Arce, our new Public Works Director. Congratulations on your promotion. Well deserved.